The Ice Age descended, the global temperature plummeting to -70 degrees Celsius. Liam was reborn on the very day of the apocalypse, discovering that he had bound the material replication system. Touch to unlock, copy 1,000 items daily with 3 chances. Even if the apocalypse comes, I want choose you. Liam sat up abruptly from the hard bed in the dormitory, a stifled cry caught in his throat. The afternoon sunlight poured in through the grimy window. The air was filled with the smell of instant noodles and sweat. From the lower bunk came Wang Tao's thunderous snoring, and the clatter of keyboard sounds drifted. Everything was exactly as he remembered. Liam raised his hand, looking at his young palm free of frostbite and cracks. His fingers trembled uncontrollably. Not a dream. He was truly back. 3 days before the extreme cold apocalypse. His heart pounded wildly and his chest crashing against his ribs. Fear and a nearly absurd joy gripped him simultaneously. Vivid details of his previous life struggling in the -70 degree hell surged up. Frozen limbs. Fights for half a moldy biscuit. The suffocation of lungs freezing at the last moment. And Linwei, the girl he had silently loved for all 4 years of university. In the snowstorm, wrapped in someone else's down jacket, she cast a glance at him. Cold and indifferent. She had said that long ago. He just hadn't listened. Liam threw off the covers, his movements unsteady. He rushed to the window, looking down at the crowds of students heading to class wearing thin clothes, their faces filled with worries about exams or love affairs. They didn't know that in 72 hours deadly cold would tear apart all order, turning this place into a frozen tomb. 3 days. He only had 3 days. He forced himself to calm down, turned, and began searching the small dormitory. No time to dwell on the past or fear the future. He needed supplies, everything to survive. His savings were limited. Only after his parents died, some money remained. He made a list: high-calorie food, water, warm clothes, fuel, tools. Then he rushed out of the door impatiently. On the first day, he spent most of his money getting a pitiful pile of things in the corner of the dormitory. A few bags of rice, compressed biscuits, instant noodles, large bottles of water, and various cold weather gear and clothes. A barely usable outdoor gas stove and a few gas cans, a bucket of gasoline, and a heavy fire axe. This was a necessary weapon brought from his past life. Looking at these supplies, Liam's heart sank. Not enough. Far from enough. These would at most sustain him alone for a week or 2 in extreme conditions. And he had no medicine. In the apocalypse, a small infection could be fatal. On the second day, he went to a farther wholesale market, using the remaining money to buy more long-lasting canned goods, dried goods, and some hardware tools. He went to the pharmacy, using the last of his cash to buy a few boxes of basic cold medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs, bandages, and iodine. The clerk looked at him oddly, probably thinking he was buying too much and too varied. Back in the dormitory, Wang Tao looked at the mountain of supplies in the corner and muttered, "Damn, Mogu, are you about to hibernate? Or are you opening a small shop in the dorm?" Liam didn't explain, just kept organizing. He couldn't explain, no one would believe him. The third day, the last 24 hours, an invisible pressure squeezed his heart. He checked the supplies, inspected the windows and doors, thinking about how to reinforce them. At dusk, he sat on the bed, chewing on a hard compressed biscuit, tasteless. At that moment, a voice with no emotional fluctuation sounded directly in the depths of his mind. Material replication system binding. Binding success. Rule description: touch any item except living things once to permanently unlock its entry in the archive. You have 3 copying permissions per day. Copies will be stored in system space as a 1,000 unit base. First copy. Liam froze, biscuit crumbs falling from his lips. System. Copy. In the memories of his previous life struggling to death, there was no an illusion or a variable unique to this life. He grabbed a half-drunk bottle of water. The cool plastic was damp with his sweat. Touch, he murmured. Item touched, purified water, 500 milliliters. Archive drinking water unlocked. Proceed with first copy. Yes, copy. The words were squeezed through his teeth. The next second, he felt his consciousness partially drawn into a gray, indescribable silence. In one corner of the space, 1,000 identical, unopened 500 milliliters water bottles were neatly stacked. The labels were clear, and tiny water droplets condensed on the bottles as if fresh from a cooler. Real tactile feedback came through his consciousness. Cold, heavy, real. Liam let go. The half-empty bottle fell onto the bed. He panted, his eyes fixed on the void, actually looking at the 1,000 bottles in the system space. It was real. Not a dream, not an illusion. A surge of excitement nearly bursting through his skull seized him, making every hair on his body stand on end. He possessed an inexhaustible water source. Calm. Must stay calm. There were 2 more copy chances. He looked at the pile of supplies, his eyes instantly locking on his several flat, round metal cans. Braised pork can. High calories, high fat, long shelf life. It would provide the most scarce oil and satisfaction in the apocalypse. He rushed over, grabbed a can, the cold metal against his palm. Item touched, braised pork can. Archive meat can unlocked. Copy. Copy. His consciousness sank into the system space again. Next to the 1,000 bottles of water, 1,000 identical, perfectly packaged braised pork cans appeared. 2 times. One last chance. His eyes swept over the pitiful medicines. A few boxes of amoxicillin, some cephalosporin basic painkillers, and cold medicine. Not enough, too sparse. What the apocalypse needed wasn't scattered items, but a system. A solution to handle various injuries and illnesses. He took a deep breath, gathered all the medicines he bought: amoxicillin, clavulanate, sulfixene, metronidazole, doxycycline. Plus glucose injection, saline, vitamin, nutrition fluid, disposable sterile needles, bandages, iodine swabs, surgical tweezers. All gathered together. He found a clean bedsheet, carefully sorted the items, wrapped them tightly, and tied them into a sturdy, large bundle. This was the Apocalypse medical survival kit he put together based on his past life memory and common sense. The most commonly used, and the most widely. His hands trembling slightly, he pressed on the self-made medical kit. Beneath the rough fabric, the hard outlines of the medicines were palpable. Detected composite item bundle containing multiple sub-items. Proceed to record by combination unit. Tip: after recording as a combination, copying will generate the bundle as a whole. Yes. Record. Copy. Liam almost growled. Item touched and recorded. Basic emergency medical kit extended. Archive unlocked. Copy. His consciousness entered the system space for the 3rd time. This time next to the 1,000 bottles of water and 1,000 cans, 1,000 identical medical kits wrapped in the same sheet appeared neatly. 3 copy opportunities used up. Liam collapsed onto the cold floor, his back against the bed, looking up at a damp patch of mold on the ceiling. Sweat had soaked through his back, his heart still pounding. But the initial tremors had passed, replaced by a numb sense of security. Water, food, medicine. The 3 core necessities for survival on the eve of the apocalypse were safely stored in a space only he could access at a 1,000 times scale. Outside the window, the sky had completely darkened. The city lights in the distance still shone brightly. Students walked and laughed below the building. Liam slowly, silently grinned. The apocalypse was coming, but this time the choice was in his hands. The door was pushed open with a loud bang. Wang Tao entered carrying 2 boxes of takeout fried rice, bringing with him a damp night breeze. He saw Liam sitting on the floor, leaning against the bed, his face expressionless, yet his eyes were like knives tempered in fire, shining with a frightening intensity. The pile of supplies in the corner nearly filled the entire aisle. Brother Mou. Wang Tao set the fried rice on the table, stepped around the cardboard boxes, and crouched beside Liam. Are you okay? You've been off these past 2 days, skipping classes, messing around with all this stuff. He lowered his voice and gestured with his chin toward the pile. Is it because of Lin Wei? Are you troubled? Liam didn't move, only shifted his eyes to look at him. No. Don't hide it from me. Wang Tao sighed, picked up a bottle of water, unscrewed it, and handed it to Liam. We all heard it that day in the cafeteria. What she said was harsh. But it's not worth it for someone like her. Look at you these past few days, like you've been possessed, buying so much stuff, piling it up here. There's barely room to walk. Liam took the water, but didn't drink. He set it on the floor. Wang Tao, listen to me. Don't go to class tomorrow. Huh? Wang Tao was stunned. Tomorrow's Wednesday, old Lu's class. He takes attendance like a hawk. You'd be asking for death if you skip. Why? The weather will change, Liam said, his gaze drifting toward the window. It will be very cold. Cold. Wang Tao laughed, tugging at his own short-sleeved shirt. What month is it? The autumn heat hasn't even left yet. How cold can it get? Just wear an extra layer. Brother Emo, that excuses too. Before he could finish, the dorm door was slammed open again, bringing in a stronger wave of sweat and heat. It was the other 2 roommates, Zhang Hai and Chen Su, both in basketball tank tops, drenched in sweat, carrying a basketball. Zhang Hai barged in, shouting, Damn, I'm dying of thirst. Got any water? He spotted the case of water beside Liam, didn't stand on ceremony, grabbed a bottle, and chugged it down. Chen Su looked at Liam with a strange expression, wiping his sweat, as he said, Liam, I heard something at the basketball court just now. Liam looked at him. That Zhao Peng, Chen Su said with a curl of his lip, the one from class 2, the sports student, the big guy. He was playing ball and shouting with a bunch of guys that he's going to take care of you. Liam didn't even twitch an eyebrow. Why? Wang Tao's face changed color, and he cut in, what else could it be? It must be Lin Wei. I heard she's been hanging around Zhao Peng lately. She probably told him about your old feelings. That bastard is known for being a bully, relying on his strength to push people around. Zhang Hai finished his water, wiped his mouth, and joined in. Exactly. That idiot was saying some nasty stuff on the court, telling you to wait. He'll beat you up every time he sees you. Liam, be careful these days. Try not to walk alone. Zhao Peng and his crew don't know their own strength. Liam grunted in acknowledgement, showing no reaction, but repeated his earlier words. Zhang Hai, Chen see you too. Don't go out tomorrow. Stay in the dorm. The weather is going to change. Zhang Hai and Chen Su exchanged glances, both bewildered. Chen Su pulled out his phone and swiped a few times. Weather change. Let me see. The forecast says tomorrow will be cloudy, high of 28, low of 20. It doesn't say it's going to get cold. Liam, did someone tell you something? Liam didn't answer. He stood up, walked to the window, and pushed it open. It always stuck a little. A gust of wind far more chilling than before blew in. It carried an indescribable damp odor. The night sky was starless clouds pressing low, showing a murky lead gray color. Further away above the city's glow, an extremely thin grayish-white mist seemed to be slowly descending. The mist was so faint that it was almost imperceptible without close attention. But Liam knew what it was. A sharp pang of past life memory stabbed him. It was this gray mist. The night after it appeared, the temperature began to drop. When people woke up in the morning, the world had become a giant freezer. The clouds, Liam murmured as if talking to himself. What? Wang Tao hadn't heard clearly and walked over too. What are you looking at? There's nothing, just cloudy. Just then a clamor of footsteps came from the hallway, mixed with crude laughter and the sound of doors being slapped. The sound grew closer and clearer. Liam, is Liam in there? Get out here. It was Zhao Peng's voice, thick with alcohol and his usual arrogance. The dorm fell instantly silent. Zhang Hai and Shen Su turned pale, instinctively stepping back half a step. Wang Tao grabbed Liam's arm urgently, his voice low and rapid. Don't go out. Pretend you didn't hear. Lock the door. They won't dare actually break it down. The shouting outside grew louder, accompanied by the sound of someone kicking the opposite dorm door. This caused a stir and murmurs of discontent. But no one dared to shout back. Liam, scared, hiding in your room like a turtle. With that kind of attitude, you dare to have eyes for Lin Wei. Look at yourself. I'm telling you here and now. Every time I see you, I'll beat you. If you've got the guts, never leave this door. The stream of obscenities continued, mixed with the laughter of Zhao Peng's gang. Zhang Hai's face flushed red, partly from anger, partly from fear. Chen Su whispered, should we report to the dorm supervisor or call the police? Screw that. Wang Tao gritted his teeth. By the time they get here, it'll be over. Zhao Peng's uncle works in the school logistics. Nothing will happen. Keep quiet. Let them make noise and get bored. They'll leave. Liam gently pried Wang Tao's hand off his arm. Wang Tao's palm was soaking wet. Brother Mo. Wang Tao panicked. Liam didn't look at him, nor at the other two tense roommates. His gaze swept over the pile of supplies in the corner and finally settled on the fire axe leaning against the wall, casually wrapped in old newspaper. The wooden handle of the axe was a bit rough, but the metal blade under the dim light emitted a cold, hard gleam. A flashback from his past life. Men fighting like beasts over half a bag of biscuits using teeth and nails. Zhao Peng later became a small boss, relying on his brute strength and ruthlessness to steal the basement where Liam was hiding. He kicked both Liam and the feverish friend he was desperately protecting barefoot into the snowy night of tens of degrees below zero. Those sensations of cold pain and despair, even after a death, remained vivid. But this time he had food, water, medicine, and thousands of cans in his space. And this axe. And the approaching bitter cold enough to erase all old orders and bluster. Outside, the shouting continued. Zhao Peng began kicking their dorm door, producing dull thuds, and dust fell from the doorframe. Liam, you son of a... Liam walked over, bent down, and picked up the fire axe. The newspaper fell away, revealing the heavy axe head completely. The edge wasn't sharp, but it was thick and heavy. He ran his finger along the blade. The touch was icy. Liam, you've lost your mind. Wang Tao's eyes went wide, and he wanted to rush over to stop him. Zhang Hai and Shen Su were also stunned, watching Liam walk toward the door with the axe in hand, unable to speak. Liam stopped in front of the door and turned back to look at them. His eyes were very calm, so calm that it made Wang Tao's hair stand on end. Remember, Liam said, don't go out tomorrow. Lock the door, wear thick clothes, and find everything you can use to cover yourselves. He turned the doorknob, and under the horrified gaze of his three roommates, yanked the door. The hallway light was dim. Outside stood 4 or 5 people, led by a reeking, puffy-faced Zhao Peng. His raised foot hadn't even lowered yet. Seeing the door suddenly open and Liam standing there holding a gleaming fire axe, Zhao Peng and his lackeys were all momentarily stunned. From both sides of the hallway, the doors of many dorms quietly cracked open, revealing suspicious and uncertain eyes. Zhao Peng was the first to react. He saw the axe, instinctively flinched, then felt his face was lost, and his anger flared even more. He stiffened his neck and cursed, fuck. Bringing a weapon. Trying to scare someone. Think I'm afraid of a broken axe. His words were cut short, because Liam took a step forward. Just one step. Less than half a meter from Zhao Peng. Liam didn't speak, just looked up at him. That gaze held only an unfathomable cold. Like the deepest well water in winter. One look made the cold seep into your bones. Combined with the axe that could clearly split a skull, this silence was far more oppressive than any shouting. The rest of Zhao Peng's harsh words stuck in his throat. The lackeys behind him also fell silent, involuntarily stepping back half a step, their eyes darting between the axe and Liam's expressionless face. Liam's gaze shifted past Zhao Peng's shoulder to the window at the end of the hallway. The grayish-white mist seemed to have thickened a little. It was silently clinging to the glass. It's going to snow, Liam suddenly said, his voice low and flat, as if stating an obvious fact. Zhao Peng was stunned again by these words, then felt completely humiliated, his face turning the color of pig liver. "You son of a... Get lost." Liemo interrupted him, spitting out a single word. At the same time, his hand gripping the axe handle tightened, almost imperceptibly, the veins on the back of his hand slightly bulging. Zhao Peng was rooted to the spot. His fists clenched with a crackling sound, the alcohol surged through his brain, seemingly urging him to charge forward. But those eyes opposite him and the axe that could swing at any moment made his remaining reason firmly hold his feet. He truly doubted. If he moved forward, this axe would really come down. And this Liemo was completely different from the silent head-down guy he used to be. It was a calmness that seemed to have seen blood. The hallway was dead silent. Only the faint sound of music from afar and the chatter of the next dorm made the scene even more eerie. The standoff lasted for about 10 seconds, maybe less. But to everyone it felt endlessly long. Zhao Peng suddenly spat on the ground, glared viciously at Liemo, his eyes full of venom. "Fine, you've got guts. We'll see about that." He left this blustery threat, turned, shoved past his lackeys, and walked toward the stairwell, cursing under his breath. The lackeys quickly followed, none daring to look back at Liemo. Liemo stood at the door, watching them disappear around the corner of the stairs. Then he withdrew his gaze, turned, walked back into the dorm with the axe, closed the door behind him, and even twisted the lock to secure it. A soft click sounded. Inside the dorm, Wang Taozhonghai and Chun Su were still standing there like three statues, staring at him with wide eyes, then at the axe in his hand. It was as if they were meeting their roommate of over 2 years for the first time. Liemo leaned the axe back against the corner, picked up the bottle of water, and took a sip. The cold water slid down his throat. "Sleep," he said, his voice betraying no emotion. "Tomorrow it will be very cold." Just past midnight. A faint crackle sounded against the window pane, as if tiny ice crystals had struck the glass. Liemo paused in his work of reinforcing the door hinges with screws, pricking up his ears. It had begun. He walked to the window and peered out through the glass. The glow of the street lamp grew hazy, enveloped by an increasingly dense gray-white fog. The temperature was dropping at a perceptible rate. His breath condensed into fleeting white puffs in the frigid indoor air. He felt no drowsiness, nor did he need any. His past life experience told him that the initial chaos and bitter cold were the most dangerous. He continued his work, using the angle iron and screws he had bought to further reinforce the connection between the already aged dormitory doorframe and the wall. There were still a few rolls of weather stripping in the toolbox, which he carefully applied to the gaps in the door and windows. In his mind, fragmented memories from his past life, the school. The initial response would inevitably be sluggish. The dormitory area had no central heating, relying entirely on air conditioners. When the temperature dropped below the air conditioner's operational limit, the power grid itself would begin to fail due to the sudden cold and surging load. At the earliest, power outages or rolling blackouts would begin by daytime. The student union and dormitory managers would probably organize people to issue notices urging everyone not to panic and to wait for rescue. The cafeteria. If there was still fuel and electricity, they might try to supply hot water and simple hot meals, but that wouldn't last long. Soon the rationing of food and water would become a problem. The city. For the first day or two, they might still attempt to maintain basic operations, issuing emergency notices, organizing repairs, and allocating supplies. But when the temperature dropped below -50°C, most fuel would solidify, machinery would malfunction, and outdoor work would become suicide. Communication-based stations would also gradually collapse due to power failure from the cold. The speed at which order crumbled would surpass everyone's imagination. As for further away at the national level, information had long been cut off during his struggle for survival in his past life, so he had no way of knowing. But the outcome was clear. The extreme cold was global, persistent, and seemingly endless. At 1 a.m, the system's cold prompt sounded punctually. Daily copy count refreshed, 33. Liemo put down his screwdriver and sank his consciousness into the system space. In the gray, hazy space, 1,000 bottles of water, 1,000 cans, and 1,000 medical kits were neatly stacked, granting him a transcendent sense of security. He needed a weapon, a reliable one. With a thought, the fire axe leaning against the corner appeared in his hand. This was a simulation of consciousness. It had been touched during the day, and its blueprint was unlocked. Copy fire axe. In the space beside the pile of supplies, 1,000 brand-new gleaming fire axes materialized instantly. The metal blade glinted coldly. The quantity was somewhat beyond expectations, but Liemo did not pause. He returned to reality, walked to his bed, and picked up a specially selected thick and long padded jacket. Dark gray, with stiff fabric and thick filling, bought according to his height of 1.83 m. Copy thick padded jacket. In the system space, another 1,000 identical dark gray thick padded jackets appeared, neatly folded. One use left. His gaze fell on the few outdoor gas canisters in the corner. Small orange cans, seemingly insignificant. But in the extreme cold, they meant a controllable heat source, hot water and hot food. They were key to maintaining morale and physiological function. He picked one up. Copy butane gas canister outdoor use. 1,000 identical orange canisters appeared in the space. The 3 uses were exhausted. Liamo let out a long sigh. Basic supplies, weapons, cold protection, energy. The most critical pieces of the survival puzzle had been assembled in the first early morning of the apocalypse. He continued reinforcing the windows, sealing the glass gaps with tape. The indoor temperature was still dropping. Though slower than outside, the chill was like countless tiny needles penetrating through the gaps in his clothes. Hiss! How is it so cold? The rustling sound of Wang Tao turning over in bed and the chattering of his teeth could be heard. He had been woken, fumbling to pull open the bed curtain. He was only wearing thin pajamas, hugging his arms and shivering. His face looked pale in the faint glow of his phone screen. The air conditioner. It doesn't seem to be heating anymore. Emogo, aren't you cold? Zhang Hai and Shun Su were also woken by the cold, complaining vaguely as they fumbled for thicker clothes in bed. Zhang Hai pulled the blanket tighter around himself, while Shun Su started rummaging through his things. Liamo didn't look back, continuing to apply tape. The air conditioner is useless. The outdoor temperature has already dropped below its operating limit. Wang Tao froze instinctively, looking towards the window. Outside it was a gray blur, nothing visible. What month is this? The weather forecast wasn't. His words were cut off by the sharp wailing sound of a fierce wind blowing through the gaps. The sound was like a ghost cry, sending chills down one's spine. The temperature had clearly dropped another notch. Wang Tao couldn't take it anymore. He jumped out of bed, his bare feet hitting the icy concrete floor, making him hop in place twice before rushing to find his thick coat. He only found a thin fleece hoodie and a pair of not-thick sweatpants. He threw them on haphazardly, but was still shivering uncontrollably, jogging in place. No, I can't take it. What the hell is this weather? Zhang Hai also got out of bed, wrapped in his blanket, his face grim. My phone just got an alert. It says a sudden extreme cold wave advising citizens to stay indoors and not go out unless necessary. But it didn't say it would be this cold. Chen Su had already put on his thickest down jacket, but it was clearly not enough. His lips were turning slightly purple. The coldest winter in my hometown is only -20 degrees. This feels much colder than that. Something's wrong, very wrong. Liamo finished applying the last strip of tape, walked over to his pile of supplies, took out 3 of the thick padded jackets from the stack, turned around, and tossed one to each of them. Put them on. Wang Tao caught the jacket. It was surprisingly heavy and thick in his hands. He didn't bother to ask when Liamo had bought so many of the same style and in such large sizes. He quickly put it on. The jacket was indeed long, reaching almost to his knees. Although the sleeves were a bit long and needed rolling up, it instantly blocked most of the biting cold. A dull warmth began to envelop his body. Damn, it's warm. Wang Tao sighed in relief, quickly zipped it up to the top, and pulled up the hood. Zhang Hai and Chen Su also hurriedly put theirs on. The jackets were even more oversized on them. But no one complained at the moment, only felt a sense of relief as if they had been saved. The clothes still had the smell of new fabric, but they were incredibly practical. Liamo, this. Thanks. Zhang Hai felt a bit embarrassed. Earlier they had thought Liamo had developed a hoarding obsession because of Lin Wei. Liamo waved his hand without speaking. He walked back to the window, his face almost pressed against the glass as he looked out. The fog had thickened, almost completely swallowing the street lamp's light, leaving only a faint pale glow. On the inside of the window glass, a thin layer of irregular frost had begun to form. Time ticked by. 3 o'clock. 4 o'clock. Cold, a bone-penetrating cold. Even wearing the thick padded jacket indoors, the chill was pervasive. The soles of his feet began to go numb, and his exposed nose and cheeks felt as if they were being scraped by a knife. The dormitory was terrifyingly silent, broken only by the suppressed breathing of the 4 of them, and the relentless, increasingly shrill howling of the wind out. Wang Tao put on every pair of socks he could find, wrapped himself in a blanket, but still couldn't stop shivering. He took out his phone to check the time or messages, only to find the signal bars flickering weakly and the network intermittent. The class group chat and campus forum were already in chaos, all filled with terrified questions and various theories about the cold, but no official confirmation. He scrolled to a post that was rapidly being bumped to the top, its headline shocking. Someone from Building 3 of the dormitory area tried to go out to find food and was found collapsed on the road 10 minutes later, suspected hypothermia. Wang Tao's hand trembled, and he almost dropped his phone. He looked up at the silent silhouette by the window. Liamo stood there like a statue that couldn't feel the cold. Zhang Hai moved to the other side of the window, wiped away a small patch of frost with his finger, and gasped in horror. Look outside. Is the ground? Is it iced over? And is that snow? In the gray-white fog, the ground was faintly visible, covered in a strange reflective substance. Finer white particles danced wildly in the air current. Chen Zu's voice trembled. My phone. I just used the built-in thermometer to measure the indoor temperature. It's close to -15 degrees. Then what about outside? How cold is it outside? No one answered. But a wave of fear rose in everyone's heart. This was no ordinary cold wave. Around 4:30 in the morning, a short, sharp hiss of electrical static came from above. The fluorescent light flickered violently a few times, then went out with a pop. Immediately after, the sound of the air conditioner's outdoor unit running and the faint hum of power supply equipment in the hallway all ceased. The power was out. The dormitory was plunged into darkness, with only the extremely faint, distorted light from outside filtering through the fog, outlining the vague contours of the objects inside. Absolute silence and cold, like two giant hands, choked everyone's throat. The power is out too. Wang Tao's voice carried a sob in the darkness. In this suffocating darkness and bitter cold, Li Mo's calm voice sounded, reaching everyone's ears. Everyone, from today on, the global temperature will continue to drop, eventually stabilizing at around -70 degrees or even lower. This isn't a cold wave. It's a permanent climate change. The school, the city will all be paralyzed soon. In the darkness, the breaths of his three roommates seemed. We are roommates. Li Mo turned around. His face was unreadable in the faint light. Only his eyes seemed to reflect a hint of cold glimmer. Outside will get more and more chaotic. Hunger, cold, and fighting for a little resource will turn people into something inhuman. If you want to survive, you can only rely on ourselves, on the four of us sticking together. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the three blurred, horrified faces in the darkness. The hoarded supplies, used sparingly, can last for a while. Water, food, warmth. I have a share here. But the prerequisite is that we must be of one mind. Anyone with second thoughts, or who becomes a burden, don't blame me for being ruthless. As his words fell, the dormitory was left with only the roar of the gale battering the windows. Wang Tao opened his mouth to ask, how do you know? -70 degrees. How is that possible? But the words stuck in his throat, unable to come out. Because Li Mo's tone was too certain. So certain that it left no room for doubt. Moreover, he had indeed hoarded a large amount of supplies, as if he had anticipated this. Compared to the hellish sudden cold and darkness before them, the weather forecast had become a joke. The school was completely unprepared, and the power went out at the drop of a hat. What was impossible anymore? Shanghai swallowed hard, his throat dry and painful. Chen Su pulled his padded jacket tighter. His body was still trembling slightly, but besides fear, a glimmer of something struggling to coalesce appeared in his eyes. Just then, from a distance downstairs, the faint sound of noisy voices could be heard, along with urgent whistles, as if someone was assembling or frantically directing something. The school's emergency response mechanism was finally, belatedly and hastily, beginning to activate in the bone-chilling cold. But in the dormitory building, more terrified cries, banging on doors, and shouts of inquiry and curses began to rise, one after another, quickly overpowering the faint sounds of organization. The prelude to chaos had begun. Li Mo walked back to his bed, fumbled to take out the outdoor gas stove and a small iron pot, then pulled out an orange gas canister and expertly connected it. With a soft click, he pressed the ignition switch. A stable flame, blue tinged with yellow, leaped to life in the absolute darkness and cold. The flickering flame became the sole anchor in the darkness and biting cold. The blue-yellow halo illuminated a small circle, casting light upon four young but tense faces. It also brought a faint yet genuine warmth. Wang Tao, Shanghai, and Chen Su instinctively drew closer, stretching out their hands to warm them by the fire, their stiff fingers gradually regaining sensation. Once they had warmed up a bit, Li Mo turned away and rummaged through his pile of supplies, though in truth he was extracting items from his system space. Then he straightened up, holding several objects in his hands. Here, one for each of you. He first handed over three brand-new fire axes. The handles were icy cold, and the blades glinted ominously in the firelight. Wang Tao took one, his hand sinking under the weight, nearly dropping it. He had never handled anything heavier than dumbbells before. Holding such a bladed weapon felt entirely different, sending a shiver down his spine, yet somehow instilling a strange sense of confidence. Shanghai and Chen Su silently accepted theirs as well, gripping the handles tightly. Take these two, Li Mo said, handing over several small orange canisters. Outdoor gas canisters. Then, amid their bewildered gazes, he picked up his own lit gas stove and demonstrated how to detach and install a canister. Watch closely. One canister lasts a few hours. Use it sparingly. This is a lifeline. After finishing, he reconnected his stove, letting the flame He lifted his head again, his gaze sweeping over the three. We have fire, food, and thick clothes. Other dorms don't. His voice was clear amid the crackling of the flame. Soon someone will lose control and come knocking, begging, or trying to take what we have. Wang Tao's throat moved, but he said nothing. Shanghai and Chen Su turned pale, instinctively glancing at the tightly shut dorm door. Remember, Li Mo said, staring at the flame. If anyone causes trouble, stand behind me or beside me. Do as I do. Don't be a coward, but don't act recklessly. Understand? Wang Tao nodded, firmly gripping the axe tighter. Shanghai and Chen Su also nodded hesitantly. They had countless questions, but the words were stifled by the incomprehensible reality before them and the cold axe in their hands. What was the point of asking? The facts were laid out plainly: the cold, the darkness, the blackout, and everything Li Mo had prepared. He was right. That was enough. Time seemed both stretched and compressed in the extreme cold. The temperature continued to drop mercilessly. The frost on the window panes grew thicker, forming intricate, sinister patterns. Even huddled around the small gas stove in padded jackets, the chill still seeped through every gap like countless tiny needles of ice. The soles of their feet, even through thick socks, quickly grew numb and ached from the cold floor. The corridor outside grew restless. At first, muffled sobs and complaints drifted through the cracks of doors. Then someone began pounding on doors, unsure whether they wanted to get out or let others in. More footsteps echoed in the hallway, chaotic dragging accompanied by chattering teeth and slurred curses. Cold, damn it's cold. Who has a thick blanket? Lend me one. My phone has no signal. Can't charge it either. Is there any food? I'm so hungry. The noise grew louder, mingling with the sounds of arguments and shoving. At one point, a loud crash rang out in the distance like glass shattering. Then came panicked screams and even more chaotic running. Wang Tao flinched, nearly dropping his axe. Zhang Hai and Xin Su also tensed up, straining their ears, barely daring to breathe. Li Mo just listened quietly, his face expressionless, occasionally adjusting the stove flame to make it flicker. Suddenly, a greater commotion arose from down. The screeching feedback of a loudspeaker being turned on cut through the air. A hoarse, urgent voice of a middle-aged man came through intermittently. Students, don't panic. Stay in your dorms. Wait, the school is organizing. But soon his voice was drowned out by more terrified questions, and after another agonizing stretch of time, more organized footsteps and knocks echoed in the corridor, accompanied by loud shouts. Attention, everyone. Emergency notice from the school. Everyone must immediately assemble on the first floor to be transferred to the auditorium. The auditorium has backup generators and heating. Repeat, everyone go downstairs and assemble immediately. Don't bring too many personal items, move as fast as possible. The shouting voice was hoarse and commanding. Likely from the school security office, possibly, with some remaining teachers and counselors. The outside commotion first fell silent, then erupted into even louder noise, mixing doubt and urgency. The auditorium. Heating. Really? That's great. Let's go. I can't stay in this hellhole another second. Chaotic footsteps surged toward the stairwell. Many hadn't even put on their coats properly before being driven out by survival instinct. Wang Tao's eyes lit up as he looked at Li Mo. Mo Gu, did you hear that? The auditorium has heating and generators. The school is organizing a transfer. Should we go? Zhang Hai and Xin Su also stood up, immediately, relief washing over their faces. Having organization and authority gave their panicked hearts a sudden anchor. Yeli Mo, it's too cold here, and we don't know how long we'll have to endure. Going to the auditorium should be safer, and there might be food too. Xin Su said eagerly. Li Mo didn't move. He didn't even lift his eyelids, focusing instead on the purified water in the pot that was beginning to emit faint steam. Water he had just poured. I'm not going, he said. What? Wang Tao was stunned. Why? They have heating there. Yeli Mo, there's just the four of us here with one small stove. How long can that last? In the auditorium, there'll be more people, and the school will definitely distribute supplies, Zhang Hai urged. Li Mo raised his eyes, his gaze calm as it swept over them. Supplies are limited, and there are too many people. Going there means putting yourselves at the mercy of others. Besides, it'll be too chaotic. I don't believe they can control the situation. Memories of his past life flashed through his mind. The initial relief in the auditorium would soon be replaced by cold. With generator fuel running low, the limited blankets and hot water would spark fights. In the darkness, no one knew who struck first. Screams, trampling, and later people forming factions to seize control of distribution. He had been one of the naive ones who followed the crowd back then. Surviving had taken a measure of luck and hiding. But Wang Tao tried to say more, but Li Mo cut him off. If you want to go, I won't stop you. His voice remained flat. You're wearing thick coats and have weapons now. Be careful on the way, don't crowd with others, and you should make it to the auditorium. Once there, stick together, stay sharp, and don't rely on anyone else. Hearing this, Wang Tao hesitated. He looked at Li Mo sitting there like a rock, then at the heavy axe in his hand and the thick coat on his back. Listening to the increasingly chaotic noise outside, cries and urgings, the hope that had just risen in his heart cooled again. Because Li Mo's earlier preparations and predictions had been proven right time and again. This time, Zhang Hai and Xin Su exchanged glances. Xin Su gritted his teeth and said, how about Zhang Hai and I go check it out first? Let's see what the auditorium is really like, whether there's real support. If it's good, we'll come back and get you. If not, we'll find a way back. He thought it was a reasonable compromise. Zhang Hai quickly nodded. Right, let's scout ahead. We can't just stay cooped up here, knowing nothing. Just then their dorm door was pounded urgently. Thump, thump, thump. Anyone in there? Get out now. Assemble on the first floor and move to the auditorium. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. The voice outside was unfamiliar, impatient, and tense, likely one of the school organizers. Wang Tao looked at Li Mo. Li Mo jutted his chin toward the door, his meaning clear. It was their decision. Zhang Hai took a deep breath, zipped up his coat, hastily wrapped the fire axe in an old bedsheet, and tucked it under his arm. Let's go, he said to Xin Su. Xin Su did the same, wrapping his axe. He glanced back at the small pot of snow water about to melt on the stove, and Li Mo's unreadable face, then murmured, "Will, go take a look." "Be careful," Li Mo said with a grunt. Wang Tao watched them head for the door, opened his mouth, but said nothing in the end, only gripping his axe tighter and moving a step closer to Li Mo. Zhang Hai turned the lock and pulled the door open a crack. A blast of icy wind rushed in, making him shiver violently. Outside stood a male student in a puffy down jacket, and wool hat, his face red from the cold and his expression anxious. Behind him, shadows of people crowded the corridor, all pushing toward the stairs. "Come on, we've been waiting for you," the boy shouted. "Coming, coming," Zhang Hai replied, and he and Chun Su squeezed out, quickly disappearing into the chaotic stream of people outside. The door was closed again, clicking shut. The noise and chill of the corridor were briefly sealed off. The dorm was left with only Li Mo and Wang Tao, along with the steady blue flame. The snow water in the pot had melted, emitting faint wisps of steam. Wang Tao listened to the fading chaos outside, then looked at the silent Li Mo and the small pocket of warmth around them. Suddenly, he felt that not rushing out earlier might have been the right choice. The whistles and shouts for assembly downstairs gradually subsided. Most of those who could move seemed to have been taken away. But not long after, footsteps echoed in the corridor again, slower this time, mingled with painful groans and coughs. In the dormitory, only the faint crackling of the gas stove's flame remained, and the ceaseless howl of the wind outside the window. Wang Tao sat on a small stool, hugging his knees, the axe resting against his leg, his eyes fixed on the blue flame, his mind uneasy. "Brother Mo," he finally couldn't help but speak, his voice sounding dry in the silence. "Are we really not going to the auditorium?" Li Mo was using a piece of wire to adjust the air intake of the gas stove, regulating the fire. "Not now, then. Later. We'll see." Wang Tao was silent for a moment, the accumulated doubts churning in his stomach like boiling water. He turned his head and looked at Li Mo's calm profile. On that face there was almost no fear of the extreme environment, only a kind of focus. He finally spoke, his voice low, "Brother Mou." Before he could finish, the dormitory door was knocked on again. This time the knock was very different. Weak, hesitant knocking a few times, then pausing, as if using all the strength left. A trembling voice, thick with a nasal tone, came through the door. Is anyone there? Help! Help!" Wang Tao immediately looked at Li Mo, his eyes asking for direction. Li Mo listened carefully. Aside from the weak plea for help, there were no other suspicious sounds in the corridor for now. He nodded. Wang Tao gripped the axe and walked to the door. He didn't open it immediately, but asked first, "Who is it?" "I'm from the materials science department next door, Wu Jichao. I have a fever, I couldn't keep up with the school people." The person outside spoke, interspersed with suppressed coughs. Wang Tao remembered this person. They had attended a public class together. He had a vague impression. A rather introverted guy. He turned back to seek Li Mo's consent with his eyes. Li Mo nodded again. Only then did Wang Tao carefully twist the lock and open a crack. The cold wind rushed in violently. A figure wrapped in a long blue down jacket was almost limp against the door frame. Wu Jichao's face was flushed, his lips cracked, and peeling, his eyes half closed, his body trembling uncontrollably, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Wang Tao quickly pulled him in and closed the door behind him. Wu Jichao's legs gave way and he almost fell, but Wang Tao caught him. Li Mo had already stood up and walked over to the pile of supplies. He quickly retrieved from his spatial storage, then pretended to pull a medical kit from the pile, opening it. From it, he took out amoxicillin, clavulanate, and fever reducers, then grabbed a bottle of water and walked back. "Take these." He handed the medicine and water to Wang Tao, signaling him to help. Wang Tao helped the half-conscious Wu Jichao swallow the medicine and gave him a few sips of water. Wu Jichao choked, coughed violently, and took a long time to calm down. But after taking the medicine and drinking water, a glimmer of light returned to his dazed eyes. Only then did he notice the flickering gas stove and small iron pot in the center of the dormitory. The dim, warm firelight made his frozen body instinctively yearn for it. Thank you," he thanked in a hoarse voice, but his eyes couldn't help staring at the flame. "Come over and sit, warm yourself by the fire." Wang Tao helped him to the gas stove, found a cardboard box to sit on, and let him settle. Li Mo said nothing, picked up the pot, and poured the heated water into a cup. Then he continued searching through the supplies. This time he took out 3 cans of braised pork. Of course, among the physical goods he had hoarded there were other types of canned food, fruit, fish, chicken, but the quantities were far less than the duplicates. He should have packed and duplicated them along with the medicine. But after all, he had just bound the system and hadn't thought of such flexible application at the time. Although he had thought of it in the early hours, it was just some cans, still not as important as duplicating winter coats, axes, and gas canisters first, so he had to postpone it. With a sharp sound, he pried open the can and poured the solidified meat chunks with white fat and broth into the steaming pot. The cold meat hit the bottom of the pot, making an enticing sizzling sound. The rich aroma of meat mixed with the salty fragrance of fermented black beans and soy sauce exploded in the freezing air instantly. Wang Tao's stomach betrayed him with a loud growl. The fried rice from last night had long been consumed, and he had endured a cold and hungry night of turmoil. This aroma was absolutely soul-stirring. Wu Jichao couldn't help but swallow saliva, staring eagerly at the meat chunks and broth gradually melting and rolling in the pot. Liamo stirred slowly with a spoon to distribute the heat evenly. Soon a small pot of steaming braised pork was ready. The broth bubbled with tiny bubbles, shiny with oil. He took a few mouthwash cups, scalded them with hot water, then first filled half a cup of scalding hot meat soup for Wu Jichao and added a few large pieces of meat. Careful, it's hot. Drink slowly. Wu Jichao took the cup with trembling hands, and despite the heat carefully took a sip. The scalding salty soup slid down his esophagus, and wherever it passed it felt as if his frozen internal organs were awakening. He almost moaned and he quickly blew on it, then ate the meat and soup in small but eager bites. Only then did Liamo serve Wang Tao and himself. Wang Tao had been waiting impatiently. He blew on it a few times and started eating, sucking in air from the heat, but not stopping. The fatty and lean pork had been stewed until soft and tender. The salty, fragrant food warmed his entire body, and even his tense nerves relaxed a bit. Damn. Delicious. So delicious. Wang Tao praised indistinctly, almost in tears. In this hellish cold and chaos, the comfort of a hot meal surpassed any delicacy in normal. Liamo ate relatively slowly, but with equal seriousness. He needed the calories. Wu Jichao quickly finished his half cup, still craving more, but too embarrassed to ask for more. Liamo didn't add any more for him, revealing too many supplies required moderation. Wu Jichao's complexion had improved significantly. Although his fever hadn't completely subsided, his spirits were clearly lifted. He wrapped his down jacket tighter and cast an envious glance at the longer, thicker cotton coat Wang Tao was wearing, but didn't ask. Thank you. Wu Jichao thanked them again, this time much more sincerely. If it weren't for you, I might have. He shuddered and didn't finish. We're all from the same school, we help each other. Wang Tao waved his hand, wiped his mouth, and regained some energy. How come you didn't go with the main group? Wu Jichao smiled bitterly. I had a fever, no strength, and fell asleep. When I was woken up by the noise outside, everything was chaotic. I struggled to get up, but people were almost gone. I called out, but no one heard. I saw a light through the crack in your door and heard voices, so I... He paused, looked at the burning gas stove and the little oil left in the pot, and couldn't help asking, you aren't going to the auditorium? I heard there's a generator and heating there. Liamo shook his head, not explaining. Wang Tao took over, sighing, we heard that too. But I have a bad feeling about it. So many people crammed in all at once, food, drink, and heating. How easy is that to solve? He unconsciously repeated Li Mo's earlier point. Wu Jichao thought for a moment, then nodded, his face even more worried. True. And I just saw many people running with nothing but thin clothes. In a place like that, what if? He didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. The three fell silent for a moment, only the sound of the gas stove burning. The wind outside seemed to have died down a little, but the cold hadn't abated in the slightest. Wu Jichao moved his warmed-up hands and feet, hesitated, then finally asked the question that worried him most. What's going on with this weather? My phone died long ago. The last messages I saw were all chaotic, saying it was a once-in-a-century super cold wave. But this is too. I feel it's much colder than any winter I've experienced in my hometown, and it's only been one night. Wang Tao immediately looked at Liamo. This was also what he had been wanting to ask. Liamo finished the last of the meat soup, put down his cup, and looked at the flickering flame before him. He spoke slowly, it's not a normal cold wave, at least not the kind we understand. He paused as if organizing his words, or rather deciding how much to reveal. The temperature will keep dropping until about -70°C, and it will remain that way for a long time. This is not a local phenomenon, it's global. The existing social system will collapse quickly under this temperature. Electricity, transportation, communication, production. Almost everything will come to a halt. Although Wang Tao had mentally prepared himself, hearing Liamo say these words with such certainty still sent a chill down his spine. His heart felt as if it were gripped by an icy hand. He had still harbored a sliver of hope that it would get better in a few days. Now that hope was completely shattered. Wu Jichao was struck as if by lightning. He froze, eyes wide open, mouth agape, unable to utter a sound. -70°. Global. Long-term. These words were beyond his cognitive limits. He had thought they were just experiencing an extreme weather event, and waiting for rescue would be enough. But now, how is this possible? Is it a new ice age? Or something else? Wu Jichao's voice trembled violently. The reason doesn't matter anymore. Liamo's gaze shifted from the flame to them, his eyes unusually deep in the dim light. What matters is that from now on the world we knew is over. Survival is the only goal. Expecting large-scale effective rescue from the outside is a slim hope. We can only rely on ourselves and the people we trust. His words were like a hammer shattering the last of Wu Jichao's illusions. The boy's face instantly turned pale. The color that had returned from the hot food and fever reducer faded completely, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably again. This time it wasn't from the fever, but from a fear deep in his soul. Wang Tao took a deep breath of the cold air, forcing himself to calm down. He recalled how Li Mo had methodically hoarded supplies, reinforced the doors and windows, and distributed axes, and his decisiveness in refusing to go to the auditorium. All these unusual actions now had the most reasonable and most terrifying explanation. Li Mo knew. He had known all along. Wang Tao didn't ask how Li Mo knew. It didn't matter anymore. What mattered was that Li Mo knew and he was prepared. And he, because he was in the same dorm as Li Mo, because he chose to stay last night, was now wearing a thick cotton coat, warming by the fire and eating hot canned food. And he had an axe in his hand. A complex mix of emotions surged in Wang Tao's heart. There was fear, relief, and a sense of confusion and chill in the face of the unknown. He looked at Li Mo. Li Mo had already turned his attention back to the gas stove, as if the words that could overturn the world were just a casual chat about the weather. Outside the window, the gray daylight seemed to have completely stalled, only the boundless cold silently enveloping everything. In the distance, a faint, indistinct sound, whether a cry or a shout, was heard. Soon it was torn apart by the wind. This long apocalypse had only just begun. Endured another 2 long, frigid days where day and night blurred indistinguishably. The gas stove blazed continuously, and the gas canisters were in no short supply. Thus, for most of the time, the dormitory maintained a minimal warmth. The 3 of them took turns sleeping, wrapped in everything they could find, yet they were often jolted awake. When awake, they huddled around the gas stove, relying on that pitiful trace of heat and faint glow to combat the biting chill that threatened to numb their very conscience. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao occasionally exchanged low whispers. They talked about their past university life, the local snacks from their hometowns, and their families. When they reached that topic, both fell into long silences. Their eyes stared into the unseen distance, filled with anguish and fear. No signals, no electricity. They had absolutely no idea what had become of the outside world, especially their homes thousands of miles away. This torment of the unknown was more agonizing than the cold itself. Li Mo, whose parents had died early, rarely joined their conversations. He either closed his eyes to conserve energy, or silently organized supplies in the darkness, or used his numb, frozen hands to further reinforce the makeshift barricade of desks and chairs behind the door. Wang Tao noticed that Li Mo often sat in front of his pile of supplies. He seemed to always be able to pull out something just when they needed it. A perfectly sealed can, a thick woolen blanket, and so on. The items were few, but each time they were exactly what was needed, sustaining the threshold of survival. Wang Tao's suspicions grew heavier, but he didn't ask. There was an aura about Li Mo now that made him hesitant to probe. Zhang Hai and Chun Su had not returned. There was no word from them either. From the direction of the auditorium, at first faint, indistinct noises could be heard, but then it fell completely silent, leaving only the sound of the wind. This silence was more unsettling than the noise. Wang Tao began to grow restless. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, the sky was still that oppressive leaden gray. Finally, he couldn't help but whisper to Li Mo, Zhang Hai, and the others. Could something have happened? It's been 2 days. Li Mo was scraping the grease off the edge of a can with a small knife. He paused at the question. The auditorium is crowded and complicated. It wouldn't be surprising if something went wrong. His tone was so calm, so unnervingly calm, that it sent a chill down Wang Tao's spine. Then, should we go check? Li Mo smeared the scraped grease onto a piece of compressed biscuit and ate slowly. In his mind, he was calculating the time. In his past lives memory, the order in the auditorium had collapsed within the first few days. The generator fuel ran out or was seized by certain individuals, triggering a scramble for the limited blankets and food. Then came violent conflicts. Calculating the time, it was about right. Wait a little longer, Li Mo said. Over the past 2 days, he hadn't wasted the system's replication opportunities. He first replicated thick quilts, obtaining 1,000. Then he packed all the cans, including fruits, fish, poultry, and various other flavors, obtaining 1,000 packs. Subsequently, he also replicated basic hardware toolkits and 20-liter barrels of gasoline No. 92, each obtaining 1,000. The toolkits contained everything from screwdrivers to wrenches and pliers. Gasoline was a crucial strategic resource, and today's remaining replication opportunity he kept for emergencies. But now that he had gasoline, his plan was the backup generator in the auditorium. He had to get his hands on it. Not for immediate use, but for unlocking. Once he touched the generator, he could replicate it. 1,000 generators paired with 1,000 barrels of gasoline. What did that mean? It meant he could establish a sustainable energy supply station. He could even extend the power supply to every area of the campus. Electricity meant light, small-scale heating and the ability to regain control of information. It would be a bastion of civilization in the absolute darkness and cold. Not only would it dramatically improve survival quality, but it would also be a powerful bargaining chip and base. As he was thinking, a faint, muffled uproar suddenly came from the direction of the auditorium. It wasn't the chaotic noise of the initial assembly, but more like an explosive commotion. Among it, there were short screams and shouts, though weakened by distance, and wind their ominous quality still pierced through. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao raised their heads, almost simultaneously listening intently. "What's that sound?" Wu Jichao asked nervously. Wang Tao abruptly stood up, wrapped his coat tighter, and strode to the balcony door. The balcony door had long been sealed, but a gap was left for observation. He labored to move the barrier aside a bit, squinting outward. The distant building outlines were blurred in the gray, cold mist. But at the auditorium, where all had been dead silent, figures were now shifting, a chaotic mess. It seemed many people were pouring out of the main and side doors of the auditorium like ants from a disturbed nest, blindly running and jostling together on the frozen. Even from this distance, one could sense the panic and despair. The auditorium. It's gone haywire at the auditorium. So many people are running out. Wang Tao's voice was tinged with horror. Liamo slowly stood up, walked to the balcony door, and took a look. Just as expected. The chaos came a bit early, but the crowd couldn't run for long in the extreme cold. Soon they would realize there was nowhere to go. The dormitory building was probably the nearest option. Otherwise they would freeze to death. The generator shouldn't be completely destroyed. Li Mo muttered, a faint curve tugging at the corner of his mouth. Wang Tao didn't catch the last part, but Li Mo's reaction made it instantly clear. "Mo, you called it again." His voice trembled. Li Mo had predicted the extreme cold, the collapse of order, and now the chaos at the auditorium. Li Mo didn't answer, which was as good as confirmation. He left the window and began to inspect his hatchet, then gathered a few gas canisters and the small iron pot into a position where they could be easily carried. "It's only been 2 days, Li Mo said coldly. Concentrating thousands of people in one place without sufficient supplies, effective management, or enough armed force to maintain order. Collapse is inevitable." The school had no contingency plan. It simply centralized the problem and waited for a faint hope of rescue. Wang Tao watched Li Mo prepare methodically. In his mind, he replayed Li Mo's calmness over the past 2 days and the stability of their dormitory, in contrast to the apocalyptic fleeing scene in the distance. A chill shot from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. It was fear of Li Mo's almost prescient calm and preparedness, and the immense relief that followed. Relief that he had stayed. Then, Zhang Hai and Shinsu. Wang Tao's voice was hoarse. "Life and death are fate's decree." Li Mo glanced at him. "If they're still alive, they're likely running back with the crowd. Let's wait and see." The waiting became excruciating. The distant commotion lasted for a while, then gradually subsided. Perhaps people had scattered or had frozen stiff. But not long after, sounds began to emerge from below the dormitory building. Chaotic, heavy footsteps, accompanied by agonized moans, hoarse cries, and furious curses. People were coming back, and not just one or two. It was a crowd. "Open the door. Open up. I'm freezing. Anyone there? Give us some food. Damn. Who locked the door?" The voices grew closer, more clamorous, accompanied by the sound of banging on other dormitory doors. Many rooms were already empty, or the occupants dared. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao held their breath, tensely staring at the door. Li Mo had already picked up his hatchet and stood in the shadow behind the door, signaling them to stay silent. Soon footsteps and shouts echoed in the corridor of their floor. It sounded like quite a few people had returned. Their emotions were agitated, filled with the terror of narrow escape and the brutality bred by cold and hunger. "This room. I think I heard something from this room." "Li Mo, Wang Tao, is that you? Open up. It's Zhang Hai." A hoarse, tearful voice suddenly sounded outside the door, accompanied by heavy pounding. Wang Tao's eyes widened, looking at Li Mo. Li Mo frowned, listening intently to the sounds outside. Besides Zhang Hai's voice, there were several unfamiliar breaths and murmurs. He gave Wang Tao an almost imperceptible nod. Wang Tao took a deep breath, walked to the door, and lowered his voice. "Zhang Hai, are you alone? What about Shinsu?" "Shinsu is gone." Zhang Hai's voice trembled with despair. It was too chaotic inside. People fighting over stuff. He was knocked down. I couldn't hold on. "Open the door. Open up. There are people chasing us." Wang Tao's heart sank. He looked at Li Mo. Li Mo's eyes were cold. He caught the unnatural tone in Zhang Hai's words, and also heard the deliberately softened footsteps of those who weren't Zhang Hai outside. "Step back," Li Mo mouthed to Wang Tao, gripping the hatchet handle tightly and positioning himself beside the door lock. 2 days prior, Zhang Hai and Shinsu, swept along by the panicked crowd, stumbled and staggered into the grand auditorium, braving a wind sharp enough to slice the skin from their faces. Hope lingered in their hearts. Inside, the auditorium was indeed warmer than the outdoors. A backup generator hummed, and several high-power heaters cast an orange. Though insufficient to dispel the chill from the vast space, it at least offered the frozen limbs a chance to thaw. School officials shouted to maintain order, directing everyone to sit by their departments. They repeatedly promised that food and water would be distributed while they awaited further rescue. In the first few hours, the panic subsided slightly. People huddled together, sharing body heat and encouraging one another. Zhang Hai and Chun Su found a small area for their college, wrapped themselves in the padded jackets Li Mo had given them, and sat against the wall, thinking Li Mo might have been overly cautious. Yet this fragile order lasted only a day. The decrepit auditorium had drafty windows and snow seeping through door gaps. The heaters only reached those near the center, leaving the periphery and corners bitingly cold. The distributed supplies were pitifully scarce: half a bottle of cold water per person, a few pieces of hard dry bread. The promised blankets numbered only a few dozen, sparking the first small-scale scuffles and curses. By the second day, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. The generator's hum became intermittent, the heater's warmth visibly dimmed. Someone screamed that fuel was nearly gone. The faces of those distributing food grew darker as the boxes in their hands emptied. Some began to receive nothing. Hunger and cold spread like a plague. Uneasy murmurs escalated into loud accusations, which then turned into shoving and shouting. A few burly, athletic-looking students were the first to rebel, surrounding a counselor responsible for distribution, demanding to know where the food reserves were and why rescue hadn't arrived. The counselor, pale and incoherent, merely repeated, "We're making contact. The higher-ups have a plan." It was then that Zhang Hai spotted Zhao Peng. Zhao Peng, flanked by his lackeys, emerged from somewhere and pushed to the front of the crowd. His face bore an excitement that thrived on the chaos. "Contact my ass." Zhao Peng shoved the tearful counselor aside, leaped onto a chair, and shouted at the restless crowd. "Wake the hell up. Look at the temperature outside, minus 60 or 70 degrees. Rescue. The roads are frozen, planes can't fly. What rescue? The school just tricked us into coming here to die." His words were like sparks falling into a vat of oil. The crowd, already on the verge of collapse, ignited instantly. Yes, 70 degrees below zero. No normal person could endure that. He's right. We've been duped. Where's the food? Hand it over. Heat. We need heat. Roars drowned out the few teachers trying to maintain order. Some began to storm the side rooms of the auditorium, rumored to hold reserve supplies. Those who tried to block them were roughly shoved aside, falling and being trampled under countless feet. Screams of agony were swallowed by the greater uproar. Chun Su, his face drained of color, clutched Zhang Hai's arm. "It's chaos. Total chaos. Let's go. Back to the dorm." Zhang Hai, equally terrified, nodded repeatedly. As the crowd surged toward the storage area, the two crouched low, hugging the wall, and desperately edged toward the auditorium's main entrance. But the doorway was clogged with more people, some desperate to get in, others to get out, all pressed together in a cacophony of weeping and cursing. Zhang Hai and Chun Su, clad in conspicuous thick padded jackets, tried to swim against the current. Their attire, starkly different from the generally thin clothing of the crowd, quickly drew attention. "Stop right there." A sharp shout. One of Zhao Peng's lackeys, a burly crew-cut young man, blocked their path with two others. Their eyes assessed the padded jackets with ill intent. "Where do you think you're going? Nice coats. Where'd you get them?" "None. None of your business." Chun Su tried to sound tough, but his voice trembled. "Oh, getting cocky." The crew-cut man sneered, grabbing Chun Su by the collar. "We're short on warm things in here. Hand that over." "Let go." Zhang Hai stepped forward, his hand brushing the axe handle wrapped in old sheets at his waist. The cold, hard touch sent a jolt through him. This was the real deal, a blade. He steeled himself to draw it. But seeing the crew-cut man's vicious face and his two threatening accomplices, and catching a glimpse of the surrounding chaos where no one intervened, the surge of resolve instantly drained away. His hand, sweaty on the axe handle, felt frozen, unable to pull it out. Could he actually swing it? It could kill someone. His mind was a mess. Had been in fights before, but a real weapon. He didn't dare. In that moment of hesitation, the crew-cut man kicked Chun Su hard in the stomach. Chun Su grunted and doubled over. The other two closed in, raining down punches, and, "Damn it, let's fight back." Chun Su, enraged, tore off the sheet covering the axe. A brand new fire axe gleamed as he gripped it with both hands and swung wildly forward. The move startled the crew-cut man and his companions, who instinctively jumped back half a step. The axe cut through empty air, but its heavy momentum and the cold gleam of its blade were truly intimidating. "Shit, they've got real gear." The crew-cut man's eyes narrowed, then grew fiercer. "A crappy axe. Who are you trying to scare? You really gonna swing it?" Chun Zu's hands trembled. The axe was too heavy for him, and the previous swing had nearly slipped from his grasp. Panting heavily, he pointed the axe tip at the ground and blustered, "Stay back. I won't hesitate. Won't hesitate." The crew-cut man spat, unafraid. He stepped forward, his eyes locked on Chun Zu's shaking hands and the axe that was never truly raised. "Go on, swing it at my neck." He pointed at his own throat, his face full of contempt. "You coward. Think holding an axe makes you someone. I dare you with 100 guts." The other two saw through Chun Zu's bluff and laughed, closing in again. Chun Su was completely overwhelmed by their aggression. His grip on the axe grew shakier as he stumbled backward, repeating, "Stay back," but lacking any of the courage had shown moments before. Seizing the opportunity, the crew-cut man lunged forward and kicked Chun Su hard on the shin. Chun Su cried out in pain, lost his balance, and the axe clattered to the ground. In the next second, a barrage of fists and feet rained down on him. He curled up, clutching his head, letting out agonized screams. Zhang Hai watched helplessly. The weight of the axe at his waist felt like 1,000 pounds pinning him in place. He wanted to draw it, but was terrified. Afraid that once he used the axe there would be no turning back. Afraid that if blood was spilled he'd end up in prison. He was just an ordinary student, rarely even in fights. This deadly piece of iron far exceeded his psychological limits. Stop. Please stop. He begged, his voice tearful, drowned out by the surrounding noise. The thuds of fists and feet hitting Chen Zu's body struck Zhang Hai's frayed nerves. In the end, his hand on the axe handle merely slackened and dropped to his side. Zhang Hai broke down, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The crew-cut man stopped, placed a foot on Chen Zu's back, who could no longer get up, and bent down to yank off his padded jacket. Chen Su clung desperately to his collar, letting out hoarse gasps. Damn stubborn. Losing patience, the crew-cut man grabbed a broken chair leg someone had discarded and smashed it down hard on the back of Chen Zu's head. A dull thud. Chen Zu's body went rigid. His grip on the collar released. His eyes remained open, but the light within them instantly faded. Zhang Hai stood frozen, struck as if by lightning, staring blankly as Chen Su went limp, a dark red stain slowly spreading beneath him. His mind went blank, his ears rang, and all the surrounding noise seemed to fade away. Only the horrific scene before him remained. The crew-cut man, now in a frenzy of excitement, perhaps afraid himself, but in this environment his wickedness grew unchecked, swiftly stripped Chen Su of his jacket. He kicked the motionless body in disgust, then turned to Zhang Hai, who stood like a wooden statue, and grinned. His teeth, stained with a trace of blood, gleamed. Yours. Take it off yourself, or we help you. Zhang Hai shook all over his teeth, chattering, unsure if it was from cold or fear. He looked at Zhao Peng, who stood with arms crossed watching the scene, as if enjoying a show. He then looked at Chen Zu's lifeless face. A wave of nausea and terror surged in his stomach. He'll take it off. He fumbled with the buttons of his jacket, his fingers completely uncooperative. The frigid air instantly enveloped his thin undershirt, making him shiver violently. Wait. Zhao Peng suddenly stepped over, stopping the crew-cut man from pressing further. He looked Zhang Hai up and down, who was terrified to the core, and asked slowly, I remember you. You're in the same dorm as that Li Mo, right? Zhang Hai nodded, instinctively tears and snot smeared across his face. He's clever not showing up. Zhao Peng's eyes flickered. I saw earlier. You guys had a bunch of stuff in your dorm, didn't you? Food. Drinks. Zhang Hai's heart clenched. A bad premonition seized him. Speak. The crew-cut man shoved him. Yes. There's some. Zhang Hai dared not lie, speaking incoherently. He bought a lot before. Instant noodles, biscuits, water, and canned food. Zhao Peng's eyes lit up. He exchanged glances with his lackeys. The chaos and scarcity in the auditorium had made them realize that whoever had food and warmth would survive, even control others. Li Mo's dorm had become a prime target in their eyes. Just you two came. Where's Li Mo? And that Wang Tao? Zhao Peng pressed. They didn't come. Just the two of us. Zhang Hai sobbed. Zhao Peng pondered, a calculating look on his face. Forced their way in. Li Mo also had an axe. The look in that kid's eyes that night still gave him a chill. He looked at the trembling, nearly broken Zhang Hai, and an idea formed. Want to live? Zhao Peng leaned close to Zhang Hai, lowering his voice, with a mix of temptation and threat. Zhang Hai nodded frantically. He'll give you a chance. Zhao Peng pointed outside the auditorium. Go back to your dorm now. Not say you're back, just you pitiful, beg them to open up. Once the door opens. He made a gesture, a flash of murder in his eyes. The stuff inside you get a share. From now on, follow me, listen to me, and it'll keep you from freezing or starving. Zhang Hai shuddered. He instantly understood Zhao Peng's intent. It was a ploy to trick the dorm door open using the bond of friendship between Li Mo and Wang. In his mind, he saw Li Mo's calm face. Wang Tao, though loud, had always been decent. And Chen Su, who had just died before his eyes. Overwhelming guilt and fear twisted around his heart. He knew this was betrayal, pushing Li Mo and Wang Tao toward death. But Chen Su had died right in front of him. This auditorium was like hell. Outside it was 70 below zero. Without thick clothes, he might freeze to death in minutes. Zhao Peng and his men killed without blinking. He didn't want to die. The instinct to survive overwhelmed his remaining conscience and friendship. Pale-faced under the cold stares of Zhao Peng and his gang, he nodded with extreme difficulty. Good. Zhao Peng patted his face, not lightly. Don't try anything funny. Shall we, you three, go with him? Once the door opens, take control inside immediately. We want the supplies. The crew-cut man Xiao Wu and the other two grinned menacingly in agreement. They put on the thick coats they'd taken from Chen Su, and others wrapped up and sandwiched Zhang Hai between them. Struggling against the still surging and wailing crowd, they squeezed out of the auditorium, which had turned into a slaughterhouse. The biting cold outside instantly enveloped them, like 1,000 icy blades cutting into their skin. Zhang Hai, wearing only a thin undershirt, immediately had purple lips and trembled like a sieve. Xiao Wu cursed and roughly threw Chun Zu's bloodstained jacket over him. The smell of blood and cold invaded his nostrils. The journey was silent save for the crunch of footsteps on the hard ice and heavy breaths. Zhang Hai's mind was numb, focused on a single thought: trick them into opening survive. Finally, they reached the familiar dormitory building, climbed the icy stairs, and stood before the closed door. Zhang Hai stared at the door panel as if he could see Li Mo's eyes behind it, eyes that seemed to see through everything. His legs began to weaken. Xiao Wu nudged him from behind. "Do as Brother Peng said. Say anything wrong, and we'll kill you right now." Zhang Hai shivered and raised his hand heavy as he forced out a sobbing voice. "Li Mo, Wang Tao, is that you? Open up. It's Zhang Hai." A low voice from behind the door asked Wang Tao's. Zhang Hai followed Zhao Peng's instructions, responding urgently, recounting Chun Zu's tragic death, emphasizing that he was alone, begging for the door to be opened. He could sense Wang Tao's hesitation behind the door. He could even imagine Li Mo's calm, scrutinizing expression. The wait was like being fried in a pan of oil. He feared Li Mo would see through the ruse, feared Wang Tao might relent, but Li Mo would stop him, and most of all feared the door wouldn't open, leading to his immediate death at the hands of the three thugs behind him. Just as he was about to despair, the lock emitted a faint click. It was open. Xiao Wu and his two companions' eyes blazed with bloodthirsty excitement, muscles tensed, ready to burst in and seize control. The door cracked open. But instead of Wang Tao's or Li Mo's face, what first emerged from the gap was a cold, heavy axe blade gleaming with a dark metallic sheen. Then the axe, carrying a resolute, icy wind, swung down in a vicious arc. The moment the door opened, the wind from the axe blade was more piercing than the cold air that seeped in from the corridor. The first to squeeze through the crack of the door was the flathead boy Xiao Wu, his face still bearing the sinister grin of impending success and habitual ferocity. His gaze hadn't even had the time to focus on the figure behind the door. All his attention was on how to rush and first control the scene and seize the reportedly abundant supply. Then he saw a dark light descending from above without any hesitation, too fast for him to react. A dull thud that was painfully jarring, mixed with the faint cracking sound of shattered bones. Xiao Wu's expression froze. He felt no pain, only an incomprehensible force penetrating from the top of his head. Following that, warm liquid splattered on his face and neck. It carried a heavy metallic scent. The world before his eyes suddenly tilted and spun. The last image he fixed on was that of his companion across from him, whose face had instantly drained of color, distorted to the extreme in horror. And a body without a head, wearing familiar clothing. It was spraying hot liquid, slowly toppling backwards. Whose body was that? This was his last vague thought. Darkness consumed everything. Standing beside Xiao Wu, another boy was also preparing to squeeze inside. The excitement on his face completely froze. It transformed into pure terror. He watched in shock as Xiao Wu's head burst open like a violently smashed watermelon. Red and white sprayed out. The headless corpse fell at his feet. Warm blood splattered all over him. A few drops even flew into his slightly open mouth. Ugh! His stomach churned violently. The strong smell of blood and the horrifying scene before him that exceeded his comprehension made his legs go weak, nearly causing him to vomit. Extreme fear choked his throat, preventing him from even screaming. He could only stare wide-eyed, his body trembling like a leaf. Li Mo's movements showed no signs of hesitation. He cleaved through the first person, the axe blade carving a semicircle with shattered bones and blood splatter as he surged forward. Twisting his waist, the second axe swept horizontally. The boy was still in shock and physiological discomfort, completely losing his ability to react. He didn't even see how the axe came. He only felt a chill at his neck, then his vision spun. The last thing he saw was his own body, blood gushing, slowly collapsing. Thud! The second corpse fell to the ground, its head rolling to the side, eyes wide open, retaining the ultimate terror from before death. In the blink of an eye, 2 lives were extinguished. Clean. Swift. No unnecessary words or flamboyance. Zhang Hai stood a little further away, leaning against the cold wall. Tears and bloodstains formed frostbite on his face. The original fear and guilt were completely washed away by the bloody and violent scene before him. Only a soul-shaking tremor remained. He watched as the 2 companions who had just been fierce collapsed like 2 pieces of rag. The glaring red and white splattered across the dim corridor floor and walls. He watched Li Mo gripping the blood-dripping axe with suspicious fragments still hanging from the blade. He felt warmth in his pants. A stream of warm liquid uncontrollably gushed out, trickling down his leg. But the corridor was too cold. The urine almost instantly began to freeze. The icy fabric clung to his skin, sending a prickling chill and sticky discomfort. He shivered, overwhelmed by an even greater fear that rendered him immobile. Li Mo's gaze finally fell on the last one of the leading accomplices. In fact, that boy had already lost his nerve when Xiao Wu was cleaved. At this moment, seeing Li Mo look at him, he was terrified. Letting out a shriek, he turned to run. But his legs were already weak, making his turn comically awkward. Liamo took a big step forward, his left hand stretching out like an iron claw, precisely grabbing the collar of his down jacket, yanking him back forcefully. The boy screamed as he fell backwards. Liamo didn't even adjust his stance. Using the momentum of his backward fall, his right hand's axe performed a simple and powerful upward slash. The axe blade cut in from the left side below the ribcage. It sliced through the thick down jacket with almost no resistance, piercing through the sweater skin, muscle, and ribs. Emerging diagonally from near the right shoulder blade, blood sprayed out like a burst water bag. The boy emitted a wheezing sound from his throat. His eyes bulged out. His body stiffened upwards due to the force of the axe. Then it completely slumped down. Liamo released his grip, letting the corpse slide to the ground. Holding the axe, he stood amidst the 3 corpses that were still twitching, slightly blood flowing in torrents. The white breath he exhaled was particularly distinct in the cold, bloody air. The blood on the axe dripped down the edge, making a soft thud sound in the silent corridor. Only then did he raise his eyes to look at Zhang Hai, who was slumped against the wall, his pants frozen, face pale, as a ghost, trembling like a broken bellows. Zhang Hai's pupils contracted to the size of pinpoints. At the moment his gaze met Liamo's, he felt as if his heart was about to stop beating. In that gaze there was hardly any emotion, only a depth of coldness and calmness that suffocated him more than the -70 degrees outside. "Get lost." Liamo uttered a single word, piercing through Zhang Hai's last shred of thought. Zhang Hai felt as if he had been granted a great mercy, yet also like all his strength had been drained by that word, scrambling to get up. But due to his frozen pants and extreme fear, he slipped several times, falling in a wretched manner. He finally let out an inhuman, horrifying scream. But due to his frozen pants and extreme fear, he slipped several times, falling in a wretched manner. He finally let out an inhuman Liamo no longer looked at him, picked up the 2 axes from the ground, turned around, and walked back to the dormitory, closing the door behind him. Click locked. The dormitory was hardly warmer than outside, but the weak firelight from the heater illuminated the pale faces of Wang Tao and Wu Jichao. They had heard the commotion outside, the dull thuds and the sounds of heavy objects falling, but it was far less shocking than witnessing it with their own eyes. The fresh scent of blood surged in through the crack of the door, filling the small space. They saw the blood dripping from Liamo's axe and the dark red stains on the cuffs and hem of his cotton jacket. Wang Tao's lips trembled, his eyes wide open as he looked at Liamo, then at the axe in his hand. It was as if he was seeing this person for the first time. His mind buzzed with only one thought crazily echoing. He killed someone. Liamo killed someone. Killed 3. M.O. Go. Wang Tao's voice trembled uncontrollably. You killed someone. This is going to jail, going to be executed. After saying this, he felt that his words were absurd in this environment. But the long-standing legal concepts and moral constraints instinctively compelled him to shout it out. Who isn't? The 3 corpses outside the door thought the same way. Liamo leaned the axe against the wall and picked up a piece of filthy cloth whose purpose he began to methodically wipe the blood from the axe blade. His movements were calm, as if he had just chopped not 3 people, but 3 pieces of wood. Hearing Wang Tao's words, he lifted his eyelids, and the corner of his mouth twitched. It wasn't quite a smile. Cold and mocking. Prison food. Liamo's voice held no fluctuations. In this environment, who will cook prison food for me? Who will execute me? Wang Tao opened his mouth, speechless. Indeed, outside it was -70 degrees. The world seemed to have come to a standstill. The school had become a ruin, and the auditorium had turned into hell. The people outside had clearly come to rob and kill. Law, order. That seemed to be a matter of the last world. Wu Jichao curled up by the heater, burying his face in his knees, trembling even more violently than he was just an ordinary student who had just recovered from a fever. The naked violence and slaughter happening so close had completely shattered him. He was afraid, terribly afraid. Afraid of Liamo, afraid of the outside, afraid of it all. Liamo cleaned the axe, casually tossing the bloodstained cloth. He walked over to the heater, squatted down, and stretched out his hand to warm it. The flickering firelight reflected on his expressionless face as well as on the dried, darkened bloodstains on his hands. The people outside were from Xiaopeng. Liamo began, his voice cold and hard amid the crackling of the flames. Zhang Hai brought them here, tricking us into opening the door, wanting to rob supplies. If we had opened the door slowly or believed them, it would have been us lying outside or dead inside. I taught you, when someone causes trouble, stand beside me, and I will act, you will act accordingly. Liamo's gaze swept over the terrified faces of the 2. Today you saw what I did. He paused, allowing the bloody scene to settle in their minds for a moment. In the future, similar situations will only become more frequent and direct. Today it was just a few thugs wanting to rob supplies. Tomorrow, the day after, it could be even more ruthless and reckless. It could also be those driven mad by hunger or those forming gangs. They want reason with you, and they won't go easy on you just because you're students. They only want the food, clothing, warmth, and your lives. Wang Tao's face turned as white. Wu Jichao buried his head even deeper. You can choose not to act, to be soft-hearted, to be afraid. Liemo looked at the stable blue flames, saying word by word, then the ones who die will be you. Just like Chen Su, like those three outside, like those who were trampled, beaten, and frozen to death in the auditorium. Survival is not a banquet, nor is it about compromising and bending over backwards. It requires blood, either someone else's or your own. After saying this, he fell silent, focusing on warming himself. The dormitory sank back into silence. Only the faint crackling of the heater and the never-ending howling of the wind outside remained. The smell of blood still lingered, mingled with the cold air seeping into the lungs with a rust-like chill. Wang Tao stared blankly at Liemo's back, then at the fire axe in the corner, which had been cleaned and now emitted a faint sinister aura after seeing human blood. His mind was a mess. Fear, aftershock, confusion, and a hint of forcibly instilled clarity. He knew Liemo was right. It was very cruel. What would it have been like if Liemo hadn't acted decisively just now? He didn't dare to think. He slowly lowered his head, looking at his slightly trembling hands. Could these hands wield that axe? Wu Jichao remained curled up, but the trembling of his shoulders seemed to have calmed somewhat. After the extreme fear came a near-numb acceptance. He now recalled the medicine and food Liemo had given him when he had a fever, remembering the naked malice and killing intent outside just now. Surviving. It really was different now. The flickering firelight cast shadows on three faces that had already been marked by the apocalypse. Outside the door in the corridor, three gradually cooling corpses and rapidly freezing pools of blood silently narrated the rules of the new world. The scene in the auditorium was hardly better than hell. The humming of the backup generator had completely ceased. The last drop of fuel had run out. Several high-powered heaters had turned into cold metal lumps. The warm orange glow had long since vanished, leaving only the metallic shells reflecting the gray-white daylight pouring in through the broken windows. That light was cold as well. The temperature was slightly higher than outside, but still limited. The drafty doors and windows let the cold wind in like a cunning venomous snake, slithering in and licking every inch of space. Most people huddled together, clinging to each other's faint body heat to survive. Many wore only thin autumn shirts or even short sleeves, their skin turning blue and purple, lips cracked, and their eyes hollow. Only instinctive trembling and moaning remained. The cries had weakened, turning into intermittent, despairing whimpers and near-death coughs. The air was filled with the smell of sweat and the scent of something slowly freezing. In the corner, several teachers who had tried to maintain order during the day were tightly bound with rough ropes and tossed aside. Their mouths were taped shut. Bruises marred their faces, and their eyes were filled with fear and numbness. The people from the school police office had vanished when the initial chaos escalated into violent conflict. Perhaps they were hiding, or perhaps no one knew. Near the original podium, it was slightly warmer. It was also an area where the crowd was relatively sparse, yet still frightening. Zhao Peng sat behind a dilapidated podium that had been moved from somewhere. He was wrapped in several thick coats snatched or stripped from others. A dirty wool scarf was wrapped around his neck. An excited expression was etched on his face, accompanied by a fierce look. Surrounding him were 5 or 6 others, all of whom were bullies or troublemakers from school who usually hung out with him. They were all wearing some warm clothing they held sticks and broken chair legs in their hands. There were even 2 old-style batons snatched from the police office. On the ground in front of them lay several opened cardboard boxes. Inside were food items looted from the small auditorium storage and teachers' offices. Some hard biscuits, a few packs of instant noodles, and half a box of mineral water with ice crystals forming on the bottles. These items were tightly controlled by them, but there were not many left. Damn it, how can this little bit be enough for anyone? A beefy athlete kicked the box, cursing. We can't get outside, it's death out there. A boy wearing a knitted cap rubbed his hands, his face pale. Pungo, what do we do next? We can't just stay cooped up here, right? More and more people are coming to the dead from hunger or cold. I think someone will start eating by tomorrow. He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood the implication. Several faces changed as they looked at Zhao Peng. He wore a sullen expression. He hadn't expected the situation to escalate like this. At first it was just a chance to establish authority in the chaos, grab some things, and retaliate against Liemo. But now it seemed like he was the one being propped up. These people followed him because he had the guts to get things. But if he couldn't get more, what's the rush? Zhao Peng forced himself to calm down, his gaze flickering. In this damn weather, don't expect any rescue. If we want to survive, we have to rely on ourselves to grab and take. This auditorium isn't suitable, it's too drafty, and there are too many people. We need to find a warmer, sturdier place with supplies. Just as he was speaking, a figure timidly approached. Zhao Peng. The voice was soft, trembling, and laced with a hint of deliberate softness. Zhao Peng looked up. It was Lin Wei. Her once meticulously arranged hair was now disheveled, coated with dust and ice shards. The delicate makeup on her face was long gone. She was pale from the cold, her lips cracked. She was only wrapped in a not very thick white down jacket. The hem and cuffs were stained. It seemed she had endured quite a bit during the earlier chaos. She looked at Zhao Peng and the few obviously tough boys around him, her eyes filled with fear and apprehension. But deeper within was a desperate will to survive. She had witnessed how Zhao Peng took the lead in causing trouble, swiftly controlling a small area and even distributing supplies. She had also seen the fate of those who resisted and disobeyed. She knew that at this moment only those as ruthless as Zhao Peng who had people and resources were more likely to survive. As for Liu Mo, that boy she once looked down upon and even insulted had long been forgotten. She didn't care whether he was alive or dead, or if he had won. Zhao Peng looked at Lin Wei, and the warm, flattering gaze he once had was gone. Only a scrutinizing look remained, like assessing the value of an item. She had once been the flower of the department, the object of pursuit for many boys, and even Zhao Peng had to put on an act. But now, she was just a relatively clean, decent-looking woman. A burden that needed to rely on him to survive, or a plaything. Lin Wei felt a chill run down her spine under his gaze. Gritting her teeth, she stepped forward 2 more steps, almost pressing against the edge of the podium, her voice softer, tinged with pleading. Zhao Peng, I'm a bit cold. Can I get a bit closer? I'm scared alone. Zhao Peng remained silent, merely shifting aside slightly to make a little room. A boy beside him whistled, laughing with ill intent. Lin Wei felt as if she had been granted a reprieve, quickly squeezing beside Zhao Peng, pressing closely against him, soaking in that bit of warmth afforded by the crowd and the stolen clothing. She could feel the stiffness in Zhao Peng's arm and the brazen gazes of the boys around her. Her heart was filled with humiliation and fear. Yet she had to force a smile of dependence. Zhao Peng reached out, pinching her chin with a grip that was not gentle. Lin Wei stiffened, not daring to dodge. Stay with me and be obedient, and you'll have your share. Zhao Peng's voice was not loud, carrying a tone of possession and warning. If you don't listen. He didn't finish, but the coldness in his eyes made Lin Wei shiver. I'll be obedient. Lin Wei lowered her head, her voice as soft as a whisper. Only then did Zhao Peng seem somewhat satisfied. He turned his head, continuing the previous topic, raising his voice a little. It seemed he was intentionally speaking for Lin Wei and the few core followers around. Everyone, I already have a target. All eyes turned to him. Do you remember that kid named Liu Mo I mentioned to you before? Zhao Peng lowered his voice, but spoke with intensity. I visited their dormitory just before the temperature dropped and saw that he had food, drink, and clothes piled up like a small mountain. I just sent Zhang Hai to get him with Xiao Wu and the others. Once they bring back the supplies, we will have a solid base. That dormitory I checked is in a decent location and the door is sturdy. Once we tidy it up, it will be 100 times better than this broken auditorium. Really? Are there really that many supplies? The boy in the knitted cap's eyes lit up. Absolutely. Zhao Peng affirmed. Zhang Hai said it himself, boxes of instant noodles and biscuits, canned food, water, and thick cotton jackets. It said that Liu Mo spent a few days stocking up before the temperature dropped. This will keep us brothers going for quite a few days. This statement made everyone's breaths grow heavier, their faces revealing greed and excitement. In this desperate environment, that dormitory and its supplies were like a treasure. As for why Liu Mo was able to stockpile supplies ahead of time, they didn't care to think about. Lin Wei nestled beside Zhao Peng, listening to these words, feeling a mix of emotions. Liu Mo, that inconspicuous guy, had actually prepared ahead of time. She was somewhat surprised. But then she thought, so what if he prepared? He would still be robbed by Zhao Peng. At times like this, cunningness was no match for brute strength. She instinctively pressed her body closer to Zhao Peng, as if that would bring her closer to those supplies, closer to the hope of survival. At that moment, the already somewhat deformed double doors of the auditorium were suddenly burst open with the last bit of strength from someone outside. A stronger cold wind howled in, stirring up the dust and scraps on the ground. A figure almost rolled in, collapsing onto the cold floor at the entrance, curling up and trembling uncontrollably. It was Zhang Hai. He looked even worse than when he left. His exposed skin on his face and hands was covered with purplish red frostbite, some areas already. His lips were completely cracked, oozing blood. The blood-stained cotton jacket he had stripped from Chun Su looked empty. It was simply insufficient to withstand the extreme cold on the way back. There was a large, suspicious frozen stain in his crotch area. His gaze was vacant, filled with utter terror, as if he had just crawled out of the deepest nightmare. The commotion at the entrance drew low gasps and stirrings from the crowd. Many looked over numbly, then turned their gazes away indifferently. There had been too many people collapsing like this earlier. It was nothing surprising, only adding to the fear. But Zhao Peng and the people around him stood up suddenly. Zhang Hai. Zhao Peng frowned and quickly walked over, kicking him. Why are you the only one? Where are Xiao Wu and the others? Zhang Hai groaned from the kick, and his mind seemed to clear a bit. He struggled to lift his head, seeing Zhao Peng, and a flicker of light erupted in his vacant eyes. He reached out, his hand frozen and covered with purplish-black frostbite, grasping Zhao Peng's pant leg tightly. With all his strength, he croaked, died. All died. Zhao Peng didn't hear clearly and bent down. What? Clarify. Your buddies. Zhang Hai's body trembled, his eyes filled with fear, almost spilling over. They were chopped to death by Liemo. With an axe. Heads were chopped off. Blood. So much blood. His voice was hoarse, but in this suddenly quiet area it was exceptionally clear. Zhao Peng's expression froze instantly. The expressions of the boys around him who had been filled with greed and excitement quickly shifted to shock and confusion. Then it rapidly transformed into disbelief and horror. What? What did you say? The beefy athlete instinctively dug at his ears. Chopped. Chopped to death. The boy in the knitted cap's voice changed pitch. Xiao Wu and them. Free people. By Liemo. Zhang Hai nodded vigorously, tears mixed with ice shards flowing down his face as he stammered. An axe. In one blow. I saw it. Right outside the door. He told me to scram. I didn't dare go anywhere else. I was afraid of freezing to death. He rambled on. Coupled with his utterly miserable appearance and the extreme terror in his eyes, Zhao Peng's heart sank little by little. A chill surged up his spine. Xiao Wu was the strongest among his subordinates. Ajie and Gang Zi were no pushovers either. 3 people armed with Zhang Hai and Qin Su's axe went to confront a Liemo they believed was merely somewhat prepared but still fundamentally a student. And they all died, killed in retaliation, in such a brutal manner. Zhao Peng abruptly straightened up his face, turning ashen fists cracking audibly. He realized that things had spiraled out of his control. That Liemo. The look in his eyes when he stood at the door with an axe flashed vividly in his mind. That was not just a show of bravado. That kid was truly willing to take action. Moreover, he was exceptionally ruthless. The boys around him exchanged glances, starting to feel a bit scared. The excitement they had just felt while discussing the seizure of supplies had vanished without a trace, replaced by a sense of fear and hesitation akin to the feeling of a rabbit mourning the death of a fox. If Xiao Wu and the others were all down, would Limeau's dormitory still be something they could easily take? Was that guy truly willing to kill? Were they not afraid that the snow would stop and they'd end up in prison? Lin Wei also heard Zhang Hai's words. She tightly clutched Zhao Peng's arm, her nails nearly digging into his clothing, her face drained of color. Liemo had killed 3 people. That Liemo who usually kept to himself and whom she couldn't even be bothered to glance at. A sense of indescribable chill enveloped her. It made her shiver more than the low temperature in the auditorium. She suddenly felt immensely relieved that she hadn't truly gotten involved with Liemo before. The entire area of the auditorium fell into a bizarre silence. Zhao Peng stared intently at Zhang Hai, who was barely clinging to life, his spirit already half collapsed. He then looked up toward the entrance of the auditorium, the direction shrouded in gray-white cold mist leading to the dormitory, his gaze dark enough to drip water. The plan hadn't even started, and they had already run into a tough opponent, losing 3 people in the process. How should this be accounted for? The extreme cold itself acted like the most effective cleanser, swiftly freezing and masking all traces and odors. In the dormitory, the flame of the gas stove provided a faint yet steadfast light and warmth, but the atmosphere had already changed drastically. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao remained immersed in the horror of witnessing the killing and the bewildering fear of the future. Their gazes towards Liemo, besides the previous dependence, now carried an additional layer of indescribable awe and estrangement. Killing and fighting were 2 entirely different concepts. With his actions, Liemo had laid down the first bloody rule of this apocalypse. Liemo was well aware of this, but did not care. Some boundaries had to be drawn in the most direct way. He walked to the window, gazing at the seemingly eternal grayish-white and deathly silence outside. The clamor from the direction of the grand auditorium had long since completely subsided. Yet that silence was even more unsettling. The grand auditorium. Liemo suddenly spoke, his voice breaking the quiet. The fuel for the backup generator won't last long. Even if there's some left, it should have run out by now. Wang Tao jolted from his thoughts, asked subconsciously, how do you know? Just a guess. Liemo didn't explain, continuing. That place is drafty, not designed for keeping warm. With thousands crowded inside without a continuous heat source and enough food and water, they can't hold out for long. Now it's probably already done for. Wu Jichao, wrapped in a blanket, murmured. But Zhang Hai ran back there, didn't he? There should still be people there, right? There are people, but they're as good as waiting for death. Liemo turned around, looking at them. I plan to go there. To the grand auditorium? Wang Tao nearly jumped up, his face a picture of disbelief. Brother Emo, it's minus 70 degrees outside. Didn't you see how Zhang Hai looked when he came back? He was wearing your cotton-padded jacket and still froze that badly. We have food and drink here, can't we just hunker down? Why go to a place like that? He was truly terrified of the cold outside and even more of the people out there. Liemo didn't answer Wang Tao's question, he just smiled. There was something in that smile that Wang Tao couldn't understand. Why go? Of course not to rescue people or to join the crowd. His target was that generator. If his memory served him right, it was a portable industrial backup generator that ran on gasoline with considerable power, originally intended for large-scale events or as emergency equipment during power outages. And electricity meant light. It could power small heating devices, charge walkie-talkies, flashlights, and even a radio if he could find one. It could also rekindle a spark of civilization amidst absolute darkness and deathly silence. This spark would be the starting point for him to gather people, establish order, and expand his influence. Yes, he was no longer content to be a lone wolf hoarding supplies with his replication ability. The struggles of his past life had taught him that individual power in a completely collapsed environment was ultimately limited and lonely. In this life, he wanted more. He wanted to establish a stronghold, an oasis that could still provide light, warmth, and basic order in the icy hell. This gasoline generator was the first heart of this oasis. With it combined with the limitless fuel in his space, he could attract those wandering in despair. And with people, he could form a force. An endless supply of food, water, medicine, coupled with this near-infinite energy source, would build the most solid foundation of loyalty and dominance. The gasoline generator in the grand auditorium was the first step and a crucial one. He had to get it, or at least be able to touch it. There are some things that must be taken, Liam finally said, only vaguely. Then without further explanation, he began to act. First, he took out a few items from the pile of supplies and placed them near the gas stove for light. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao watched with curiosity and tension. He had already prepared the things for going out. He first picked up a set of special fabric underwear. Quick-dry thermal underwear. The first layer next to the skin absorbs sweat and wicks moisture to prevent freezing. He explained as he began taking off his thick, cotton-padded jacket and sweater. He quickly changed into this set of underwear in the cold air. The fabric clung to his skin, bringing a strange warmth. Next were thin wool 5-finger gloves, and the extremities are most prone to frostbite. Both warmth and flexibility must be considered. Then he put on a fleece jacket over it. He also took out a lightweight down vest and matching down pants, carefully putting them on. The middle insulation layer traps heat. Wang Tao was completely dumbfounded. Next, Liam took out a set of clothing that looked very thick with stiff fabric. Dark gray, almost black, with a special coating on the surface. Professional extreme cold weather shell jacket and pants, windproof and waterproof, the outermost protective layer. He put them on, zipped them up to the top, and tightened the Velcro at the hem and cuffs. He instantly appeared robust and professional. Next were waterproof and windproof thick down gloves covering the thin wool gloves inside. A pair of extremely bulky snow boots with deep treads. Extreme cold snow boots, high top with an extra thick insulation layer inside and a slip. It wasn't over yet. Liam took out a wool beanie, pulled it tightly over his head, and then pulled the hood attached to the shell jacket over it. A windproof face mask that only exposed the eyes, nose, and mouth, wrapping the entire head securely. A thick wool scarf wrapped around his neck several times. He even took out a small jar, unscrewed it, revealing a white paste. He carefully applied it to all edges of skin that might be exposed, temples, around the eyes, wrists, ankles, etc. High-strength frostbite cream. He was succinct. Finally, he pulled out a few hand warmers from a bag, activated them by shaking, and tucked them into his inner pockets and boots. He also took 2 items that looked like large band-aids. Frostbite patches for emergencies. A small tube of frostbite cream, and a few pieces of high-calorie chocolate wrapped in foil. When he was fully geared up and standing by the gas stove, his original figure and appearance were almost unrecognizable. Bulky, heavy. Like an upright bear ready to step into the polar region. Only his eyes visible through the face mask remained sharp. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao were completely stunned. This getup. They had only ever seen it on Antarctic expedition teams on TV. -70 degrees. Dressed like this, it should be okay, right? For the first time, a glimmer of an unbelievable thought crossed their minds regarding the absolute taboo of going outside. So this was possible. Liam flexed his limbs, checking all joints and seals. The thick clothing hindered movement, but the sense of security from being tightly wrapped and insulated from the deadly cold was very comforting. Wearing this outfit in the dormitory, he even felt a bit hot. This was the difference preparation and knowledge made. After I leave, lock the door. Don't open it for anyone. Keep the gas stove running, but don't let the flame go out completely, and maintain some warmth. Distribute the food and water among yourselves. Maybe you'll bring back some supplies. Liam's voice was muffled through the mask, but every word carried weight. Wang Tao's Adam's apple bobbed. Looking at Liam's gear and his eyes, he swallowed all his words and just nodded heavily. Brother Mo. Take care. Wu Jichao also whispered, come back. Soon. Liam hummed in acknowledgement, walked to the door, and first listened to the There was only the wind. He signaled Wang Tao and Wu Jichao to step back, and with a fire axe in one hand, he slowly turned the door lock with the other. The cold air, 10 times more intense than inside the room, rushed in through the crack like a living monster. Even through the full gear, Liam felt a stinging numbness on the exposed skin around his eyes. The corridor outside was dim, with windows at both ends wide open. In the distance, emergency indicator lights glowed faintly green, barely illuminating the frozen dark brown puddle of blood on the floor and 3 indistinct frost-covered mounts. Liam did not pause. He slipped out and gently pulled the door shut behind him. With a soft click, he left the warmth and light behind. He stood in the corridor adjusting to the cold that could nearly freeze steel. He repositioned his breathing mask to prevent the exhaled warm air from frosting up too quickly on the inside and obscuring his vision. Then he took a step. The heavy snow boots crunched on the icy hard floor. He walked steadily towards the frozen world outside, shrouded in grayish-white, cold mist and death. The heavy snow boots crunched on the hard ice shell, producing a crisp sound that echoed far away in the dead silence of the campus. The wind, like countless fine ice blades, attempted to penetrate any possible crevice. Even fully armed Liam could still feel the malicious cold that sought to siphon away all warmth. A thin protective layer of antifreeze formed around the exposed eyes, yet the eyeballs still felt dry and stinging. The warm breath quickly crystallized into fine ice on the inside of the mask. He needed to occasionally rub the back of his gloves to maintain a clear view. Cold, bone-chilling cold. But this cold was bearable. It was a clear boundary, maintained with death under professional protection. He recalled the materials he had read before. Such low temperatures did exist on Earth. In the Bear countries Oymyakon Verkhoyansk, the average temperature in January is -50 degrees, with extremes reaching -71 degrees. That is the land inhabited by the Samoyed people. North America's Snag recorded -63 degrees. Antarctica's Vostok station even recorded an extreme of -89.2 degrees, yet scientists still rotate there year-round. The limits of human survival are far more resilient than imagined. Of course, the premise is thorough preparation. At -50 degrees, with wind-exposed skin would freeze and die within a minute. But with his current gear, from quick-dry underwear to polar expedition jackets, 7 layers of protection plus strict coverage of exposed areas and backup heat sources. -70 degrees is a dire situation, but it is not an absolute dead end. This provided him with the possibility of action. He cautiously moved, using the shadows of buildings to lessen the cold wind while contemplating the broader situation. On a national level, the command system must not be paralyzed at this moment. However, it is likely overwhelmed. This global extreme cold surpasses any existing emergency plans. From now on, all development needs will likely give way to the most primitive survival requirements. This campus before him is a microcosm. Water pipes burst and exploded, outdoor pipes turned into ice sculptures. The dormitory's air conditioning. Its heating limit generally only reaches -15 degrees long, since rendered useless. Mobile signals and networks quickly fail as the external equipment of base stations freeze. The cafeteria stoves, lacking a continuous energy source and unfrozen ingredients, are just a pile of scrap metal. Even the most ordinary room temperature instant food has become a luxury. The national machinery must have been set in motion with full force. The Ministry of Emergency Management, the National Development and Reform Commission, the Energy Bureau, the military. It is highly likely that a top-level joint command has been established. The entire nation is in a wartime state in some sense. The power grid will activate ultra-high voltage supply, prioritizing core cities and energy hubs, as well as critical medical systems and densely populated areas like top universities at any cost. All other industrial and commercial electricity will be ruthlessly cut off. But here, Liam surveyed the ice and snow-covered silent campus. The university he attended is located in the suburbs of a not particularly important third-tier city. In the balance of national resources, this place will likely be the last to be considered. It may even become a marginal area temporarily abandoned. The limited rescue forces will inevitably lean towards more critical regions. In his vague memories of the past life, after a few more days aside from those core cities receiving continuous support, places like theirs could only hope for sporadic airdrop, such as high-energy compressed biscuits, portable small fuel heaters, antifreeze, patches, bottled water, and so on. And due to complete traffic paralysis, these airdropped supplies often could only fall on the outskirts of cities or around universities. It requires the remaining organizational strength within the campus to transport them on foot. Universities should be crucial hubs for emergency control in such extreme situations. They are key nodes for organizing manpower, settling the populace, and distributing supplies. But what did this school do? They herded thousands of students like sardines into a drafty auditorium, euphemistically called centralized heating, waiting for rescue. And the result? Fuel-exhausted, order collapsed, the law of the jungle prevailed. This is the most foolish and irresponsible strategy of waiting for death. It is simply a makeshift operation. After this ordeal, the remaining credibility and organizational ability within the school have likely been utterly destroyed. This means that at least in the short term, this area will fall into a state of complete self-governance, without government or rescue. The law of the jungle will become the only passport. And this is precisely Liam's opportunity. An opportunity to establish a new order amidst the ruins and the cold. He stopped, hiding in the shadow of a corner of a laboratory building, gazing ahead. The familiar gray silhouette of the auditorium flickered in the gray-white cold mist. The surrounding open square and roads were covered with uneven layers of snow and ice. There were no lights or sounds, only the wind howling incessantly. But Liemo keenly noticed that near the main entrances of the auditorium the snow had been repeatedly trampled and even dragged. Some chaotic footprints extended towards different dormitory buildings, but more were frozen in place, half buried by new snow. Along this path the frozen dead were everywhere. Some were standing, some were lying. But Liemo instinctively ignored them. In the air, besides the biting cold, there was also a faint, indescribable odor. It was the murky breath produced by many people gathering in a closed space for an extended period. The cold could not completely seal it off, and there was a subtle, almost imperceptible sweet metallic scent. Liemo's heart calmed, his gaze sharp as a blade. He adjusted his breathing, gripped the fire axe tighter, and began to quietly approach a nondescript small door on the side of the auditorium used for equipment maintenance. There it is, usually close to the backup equipment room. It is also the most likely location for the generator to be stored or connected. His target is inside. The lock on the small equipment room door had long been broken, leaving it slightly ajar with icicles hanging from the doorframe. Liemo slipped sideways through the gap, pulling the door shut behind him to block out most of the biting wind. Inside was even darker than outside. Only a faint bleak light filtered through a broken high window. The air was thick with the smell of oil and the cold scent. His target was a portable gasoline generator with a dark green casing, quite bulky in size. Scattered around it were a few tangled wires and some empty oil. A thin layer of frost covered the machine's surface, but the main structure appeared intact with no obvious signs of violent damage. Clearly, after running out of fuel, it had been abandoned here. Someone might have tried to move it during the chaos, but ultimately gave up. Liemo walked over, took off one glove, his fingers numb from the cold. Yet he still carefully inspected the generator's key components. The fuel cap, air filter, spark plug, port control panel. The casing had some dents and scratches, but the core part seemed unharmed. Drawing on the fragmented knowledge he had learned struggling through his past lives' apocalypse, he tried manually turning the flywheel a few times. The cylinder compression felt normal with no jamming. It's workable. He hesitated, no longer pressing his palm clad in a thin wool glove firmly onto the cold, rough generator casing. Item touched, portable gasoline generator 5 kW. Blueprint generator unlocked. Duplicate. Liemo silently intoned in his mind. His consciousness instantly sank into the system space. Beside the 1,000 barrels of gasoline there now stood a neat row of 1,000 identical brand-new gleaming dark green 5 kW gasoline generators. They stood in silent ranks, perfectly aligned. It was done. An indescribable feeling of security surged within him. Powering the dormitory building was no longer a fantasy. With electricity, many things became possible. Heaters, fan heaters, little sun radiators. The boys' dormitories never lacked such items, especially among students who feared the cold. If not, he could search the girls' dormitories. They usually had more of these small appliances. As long as he could find enough heating devices combined with the nearly limitless fuel supply from the gasoline generators, he could create a relatively warm sanctuary in a localized area. Light, heat. These two things in the current extreme environment were miracles. They were the greatest allure and leverage. He stepped out of the equipment room, but didn't leave immediately. Instead, he circled around to a broken window on the side of the main auditorium and, using the shadows, peered in. The scene inside was worse than he had imagined. In the dim light, dense crowds of people huddled together like a flock of lambs awaiting death. Most were curled up motionless. It was unclear whether they were alive or dead. Low moans, sobs, and coughs came intermittently. The air was foul and stifling. He soon spotted Zhao Peng and his group. They occupied a relatively advantageous spot near the original stage with a wall behind them blocking the wind. Zhao Peng, wrapped in several coats, sat gloomily on an overturned plastic crate. Lin Wei clung tightly to him, burying her face in his arm, her body trembling incessantly. Around Zhao Peng were 4 or 5 other male students, also bundled up heavily. Besides exhaustion and anxiety, their expressions still held a fierce aggression. What made Li Mo's gaze turn cold was that 2 of the guys had a girl forcibly held in each of their arms. The girls had decent figures, but were thinly dressed, their faces blue and purple from the cold, their eyes vacant and numb. They allowed the hands roaming and groping over their bodies without any resistance. Or rather, they had lost the will and ability to resist. Nearby, someone let out a malicious chuckle. "Bro Peng, isn't this a bit much?" A slightly younger guy muttered, looking at the 2 girls. "A bit much." A crew-cut guy holding a girl shot him a glare. "This is called mutual warmth. Get it? Otherwise they'd have frozen to death by now. I'm saving their lives here." As he spoke, he squeezed hard again, and the girl in his arms let out a stifled, pained whimper. Zhao Peng glanced up, but said nothing, effectively giving his tacit approval. His gaze swept more over the cowering figures around them, as if assessing how many resources could still be squeezed out. Or perhaps he was on guard against possible resistance. Zhang Hai had frozen to death, and the news he had brought clearly shocked and angered Zhao Peng. But more than that, it was a caution born of being challenged. He had no immediate plans to confront Liam-O. Not because he didn't want to, but because he was wary. He was wary of how ruthlessly Liam-O had struck and also of the deadly cold outside. But the deaths of his brothers were a grudge he would certainly remember. Now they were trapped here with supplies dwindling. When the breaking point was reached, when hunger and cold drove them mad, a cornered beast would inevitably fight back. Liam-O withdrew his gaze, frowning slightly. Zhao Peng's gang was a potential threat. They weren't many, but they were ruthless and had no scruples. Once they recovered, or were pushed to the edge, they could become a destructive force. He had to take precautions in advance. He lingered no longer, silently slipping away from the auditorium area and retracing his steps back. The return trip was even more cautious than the outward journey. The campus was deathly still, but not entirely safe. Occasionally, he saw figures frozen stiff on the paths, frozen in poses of running or curling up, becoming part of the ice sculpture. In one or two dormitory windows, shadows seemed to flicker, peering out warily. Upon returning to his own dormitory building, the chill seemed more intense. The air in the corridor was almost frozen solid. Breathing it in felt like inhaling shards of ice. He didn't go straight to the 5th floor. Instead, he started from the 1st floor, checking each door one by one. Most dormitory doors were wide open, revealing chaos inside. Clearly, the occupants had hastily left for the auditorium, or someone had later ransacked the room. A few doors were tightly shut. Liam-O pressed his ear to them, hearing no sound from within. Whether they were empty or the occupants had already. He didn't force. On the 2nd floor, he saw several bodies curled up in the corridor corners, covered in frost, long since stiff. On the 3rd floor, in an open dorm, 2 students lay slumped together by the bed, also lifeless. Silence and death were the dominant themes here. Reaching the 4th floor, he suddenly remembered something. He turned into the small duty room for the dorm supervisor on the other side of the stairwell. The door was unlocked, the room tiny. A bed, a table, a cabinet. The bed was messy but empty. Liam-O rummaged around and pulled out a cardboard box from under the bed. Inside there was indeed a foldable little sun heater. Low power, but it was compact. Next to it were half a crumpled pack of cigarettes and a few apples that had frozen solid, their skins wrinkled. He took them all without hesitation. These items were now hard currency, especially cigarettes and edible fruit. He could duplicate them later and use them directly as a form of currency. Then he began executing his long-planned scheme. Starting from the top floor, the 6th, he struggled to block and seal the broken or ill-fitting large windows at both ends of the corridor. Using found wooden planks, torn sheets, and even stiffened corpses, he tried to seal them as tightly as possible. Then he went through each floor, closing every open dormitory door. Some locks were broken, so he propped chairs and tables against the doors from inside, or simply twisted them shut with wire. It was a crude method, but effective. The entire dormitory building was now like a leaky sieve. Closing all possible doors, especially blocking the drafts at both ends of the corridors, would greatly slow the loss of heat inside. This would prevent the internal temperature from dropping as low as outside, creating a basic foundational environment for his subsequent power and heating plants. This task consumed a great deal of his energy and time. In -70 degrees Celsius, even fully geared, over an hour of physical labor caused his exhaled breath to form ice clumps under his mask. His hands and feet began to feel numb and prickly. He had to stop several times, ducking into empty dorms to eat a high-calorie chocolate bar and regain his strength. Over an hour later, he finally completed the initial sealing of the 6-story dormitory building. Though still bitterly cold, it seemed the wind in the corridors had lessened. That omnipresent piercing draft had been weakened. He dragged his weary but still steady steps up to the 5th floor, heading towards his own dorm room. Standing at the familiar door, he didn't knock immediately. His hand on the cold door panel, he suddenly realized a problem. The generator. That portable gasoline generator was quite large and heavy. There was no way he could have carried it back from the auditorium alone. And now he had 1,000 in his space. He could pull one out any time. But how could he explain it to Wang Tao and Wu Jichao? Could he say he braved -70 degrees to go to the auditorium alone, and then carried back a generator weighing several dozen kilograms intact? That made no sense. Could he tell them directly about his spatial ability? No, now was not the time. This secret was his greatest trump card, and he must not reveal it before establishing absolute trust and authority. Human hearts were unpredictable, especially in this extreme environment. Faced with power beyond common sense, fear and greed could breed unpredictable outcomes. He needed a story, a reasonable explanation. Liam-O stood outside the door, his brow slightly furrowed beneath his mask, thinking quickly. The cold wind rushed up from the stairwell, rustling the brim of his windbreaker hood. A faint, barely discernible light seeped through the dormitory door, the flame of the gas stove. Wang Tao and Xiao Wu were probably waiting anxiously for his return. He had to find a way to bring out the generator for use without arousing excessive suspicion or inquiry. Perhaps he could say he found it in an empty dorm downstairs or in the equipment room. Say it was originally in the building, just hadn't been noticed before. Or simply gloss over the details. Say he managed to get a generator, establish authority through action and results, and make them habitually not question the specifics. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. He needed to choose the plan that would cause the least trouble later. Finally, he took a deep breath of the freezing air, raised his hand, and knocked on the dormitory door. "It's me, Liam." The door opened. A wave of warmth far gentler than the outside air mingled with the familiar scent of the gas stove rushed toward him. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao practically lunged at the door. Seeing Li Mo fully geared, carrying a chill, yet standing unharmed at the entrance, both let out a long sigh of relief. "Brother Mo, you're back." Wang Tao quickly stepped aside, taking the heavy axe from Li Mo's hands. Wu Jichao fumbled to shut and lock the door again. Li Mo didn't rush to remove his outermost jacket. He first walked to the gas stove, took off his gloves and face mask, revealing a face that was slightly red from the cold, but still spirited. He stretched out his hands to warm them by the fire, feeling the heat slowly seep into his nearly frozen fingertips. "How is it out there?" Wang Tao, having put the axe away, couldn't help but ask, his voice laced with both fear and curiosity. "Cold," Li Mo said succinctly. "The auditorium probably can't hold on much longer. I took a look from a distance, but didn't go in." He didn't mention the specific situation of Zhao Peng's group, or Zhang Hai, simply describing the scene. Wu Jichao shivered and murmured, "Good thing we didn't go." "After I came back, I went through our building," Li Mo continued. "I closed all the doors I could and blocked the broken windows at both ends with whatever I found. The wind is a bit weaker now." Wang Tao nodded, understanding the need for insulation. "Also," Li Mo paused, looking at them, "I went to the underground electrical room and the equipment room that's usually locked on the first floor corner." Wang Tao and Wu Jichao were both taken aback. "Electrical room? Equipment room? Why go there?" "I found something useful in the equipment room," Li Mo said. He first pulled out the small heater from the dorm supervisor's room, which he had tied to his waist. Then he took cigarettes and frozen apples from his pocket. Wang Tao's eyes lit up. Wu Jichao couldn't help but swallow. But Li Mo's next words completely stunned them. "There's also a generator. A portable one, gasoline-powered. It must be emergency equipment the school bought years ago. Looks like it hasn't been used in a long time." Generator?" Wang Tao stammered, his eyes wide as saucers. "Our dorm building has that thing." Wu Jichao also looked incredulous. A generator? Such a thing was far removed from their daily lives. Li Mo picked up the kettle, boiled some water over the gas stove, and drank slowly. "Many older buildings have this kind of emergency design, but people usually ignore it. It's just decoration." He set down the cup, looking at the small heater. "I know a bit about this stuff, so I checked it. The machine has been sitting for a while, lots of dust, but the core parts are fine. Clean the spark plug, clear the carburetor, and with gasoline, we can start it." "Gasoline?" Wang Tao caught the words, suddenly remembering the supplies Li Mo had stockpiled earlier. He vaguely recalled that one of the boxes Li Mo had brought back seemed to contain something like an oil can. He had never paid it much attention, but now it all clicked. "Brother Mo, did you even prepare gasoline in advance?" Li Mo glanced at him, neither denying nor elaborating, just hummed in acknowledgement. But to Wang Tao it was like a thunderbolt. He had only thought Li Mo was excessively prepared. Now he truly realized this was no ordinary preparation. It was as if he had known this would happen. -70 degrees, a global freeze, stockpiling key supplies in advance, and even thinking of the fuel for a generator. Wang Tao's mind was in turmoil with countless questions he wanted to ask. But seeing Li Mo's calm, expressionless face, all the words got stuck in his throat. Wu Jichao, however, didn't overthink it. Upon hearing that the generator could be started, his eyes lit up with hope. "Brother Li Mo, does that mean we can have electricity?" Wu Jichao, however, didn't overthink it. Upon hearing that the generator could be started, his eyes lit up with hope. "Brother Li Mo, does that mean we can have electricity? With electricity, can we get warmer?" "In theory, yes." Li Mo set down his cup. "But it's not that simple. First, the generator can't be placed indoors." He pointed at the cramped dorm. "Noise, exhaust, and safety hazards. It could kill us. We need to find a place that's isolated and ventilated, but not too far, so we can keep an eye on it." "Then, where?" Wang Tao snapped back, trying to follow "On this floor at the end of the public washroom, there's a small room for cleaning tools. Or the storage room at the end of the hallway for junk. They have doors and windows. They're small, but close to our dorm." Li Mo had already thought it through. "Let's clean that room first, reinforce the door, and put the generator in." Wang Tao and Wu Jichao nodded, understanding that. "Second, how do we use the electricity?" Li Mo continued. "To start, simple, run a thick cable from the generator straight to our dorm. Make sure we have power first, and test if the machine is stable. Point-to-point power supply." Wang Tao tried to grasp it. "Yes. Then in our dorm, install a power strip or modify an old electrical distribution box to serve as a central switch for this floor." Li Mo gestured with his hands. "The power will branch out from here. If we need to supply other dorms on this floor later, we can run extension cords from ours. The power will be under our control." Wang Tao and Wu Jichao only half understood, but they grasped the last sentence. Electricity. In this dark world, it was undoubtedly a treasure rarer than food. Whoever controlled electricity controlled the power to speak in the capital. Their gaze towards Li Mo deepened with awe. But Brother Mo, Wu Jichao asked timidly, is it safe to connect wires? We don't know how. I used to work part-time at a repair shop and tinker with this stuff. I know a bit. Li Mo's tone remained calm. Safety first. He'll handle it, and you just assist. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao exchanged glances, both seeing the same thought in each other's eyes. He even knows this. Incredible. Then, when do we start? Wang Tao was eager, but also worried. The generator is heavy, isn't it? Just the three of us. That's the problem, Li Mo nodded. That thing isn't light, probably over 100 pounds. I can't get it from the equipment room to the 5th floor by myself. We'll need to work together and find some tools like a handcart and a crowbar. There's a broken cart in the equipment room. I don't know if the wheels still work. He deliberately made it sound difficult, which was reasonable. The weight of a portable industrial generator was a real obstacle. No problem. The three of us together can do it. Wang Tao immediately volunteered, patting Wu Jichao on the shoulder. Wu Jichao nodded vigorously, though he was unsure inside. But this was their only hope and way out. No rush. Li Mo signaled them to sit down. Let's eat first and regain our strength. The generator isn't going anywhere. We need to plan first, clean out the small room and reinforce the door. Then find the cart and tools and finally move the generator. One step at a time. He took out the previously heated canned food, opened a bag of rice, and boiled some water. The three sat around the gas stove, eating in silence. Unlike the despairing meals before, this time the food brought not only warmth, but also a sense of excitement. Wang Tao ate, while secretly observing Li Mo. The questions still swirled in his mind, but they were no longer the dominant emotion. Now he was more concerned about how to get the generator up. With electricity, they could use the heater. They wouldn't have to shiver wrapped in their jackets all the time, and they could even charge their phones if only to check the time. He even began to look forward to it. The moment the lights came back on in this pitch-black frozen dormitory building, it would be a miracle. Li Mo ate slowly, calculating in his mind. The difficulty of moving the generator conveniently masked the possibility that he had taken it directly from his storage space. Once the generator was in place, subsequent maintenance, part replacements, and even the need to find a second or third generator would all have perfect excuses. The dark, chaotic campus, the unknown corners, and various emergency storerooms, all with a perfect cover for his system space. Later, when things grew larger, the concealment would become increasingly trivial. An hour later, having eaten and drunk their fill, their bodies now had enough warmth and their spirits were somewhat lifted. Wang Tao rubbed his slightly bulging belly and let out a long sigh of relief. His face wore a look of satisfaction, as if he had just survived a catastrophe. In this hellish weather, being able to eat hot rice with greasy canned meat was a luxury. To top it off, they could finish with some sweet cold canned fruit to settle their stomachs. Such treatment would make anyone jealous. Wu Jichao's complexion also improved. After the fever subsided, the resilience of a young body began to show. Coupled with the hearty meal, a glimmer of vitality returned to his eyes. Li Mo, seeing their recovery, stood up and said, "He'll go check the wiring route again and see if there are any more suitable tools. Both of you put on your thickest clothes and gloves. We'll meet at the stairwell on the 1st floor in 10 minutes and head to the equipment room to assess the situation." Wang Tao and Wu Jichao nodded without hesitation. Li Mo pulled open the door and stepped out into the biting cold. He didn't go far, but directly descended to the secluded equipment room on the 1st floor. The door closed behind him, plunging the room into darkness and cold. He stood still for a moment, his consciousness sinking into the system space. 1,000 brand new generators and 1,000 barrels of gasoline lay silently arrayed in the gray, hazy expanse. With a thought, 2 dark green 5 kW gasoline generators materialized on the freezing concrete floor of the equipment room, landing with a dull thud. Next, 10 20-liter orange gasoline barrels were neatly stacked in the corner. After that, he walked to the wall and tore down a large, heavy tarpaulin that had been covering some unknown machinery. It was covered in grease stains. He shook it out and draped it over the 2 newly appeared generators. The tarpaulin was large enough to cover the 2nd generator and part of the fuel barrels. Only the 1st generator and a few barrels were left exposed. This made it look as if some spare supplies had always been stored here, merely hidden under the old tarpaulin and previously overlooked. After arranging the scene, he waited a few more minutes, judging the time, then opened the equipment room door and walked to the 1st floor stairwell to wait. Before long, heavy, dragging footsteps and labored breathing echoed from the corridor. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao came down. Both were bundled up like balls. Before long, heavy, dragging footsteps and labored breathing echoed from the corridor. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao came down. Both were bundled up like balls. Wu Jichao was similarly dressed, but it was clear he was still weak. After climbing several flights of stairs, even with layers of clothing, he was trembling slightly. A fine sheen of cold sweat had broken out on his forehead from the exertion of dressing and walking. Fortunately, Li Mo had blocked most of the wind in the corridor. Though still bitterly cold, at least there was no deadly draft. "Mo go," Wang Tao called out, panting, as he saw Li Mo. Li Mo nodded, his gaze sweeping over them. "All right, let's go to the equipment room." The three arrived at the door, and Liam pushed it open. The room was even darker than the corridor, with only a sliver of light from the doorway. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao waited for their eyes to adjust before spotting the dark green generator in the corner along with a few barrels stacked nearby. That's it. Wang Tao walked over excitedly, reaching out to touch the cold, rough casing. Looks sturdy, but it's damn heavy. That's it. Wang Tao walked over excitedly, reaching out to touch the cold, rough casing. Looks sturdy, but it's damn heavy. That's it. Wang Tao walked over excitedly, reaching out to touch the cold, rough casing. Looks sturdy, but it's damn heavy. Across the large tarpaulin. The edge of the tarpaulin was curled up, revealing something bulging underneath. He crouched down, grabbed a corner, and as if curious, yanked it hard. Dust fell in a shower. The tarpaulin was pulled back, revealing what lay beneath. An identical dark green portable gasoline generator lay quietly there. Beside it, more orange gasoline barrels were neatly stacked. The orderly array in the dim light struck with a powerful impact. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao were both stunned. Their eyes locked onto the extra generator and the significantly increased number of fuel barrels, their mouths slightly agape. This? Wang Tao rubbed his eyes, thinking he had misseen. Their eyes locked onto the extra generator and the significantly increased number of fuel barrels, their mouths slightly agape. This? His tone carried a touch of unexpectedness. I didn't expect. There were spares here too. Looks like the school stocked quite a few. His voice was natural, as if discovering a situation that was unexpected but reasonable. Wang Tao's mind struggled to process. Another one, plus the original that made two, and all this gasoline. His first reaction was ecstasy. If one broke down, there was a backup. Plenty of fuel. The hope of generating electricity soared. But then a faint trace of doubt. Earlier Liam had only mentioned finding one generator. Now there was another, plus all this fuel. He looked at Liam. The perfectly calibrated surprise on Liam's face seemed genuine. Liam was crouching, inspecting the two new generators. Wang Tao looked back at the fuel barrels. A thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Liam had only glanced briefly earlier and hadn't noticed how much was hidden under the tarpaulin? After all, it was so dark here and things were piled haphazardly. This explanation seemed reasonable. The faint doubt in Wang Tao's heart quickly dissipated, replaced by a stronger surge of excitement. He wasn't a particularly meticulous person by nature. In this extreme environment, the joy of discovering more life-saving supplies overwhelmed any trivial suspicions. Wu Jichao, even less inclined to overthink, was completely awestruck by the two generators and the large pile of fuel. A flush of excitement rose on his pale face. Liam finished his inspection, stood up, and brushed the dust off his hands. The machines looked similar, probably from the same batch. Liam finished his inspection, stood up, and brushed the dust off his hands. The machines looked similar, probably from the same batch. The problem of moving them is still there, but at least we have more options. We can move the one in best condition upstairs first. His attitude was pragmatic and calm. He quickly steered the conversation back to the practical challenge of moving successfully, redirecting Wang Tao's and Wu Jichao's attention. Right. Let's move one first. Wang Tao rubbed his hands together, eager to start. He began circling the two generators, comparing them, as if choosing a walk. Liam pointed to a rusty flatbed cart in the corner of the equipment room, whose wheels still seemed to turn. This wasn't taken from the system space, it had been there. Use this along with a crowbar. The three of us slowly shifted. Move one at a time, and take two fuel barrels for now, enough for initial use. The plan was simple and direct. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao had no objections. Where do we put it once it's upstairs? In that washroom compartment you mentioned, Wang Tao asked. For now, put it in the empty dormitory next door. Liam had already planned. Clean that room up too, and we'll use it temporarily as our tool and supply transfer station. Once the washroom door is reinforced, well, move the generator there, knock a hole in the wall, and run the wires. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the stacked fuel barrels and generators, then added casually. It's not safe to keep these things here. Moving them upstairs under our watchful eyes, that's the only way to feel secure. Wang Tao nodded in deep agreement. All these precious machines and fuel sitting in this pitch-black first floor, what if someone else discovered them? He recalled the three dead men outside the door and felt a chill in his heart. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get to work. Wang Tao waved his hand with bravado, though his movements were comical under the thick layers of clothing. Wu Jichao also nodded firmly, still weak, but bolstered by the hope ahead. The three of them began to busy themselves. Liam took the lead with Wang Tao and Wu Jichao assisting. Using crowbars and wooden planks, they carefully edged the chosen generator onto the flatbed cart and secured it. Then they loaded two fuel barrels beside it. The wheels of the cart, rusted and cold, emitted a harsh squeak. But at that moment, to the three of them, the noise sounded like a bugle call to advance. Liam pulled the cart from the front, bearing most of the weight. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao pushed and steadied from behind. Their steps were heavy and slow, sweat quickly soaked their undergarments, then turned icy cold in the extreme chill. Their breaths were heavy white puffs billowing out. But no one complained. Three bulky figures pushing a heavy machine step by step moved forward with determination. They moved the generator out of the equipment room, pushing it through the flat corridor. Although it was laborious, the progress was relatively smooth. The rusted wheels left intermittent scraping sounds on the frozen cement floor. The three of them exerted themselves, their breath forming a mist that connected in the darkness. The real test was climbing the stairs. At the corner from the first to the second floor, they faced the first steep slope. Liam pulled the handle of the cart with all his might, leaning back until his body was almost at a 45-degree angle to the ground. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao pushed from behind, using their shoulders to firmly brace the heavy machine, preventing it from sliding back. Their thick boots struggled to find grip on the frosted steps. 1, 2, 3. Go! Liam shouted, and all three exerted their strength. The front wheels of the cart struggled up the first step, then the second. Each step required a brief adjustment and re-energizing. The heavy clothing severely restricted their movements, and heat dissipation and sweat quickly soaked their inner garments. The cold fabric clung to their skin. The continuous exertion generated more heat. In the extreme cold, it created a discomforting sensation of damp warmth alternating with chill. Rest. Let's take a break. Just reaching the second floor platform, Wu Jichao gasped for breath, leaning against the wall as he slid down, his face pale and beads of sweat forming. His stamina had not fully recovered. Wang Tao was equally exhausted, hands on his knees as he breathed heavily, the icy air stinging his throat. Liam was also panting. He checked the securing ropes of the cart and generator, confirming that nothing was loose. No rush, take it slow, Liam said. After resting for a few minutes, they continued. From the second floor to the third, then from the third to the fourth. Repeating the same hardships. The generator itself weighed over 100 pounds, which might not be much under normal circumstances. But at this moment, coupled with the cart's clumsiness, the constraints of their clothing, the depletion of their strength, and the cold's stiffening effect on their muscles, made it a monumental task. Every step felt like climbing a mountain with a heavy load. The corridor echoed with their heavy breaths and the dull thud of the wheels clanging against the steps. Yet they could only grit their teeth and persist. Every brief rest was merely to gather a little strength for the next exertion. The dark staircase seemed endless. Only the deeper cold and the unknown awaited them above. Finally, the platform on the fifth floor came into view. In the last short section of the slope, the three of them nearly exhausted their last reserves of strength. They dragged the cart and generator up with a combination of pushing and pulling. We made it. Wang Tao collapsed onto the cold ground, not caring about the dirt, gasping for breath, as if his lungs would burst. Wu Jichao simply lay down on the floor, his chest heaving violently, unable to utter a word. Liam leaned against the wall to rest for a moment, then stood up to untie the securing ropes. Let's move it into this room. He pointed to the open door of the empty dormitory 507 next to them. The three of them worked together to unload the generator from the cart, rolling it onto the floor of dormitory 507. They couldn't afford to pay it much attention for now. Liam returned to 508 and found a toolbox among the supplies. He first planned the route. From dormitory 507 to the washroom at the end of the corridor, which would serve as the final machine room. Then to the power center in dormitory 500. He first planned the route. From dormitory 507 to the washroom at the end of the corridor, which would serve as the final machine room. Then to the power center in dormitory 508. The distance was short, but it required going through walls. Liam took a measuring tape and chalk, marking the drilling positions on the wall. He chose to keep the wiring as concealed as possible, running along the corners and through non-load-bearing wall corners. After marking, he replaced the drill bit on the impact drill and connected the power. As for the battery, there was plenty in the space. The buzzing sound of the drill breaking through the silence of the building felt somewhat jarring. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao watched curiously and nervously. The drill bit gnawed at the cold wall, sending dust flying. They weren't worried about the noise because outside the wind was strong and any noise would be significantly muted. Liam moved skillfully, his gaze focused, making sure the holes were drilled at the marked positions, just the right size for the PVC conduits to pass through. Next came the wiring. He twisted several thicker copper wires together, slipped them inside cut water pipes for makeshift insulation and protection, and passed them through the wall holes. A temporary power corridor was formed between the washroom and 508. At the junction of the wires, he carefully stripped the insulation with wire strippers, tightly twisting the copper wires together and wrapping them layer by layer with insulating tape to ensure there would be no short circuit or leakage. Then he connected it to the output terminal. In the corner of the inner wall of dormitory 508, he installed a small low-voltage distribution box connecting the incoming wire to the input terminal. From the distribution box, he extended several sockets, fixing them onto the wall. In the washroom, he connected the wires to the generator's dedicated output port, also ensuring strict insulation. The entire process took nearly 2 hours. Liam was meticulous. Sweat trickled down his forehead, nearly freezing on his icy cheeks. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao couldn't help much, mainly passing tools and clearing dust. They studied things according to Li Mo's instructions. They watched Li Mo's skilled operations. Those unfamiliar tools and complex connections appeared orderly in his hands, deepening their admiration and reliance on it. Brother Mo really knows everything. He had been too low-key before. Everything was ready. Li Mo checked all the interfaces and lines again, confirming everything. He motioned for Wang Tao and Wu Jichao to step back as he prepared to fuel the generator. The cold gasoline poured into the tank with a glugging sound. He checked the oil and spark plug, then grasped the pull cord. Ready, he said in a deep voice. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao held their breath, staring intently at the small solar heater in the corner of dormitory 508. It had already been moved next to the newly connected socket. Li Mo pulled the cord with force. Once there was no response. The second time the generator emitted a dull cough-like sound. On the third try he increased his strength and speed. Put, boom. A powerful roar suddenly erupted, penetrating the walls and echoing in the core. The generator started. Its operation was smooth and continuous, resonating with a rhythm of industrial power. Almost simultaneously. In the corner of dormitory 508, that dusty orange little solar heater's internal resistance wires suddenly lit up, rapidly changing from dark red to "It's on! It's on!" Wang Tao couldn't help but shout, his voice trembling. The orange light and heat, like a miniature sun, instantly dispelled the darkness and chill surrounding the socket. The warm air was tangible, carrying a hint of the dry warmth of burnt dust. It began to spread slowly outward from its center. Wu Jichao reached out cautiously, approaching the heated grate. The cold that had pierced to the bone was no longer felt at his fingertips. Instead, it was a warmth that almost brought him to tears. He swallowed hard, his eyes becoming a bit red. Li Mo walked over his face, also showing a trace of relief. He checked the distribution box and sockets, ensuring the voltage was stable. For now, I've only connected this heater. The power is not large, and the generator's load is... Wang Tao had already thrown himself in front of the heater, opening his arms to let the precious warm air envelop him, making him hum with comfort. Warm. It's so damn warm. The heat from one heater was merely a drop in the bucket for the entire dormitory, but its significance far exceeded its actual temperature. It was light, it was heat, it was hope. It was the first crack opened in the absolute cold and darkness. Li Mo looked at the two of them in ecstasy and said, "We need to find more, not just heaters, but other small appliances that can be used: electric kettles, rechargeable lamps, even electric blankets. Whatever we can find, bring it all. If the boys' dormitory doesn't have it, the girls' dormitory will definitely have some. They might not use them usually, but now they are treasures." This statement ignited Wang Tao and Wu Jichao's enthusiasm. With electricity, these usually inconspicuous items instantly transformed into survival tools. Right? I'm going to find them. Wang Tao jumped up. "I know who has electric kettles in the neighboring dorms." "They'll check the other dorms. I think someone has a rechargeable hand warmer." Wu Jichao also responded enthusiastically. The two of them acted immediately without hesitation. Li Mo didn't stop them, just reminded them to be careful and not to go too far. Don't enter potentially dangerous. In the following time, dormitory 508 and the adjacent dormitory 507, used for storing supplies, gradually became richer. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao, like explorers discovering a new continent, carefully searched through the open dormitories on the 5th floor. They found 3 different styles of solar heaters, or warm air machines. Some were covered in dust, while others looked quite new. 2 small electric kettles, stainless steel, boiled water quickly. They also found several usable rechargeable lamps and flashlights. Although the batteries were long depleted, they could be recharged. Miraculously, they even found an unopened electric blanket still in its packaging. Every time they found something, they excitedly carried it back as if they had discovered treasure. Li Mo was responsible for checking the safety of the electrical appliances, wiping them down quickly, then connecting them to a power strip to test. Most of them worked. That electric blanket made Wang Tao and Wu Jichao's eyes shine. Laying it on the bed and plugging it in would be an experience akin to paradise. Li Mo arranged 2 warm air machines and 1 solar heater in different corners of dormitory 508 and connected them to power. Soon the temperature in the dormitory began to rise noticeably. Though it was far from a spring warmth, it was no longer the despair of breathing frosty air while still feeling cold, even in thick coats. He took off his outermost jacket, and even sitting in the room in just his inner garments was now bearable. The electric kettle quickly boiled the first pot of water. Boiling hot water. It could be drunk directly, used to soak compressed biscuits, or simply poured into a hot water bag to warm hands. The significance of hot water was no less than that of the heater. Finally, Li Mo turned his gaze to the ordinary fluorescent light in the center of the dormitory ceiling. The light tube had long ceased to shine, and the ballast was probably broken. Finally, Li Mo turned his gaze to the ordinary fluorescent light in the center of the dormitory ceiling. The light tube had long ceased to shine, and the ballast. He connected the light panel to the lighting circuit and controlled it with the wall switch. He asked Wang Tao and Wu Jichao to stand at the door while he walked to the wall, his finger poised over the small switch. Ready. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao's hearts were in their throats, their eyes fixed on the ceiling. Liamo gently flicked it upwards. Snap! A soft sound. Soft, bright, stable white light instantly filled the entire dormitory 508. It dispelled the darkness in every corner, illuminating 3 exhausted, yet surprised faces. It also illuminated the frost condensed on the walls, the stacks of food supplies in the corners, and that heater radiating orange light and heat. Light. Stable, artificial, belonging to the civilized world. Wang Tao gaped, staring blankly at the familiar, yet strange brightness above. Then he suddenly turned his head to look out the window. Outside was an engulfing darkness thick as ink. The cold wind whipped up snowflakes, endlessly pounding against the glass, emitting a wailing shriek. The entire campus, no, the entire world, was submerged in a chilling silence of -70 degrees. There was not a glimmer of light, nor a trace of life. Yet their little dormitory was lit. Like the only ship in the boundless deep sea, its porthole glimmered. Like a candle flame in a tent. Small and fragile, yet shining so brilliantly. The warm glow seeped through the ice flower-covered window, struggling to spill out a little. Immediately it was torn apart by the raging darkness and cold wind. But inside the window, light and warmth truly existed. Liamo stood under the light, looking at the boundless night outside, and his 2 roommates, illuminated by the glow, speechless with excitement, his face showing no. Only deep within his eyes 2 small flames had been ignited. Meanwhile, on the 6th floor of the girls' dormitory in the easternmost room, Su Jinwan wrapped herself tightly in 2 thick quilts. Like a silkworm entombed in its own cocoon, she tied the edges of the quilt with rope, attempting to seal in the meager warmth of her body. The other 3 beds in the dormitory had long been empty. On the first day of the temperature drop, her roommates had joined the crowd rushing to the auditorium, which was said to have heating. She did not go, not because she was shrewd, but because she had sprained her ankle, swollen and painful, and could not walk far. At first, she clung to a faint hope, waiting for her roommates to bring news or for the school to send rescue. She rationed the box of bottled water, a few packs of instant noodles and snacks she had stored in the dormitory, carefully calculating every portion. She endured the first day, then the second. The pain in her ankle grew numb in the freezing cold, replaced by a relentless chill seeping from the marrow of her bones. Hope, like frost on the window pane, blurred little by little, leaving only the outline of despair. Her phone had long since become a cold brick. The electricity was cut off, the signal disappeared, and the world seemed to have hit the mute and dark button. Parents, family, friends. All connections were severed by this damned, bitter cold. She had cried first with terrified sobs, then with silent tears. Later, even her tears seemed to freeze, leaving only a dry ache and a hollow numbness. A restless growl rumbled in her stomach. It was empty. The energy from the chips and the last half bottle of cold water barely sustained basic metabolism, keeping her alive. Like a plant struggling to breathe beneath a sheet of ice. She also felt the urge to urinate. The distension in her lower abdomen reminded her of bodily needs. She struggled, poking her head out from under the covers. The frigid air pricked her face like needles. She glanced toward the balcony, a zone of absolute cold. These past few days she had relieved herself in the dormitory, using an unused wash basin. She dared not think about it. In the end, the physiological need overcame shame and the last shred of dignity. Shivering, she lifted the quilt with agonizing slowness. The cold air rushed in, raising goosebumps all over her body. Her feet hit the ground, and the pain, her sprained foot could barely support her weight. Holding onto the bed frame, she limped to the wash basin, unbuttoned her pants, and crouched down. The process was painful. The cold made every physiological act difficult and prolonged. She lowered her head, watching the white puffs of her breath gather and disperse before her eyes. Her mind was empty, thinking of nothing. Or rather, she dared not think. The future? There was no future. Only the endless cold darkness and hunger. And the despair of slowly approaching death. Just as she finished, pulled up her pants, and prepared to hurry back to the quilt that still held a trace of warmth, her gaze inadvertently swept across the opposite building. The girls' dormitory building and the boys' dormitory were separated by a small basketball court and a few paths. Usually she could see the balconies and parts of rooms across from the window. At this moment, the opposite side was a dark silhouette buried in ice and snow, no different from her own. But her gaze suddenly froze. In the boys' dormitory, roughly on the 5th floor, near the west side, a window glowed with light. Not reflected snowlight or blurred moonlight, but a steady warm white, the light of an artificial lamp. That brilliance streamed through the window like a lighthouse on a dark sea in this all-devouring blackness, or a bonfire on an Arctic ice field, clear and Su Jinwan froze, still half-crouched, her eyes fixed on that point of light. Her mind buzzed blank. Light. Electricity. How could it be? Wasn't the whole school without power? The last news from the auditorium said the generator had stopped, plunging everything into darkness and chaos. How could the boys' dormitory still have light? Was it an illusion? A deathbed vision brought on by the cold? She blinked hard, even raised her hand to rub her numb, frozen eyelids. The light remained steady. Through the thick frost on the boys' dormitory window, it bloomed into a blurred, yet unmistakably real halo. Not an illusion. Real light. A shiver like an electric current shot from her tailbone to the crown of her head. Something was suddenly ignited in her frozen, numb body. A shock-wild joy and disbelief surged forth. A desperate longing for a way out of hell. They had electricity. They actually had electricity. In this infernal environment, they could still keep the lights on. What did that mean? It meant energy. It meant there might be heating equipment. It meant possible food, water, and a functioning shelter. The auditorium. She had heard nothing from those who went days ago. In such chaos, even if rescue came, how much could they share? Besides, with this temperature, transportation must be cut off, the network down. When would outside help arrive? Those who went to the auditorium were probably in grave danger. But this light was right across the way, barely 100 steps away. Much closer than the auditorium. The instinct to survive, like a long-trapped beast, rammed against her chest. Go. She must go. She had to risk it. Staying here meant certain death, slowly draining the last bit of heat and hope in the dark and cold, ending up a stiff corpse. But crossing to the other side, even with only a 1 in 10,000 chance, meant a path to life. She licked her dry, cracked lips, tasting the metallic tang of blood and the sourness of hunger. Another growl came from her stomach, this time with a burning sensation. No matter what, she had to go. Even if she had to cross these 100 steps of death zone. Even if the other side held a group of vicious survivors. Even if she had to pay a price she dared not think about. But for survival she would. She must survive. Su Xinyuan's eyes sharpened instantly. The previous despair was shattered by that unexpected light. She no longer hesitated, ignoring the pain in her ankle, and quickly moved back to the bed to rummage through all available clothing. Layer upon layer, she wrapped herself as bulky as possible. She found a scarf and wrapped it tightly around her head and face, leaving only her eyes exposed. She put on a pair of ordinary fleece-lined boots, pulling on every sock she could find and stuffing them in. She glanced at the half bottle of water and the last small pack of cookies in the corner of the dormitory, gritted her teeth, and stuffed them all into her bosom. Then she walked to the door, took a deep breath of the biting cold air, and grasped the icy door handle. The boys' dormitory, 5th floor, the room with the light on. She was going. In room 508 of the boys' dormitory, under bright, steady light, the cold was effectively blocked out. 3 heaters and a small sun lamp radiated orangered heat from different corners, keeping the indoor temperature at a level where one could shed the outermost heavy jacket and move in just a down layer. An electric kettle hummed softly as it boiled water. But Liu Mo was not idle. He directed Wang Tao and Wu Jichao to start a new round of fortification. Take down all the bedboards you can. Liu Mo pointed at the wooden ladder and side panels of the bunk bed. Also dismantle the useful parts of the iron frame. We need materials to seal all unnecessary gaps. Reinforce the doors and windows, especially the door to the washroom, where we plan to put the generator. Wang Tao and Xiao Wu now obeyed Liu Mo without question. With electricity and warmth, Liu Mo was a god in their eyes. They immediately fetched tools, mainly hammers, crowbars, and screwdrivers from Liu Mo's toolbox, and began noisily dismantling the bed. The particle board, made brittle by the cold, was not too hard to pry apart. Some iron parts were frozen and needed forceful hammering. The noise echoed through the quiet building, but no one paid attention. While dismantling, Wang Tao couldn't help but glance at the bright light outside the window, still worried. Brother Mo, if people from the auditorium see our light. Liu Mo was measuring the width of a window gap with a tape measure, not lifting his head. Let them see. Huh. Wang Tao stopped. What if they come to rob us? That Zhao Peng and his gang. Liu Mo straightened up and looked at the boundless darkness and raging snowstorm outside the window. In this weather, without proper cold weather gear, walking from the auditorium to here, 100 meters minus 70 degrees plus wind. Exposed skin will freeze and necrotize in minutes. If they're not dressed thickly enough, their body temperature will plummet. Half of them will fall along the way, even if a particularly strong or well-wrapped one manages to stumble over. He weighed the fire axe in his hand. Their condition will be shot. What's there to fear? Wang Tao thought about it. Indeed, coming here would be delivering themselves to Brother Mo. Zhang Hai, wearing a cotton jacket, had barely survived running back and forth. The people in the auditorium probably couldn't even scrape together a complete, thick coat now. Coming out would be suicide. Wu Jichao also murmured, and they might think this place is more dangerous. He was referring to the 3 corpses outside the door. Liu Mo didn't respond, tacitly agreeing. Fear and bitter cold were 2 natural barriers. So the most urgent thing now is not worrying about whether they come, but making our own nest solid and warm. Liu Mo continued his work. With a stable stronghold, electricity, continuous heat, and food, we will be invincible. Then it won't be about fearing others, they'll be begging us. These words gave Wang Tao and Wu Jichao a lot of reassurance, and they worked with even more vigor. Yes, following Brother Mo, they had electricity, warmth, food, drink, and weapons. As long as they guarded the door, who could they fear? The 3 continued busily. The dismantled bedboards were used to further seal window gaps and reinforce the inner side of the dormitory door. Iron strips were bent into simple latches and reinforcements. The clanging and hammering sounds echoed in the warm lit room, forming a world utterly different from the howling blizzard outside. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory opposite, the main door was carefully pushed open a crack. A figure wrapped tightly, moving with a stumbling gait, struggled out. Her feet sank into the thick snow crust below, making a muffled thud. She looked back at her dark, freezing dormitory, then raised her eyes to the steady, heart-shaking light on the 5th floor of the boys' dormitory. She gritted her teeth, lowered her head, and began to stagger step by uncertain step toward that point of light and the possibility of life. 100 steps an instant in normal times now felt like a chasm between life and death. The icy wind lifted snow powder, instantly swallowing most of her thin figure. In the early hours, the system's icy prompt arrived as scheduled. Liam hadn't slept. He leaned against the bed, resting with his eyes closed. In truth, he was taking inventory of his supplies. Water, rice, medical kits, fuel, tools, generators, cotton, fabrics, canned goods. The basic survival provisions were already quite comprehensive. But there were still some things that needed replenishing. For his first duplication opportunity, he chose rice. Instantly, a mountain of 1,000 heavy sacks of rice piled up in the space. This was the staple food, the starch, the very foundation of energy, far more capable of providing satiety and long-term sustenance than canned goods. For his second choice, he selected electric blankets. The one he found in the dormitory had made him realize its precious value in extreme cold. Directly duplicating the template, 1,000 soft electric blankets materialized in the space. This could greatly enhance sleep quality and warmth efficiency, saving energy consumption from other heating devices. For the third time, he hesitated. Finally, his gaze fell upon the outfit he was wearing. The same model as the Antarctic scientific expedition team. An extreme cold protective suit. From the inside out, from head to toe, including spare hand warmers, antifreeze patches, and antifreeze cream, he bundled them into a single combined unit. Touching his own equipment, unlocking the template, duplicating. 1,000 identical sets, brand new and top-tier extreme cold protective gear, were added to the supply. This meant that if necessary, he could quickly equip a squad capable of operating in extreme environments. A sense of security grew even more profound. After doing this, he opened his eyes. The 5th floor, after their continuous hours of hard work, had undergone a dramatic change. All the windows at the ends of the corridors had been completely sealed with bedboards, broken cabinets, and even frozen hard blankets. The dormitory doors that could be closed were shut. The larger gaps in the doors had been roughly patched with wooden strips and tape. Although the indoor temperature still showed around -30°C, the deadly wind chill had been greatly reduced. Without wind, the same low temperature felt entirely different. The greatest accomplice to frostbite and hypothermia was the wind. Now, as long as they wore enough cotton-padded jackets, moving through the corridor was still cold, but at least it no longer felt like being sliced by countless ice knives. Wang Tao even dared to briefly remove his gloves to move his fingers. The dismantled bed boards were piled in a corner of the corridor. Most were irregular, but Liam picked out the ones that were relatively square and thick, stacking them separately. These were precious building materials. In this ruined place would mint the ability to repair, reinforce, and even construct. Iron frames were also collected. They could be bent into reinforcement pieces or used to make simple tools in the future. Perhaps he could find an opportunity to bring out more supplies from the space and pile them up. Even if it seemed unreasonable, it didn't matter. He believed that now Wang Tao and Xiao Wu would convince themselves it was reasonable. Liam mused to himself. Brother Emo, the porridge is ready. Wu Jichao's voice came from room 508, carrying a hint of satisfaction. He used the small electric kettle and a small soup pot found in another dormitory to cook a pot of thick white rice porridge steaming hot. He also opened a can of chicken. He poured the large chunks of chicken and the rich broth into the porridge and stirred. Simple ingredients, yet at this moment, they emitted an irresistible aroma. The three sat around the gas stove, illuminated by the light of the nearby heaters, using warm mouthwash cups as bowls, devouring the chicken porridge. The rice porridge was smooth and stomach-warming, the chicken savory and substantial. It brought real satisfaction and calories. Wang Tao ate until his forehead was sweating, repeatedly exclaiming how wonderful it was. Wu Jichao sipped slowly, a long-lost look of contentment appearing on his face. After eating and drinking their fill, Liam pulled out the half-pack of cigarettes he had taken from the dormitory supervisor. He lit one for himself first, then handed the pack to Wang Tao. Wang Tao was startled for a moment, then joyfully took one, lit it from the gas stove, and took a deep drag. The acrid smoke filled his lungs, bringing a slight dizziness and a strange sense of relaxation. Wu Jichao hesitated for a moment, then also took one out, clumsily lit it, and coughed a few times. But soon he too sank into the brief comfort brought by. At times like this, cigarettes weren't harmful, they were stress relievers. The smoke curled up in the dim, warm, small space. Liam smoked only half a cigarette and carefully stubbed it out. He also put away the last remaining cigarette in the pack. The apples, too frozen hard, wouldn't spoil. These were template samples and couldn't be consumed all at once. They'll keep watch the first half of the night, Wang Tao the second half. Xiaowu just recovered, so get more rest. Li Mo arranged the night watch, stay alert. Though it's unlikely, don't forget Zhang Hai brought people here. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao immediately nodded, their relaxed expressions tightening. Yes, they were still not safe. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao wrapped themselves in quilts and the newly acquired electric blankets, and soon fell into a deep sleep on the inner bunk beds. The days of tension, cold, and exhaustion after having enough to eat and staying warm with a sense of security overwhelmed them like a tide. Li Mo sat on a chair near the door, covered with a blanket, the fire axe within arm's reach. He didn't sleep, he just closed his eyes, his ears catching the faint sounds from outside. The low hum of the generator through the wall of the public restroom became a strangely reassuring background noise. Inside room 508, several small heaters radiated constant warmth. Time passed slowly in the silence and dim light. Before long, Li Mo's closed eyelids suddenly twitched. It wasn't the wind. It was an extremely faint, dragging, irregularly spaced footstep. Coming from downstairs, moving upward. Very slow, very labored. Li Mo's eyes snapped open. In the dim light, they were sharp as an eagle's. He didn't move immediately, he just listened quietly. The footsteps stopped at the stair landing between the 4th and 5th floors, and the sound of breathing became clearer. Heavy with a trembling tone of pain. It paused for about half a minute, then sounded again. Then it stepped onto the stairs of the 5th floor. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao were also awakened by the unusual sound, sitting up groggily, with looks of alarm. Li Mo raised a finger to his lips, signaling them to be silent. He rose silently, gently picked up the fire axe, walked to the door, and pressed his ear against the cold door panel. The footsteps echoed in the 5th floor corridor, limping and dragging their way toward them. It sounded like only one person, and in extremely poor condition. Li Mo made a gesture to Wang Tao and Wu Jichao, who immediately understood and grabbed their own axes, standing tensely on both sides behind the door. Li Mo gently twisted the doorknob, not fully opening it, just leaving a crack. The cold air and clearer footsteps immediately rushed in. A bulky, staggering figure was visible, leaning against the wall, moving step by step. The person was wrapped in several layers of clothing, but clearly not the down jacket was not long enough, leaving a gap of exposed wrist between the pants and gloves. The head was wrapped in a scarf, but the cheeks were exposed. In the dim light, they showed an ominous bluish-purple color. That was a sign of severe frostbite. The walking posture was awkward, one leg seeming unable to. It was a girl. She exhausted her last bit of strength, and 5 or 6 meters from the door of room 508, her body swayed. She slid slowly down. He warily scanned the stair entrance behind her and the dim corridor, confirming no one else was following. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao also peered nervously through. The woman seemed to catch her breath, lifted her head with difficulty, her unfocused gaze sweeping ahead. Then it suddenly fixed on the warm orange glow seeping through the crack of room 508's door. Her eyes on her frostbitten bluish face widened abruptly. A spark of disbelief and the brightness of a dying person grasping at driftwood burst forth. Su Jinwan leaned against the icy wall, her chest heaving violently. Her breath came with a hoarse, painful rasp like a broken bellows. She saw the light through the crack in the door. That light was more dazzling and scorching to her than the sun. The instinct to survive overpowered all fear and weakness. Help! Help! She parted her dry, cracked lips, her voice hoarse and faint like a string that could snap at any moment. Help me, please. Li Mo's figure emerged from the shadow of the wall. He carried an axe, standing in the dim corridor light. The blade gleamed with a faint, cold glint under the lamplight. Su Jinwan trembled in fear, the rest of her words stuck in her throat, her eyes widening in terror. Her body instinctively tried to shrink back, but she only futilely scraped against the wall. Don't kill me. She stammered, her voice trembling violently. I am from the Foreign Languages Department, Su Jinwan. I sprained my ankle, so I didn't go to the auditorium. I stayed in the dorm for a few days. Saw your lights on. I mean no harm, just want to find a way to survive. As she spoke, she struggled to stand up, trying to show sincerity. But her frostbitten, weak legs and frail body caused her to slip again. She could only lift her face, her bloodshot, frost-reddened eyes fixed on Li Mo. And on Wang Tao and Wu Jichao, who peeked out from the crack of the door behind him. There was fear and pleading in that gaze. And even more the stubbornness of a dying person grasping at the last straw. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao exchanged glances, then looked at Li Mo. Li Mo said nothing, his gaze sweeping over her bluish-purple cheeks, frostbitten wrists, and clearly injured ankle. He relaxed his guard slightly, but the axe remained in his hand. He stepped forward and reached out to help Su Jinwan to her feet. Her touch was cold and stiff, almost devoid of the softness of a living person. Su Jinwan flinched, but gritted her teeth and managed to stand with his support. Li Mo helped her toward the open door of room 508. A warm glow and more noticeable heat rushed toward them, along with the lingering aroma of chicken porridge and instant noodle soup. Su Jinwan was overwhelmed by the sudden warmth and sent feeling dizzy. She nearly used all her strength to take a breath. Her empty stomach let out a loud growl. Saliva uncontrollably secreted, and then due to thirst was quickly swallowed. It brought a burning sting to her throat. Her eyes instantly reddened. It was a primal, desperate craving for warmth and food. Inside the room, several small heaters emitted a steady orange glow and electric lights illuminated everything. In the corner, cans, boxes, and tools were neat. Everything seemed so luxurious, so unreal. Compared to the dark, hopeless dormitory she had just escaped, this place was paradise. Liam helped her sit on an empty chair. Then he took out a medical kit, found frostbite cream, and anti-inflammatory medicine. Without asking many questions, he efficiently began treating the most severe frostbite on her face and hands. The ointment, cool to the touch, spread over the burning, stinging, numb skin, bringing a strange sense of relief. Wu Jichao fumbled to relight the gas stove, found 2 packs of instant noodles, broke the noodles into a small pot, added some water, and started cooking. Wang Tao, carrying the axe, exchanged a look with Liam and quietly slipped out the door. He stood guard near the stairwell on the 5th floor, listening carefully for sounds from— "Don't worry. It's just me." Su Jinwan, seeing Wang Tao leave, quickly added. No one followed behind. Liam didn't stop his work, only looked up. His gaze turned toward the balcony window. Through the glass and frost, the silhouette of the opposite female dormitory building was faintly visible. He mentally calculated the angle and distance. Indeed, only the room at the eastern end of that building could possibly see the light from their 5th floor dorm. The woman's words made geographical sense. "Thank you. Thank you." Su Jinwan felt the slight coolness of the ointment on her cheeks and the genuine warmth inside the room. Tears finally welled up belatedly. She quickly wiped them away with the back of her hand, but accidentally smeared the frostbite cream, wincing in pain. How do you have electricity?" she couldn't help asking. Her gaze still held disbelief, moving back and forth between the lights and the heaters. "Isn't it all out?" "We have a generator," Wu Jichao replied casually, while watching the noodles in the pot, a hint of pride in his voice. "A generator?" Su Jinwan was stunned for a moment, then showed a look of sudden understanding and envy. Then you're really lucky." By then, Liam had finished treating the worst frostbite on her hands. He simply bandaged them with clean gauze. He straightened up, sat on the edge of the opposite bed, and calmly appraised her. Su Jinwan felt a little uneasy under his gaze, instinctively lowering her head and twisting the dirty hem of her clothes. She knew she must look utterly disheveled and was an uninvited intruder. I have nowhere to go." She gathered her courage, lifted her head, and looked directly at Liam. "On the female dorm side. I don't know if there are any, even if there are, they're probably like I was waiting to die. I risked my life to get here." Her voice gradually steadied, carrying a sense of burnt boat's resolve. "I want to live, so please accept me. I'm willing to join you. I'll do anything." Liam didn't answer, immediately tapping his fingers lightly on his knee. "What's the situation in your building? Besides you, are there others?" Su Jinwan shook her head, her eyes dimming slightly. "I don't know. On our floor. I heard crying and shouting, then it stopped. It's so cold, girls generally can't stand the cold. Those who could leave probably went to the auditorium. Those who stayed, probably." She didn't finish, but the meaning— she herself, if not for being trapped by a sprained ankle plus having some snacks and water and a few thick coats from last year that she hadn't taken home in her closet, would probably have frozen or starved to death. She looked at Liam, then at the busy Wu Jichao and the faint figure of Wang Tao outside. These 3 had food, electricity, warmth, and weapons. They had clearly formed an effective small group. The leader was this boy named Liam, who said little with a very calm, even cold gaze. But he acted methodically. She had to seize this opportunity. I can help," Su Jinwan said eagerly, tidying up cooking, standing guard. I don't eat much. Really." Her last sentence was spoken with a hint of humility and pleading. "We're also trying to find a way to survive." Liam finally spoke, his voice flat. "One more person means one more strength, but also one more mouth to feed. You can stay, but you have to work." And Su Jinyuan's eyes lit up, and she nodded vigorously. "He'll definitely obey. First, recover from your injuries." Liam pointed at her frostbitten hands and feet and the obviously swollen ankle. "If you can't move, you can't do anything." Just then, Wu Jichao's instant noodles were ready, the aroma even stronger. He ladled out a large bowl and handed it to Su. A simple instant meal, but at this moment it surpassed any delicacy in Su Jinyuan's eyes. She thanked him and, despite the heat, began eating in small but quick bites. The hot soup warmed her insides, driving away the cold and injecting a trace of vitality into her body. After eating, Liam made arrangements. Room 507 was piled with supplies and couldn't be used as living space. He pointed to the adjacent room, 506. "You'll stay there for now." The door to room 506 was open, the inside equally empty and cold, but much better than the corridor outside. Liam brought a small heater from room 508 and plugged it into an extension cord. The orange glow brightened, starting to dispel the severe cold inside. He also took a cotton quilt and an electric blanket from his space and laid them on one of the relatively clean upper bunks. "This will do for now," Liemo said. "It's cold at night. Don't turn off the heater. You can set the electric blanket to low. Knock if you need anything." Su Jinwan stood at the entrance of room 506, looking at this room that though simple now had light and heat, and was no longer a death trap. Her nose stung. She turned around to look at Liemo, who was about to leave. The corridor light shone in through the doorway, illuminating half of Liemo's expressionless profile. Wang Tao was still on guard near the stairwell, and Wu Jichao was cleaning up the dishes in room 508. It was quiet here with only the low hum of the generator and the howling wind and snow in the distance. A feeling of having survived a disaster mixed with a vague fear of the future, and a complex emotion toward the boy who held the power of life and death churned within her. She knew she had no bargaining chips, except for this body that hadn't completely collapsed and a small will to survive. Those days and nights of suffering alone in the female dormitory, darkness, cold, loneliness, hunger, gradually eroded all her unrealistic fantasy. She had seen the panic in her roommate's eyes as she left and heard distant screams. The world had changed. The rules were no longer the old rules. To survive, clinging to the strong and paying a price seemed to be the only way. She was not naive, nor would she put on airs. This Liemo, though cold, had at least given her treatment, food, and shelter. He hadn't immediately turned her away, or worse. That was already immense kindness. She took a deep breath, the cold, dry air stinging her throat. Then she stepped forward, blocking Liemo's path slightly at the door, and raised her bandaged hand, trembling but determined, and grabbed Liemo's arm. Liemo stopped, turned to look at her, his eyes calm and questioning. Su Xinyuan's face flushed in the dim light. A mix of shame, nervousness, and a desperate resolve rose in her heart. She dared not meet Liemo's eyes. Her gaze lowered, her voice extremely low. "Spit it out. I know I have no right to ask for anything. You took me and gave me food and a place to stay. I don't know how to repay you." She paused, her chest heaving, as if using all her strength to force out the next words. As long as you let me stay with you, let me survive." Her voice dropped even lower, almost inaudible, and carried a sense of burning all bridges behind her. I can be with you. As long as you don't mind." After saying this, she tightly closed her eyes, her long lashes trembling, the hand gripping Liemo's arm shaking. Her whole body was as stiff as a statue awaiting judgment. The frostbite on her cheeks, still bluish-purple, showed a fragile beauty under the dim yellow light. The humble naked offering in her words formed a poignant contrast that tightened one's heart. A gust of cold wind from the stairwell stirred the messy strands of hair on her forehead. She waited. Over an hour later, Liemo finally returned to dormitory 508. As he pushed the door open, his face bore no particular expression. He casually leaned the fire axe back against the wall, his movements as brisk as ever. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao were still awake, huddled by the gas stove, murmuring to each other. Hearing the sound, they looked up at him. Both wore knowing, mischievous glances. After all, although the commotion next door had been subdued, it had still been quite audible, especially Su Xinyuan's voice. They had heard it clearly. Wang Tao winked, snickered softly, and lowered his voice. "Brother Mo, impressive. So you're dropping Lin Wei just like that?" Liemo took off his coat, sat down by the gas stove, and reached out to warm his hands without even lifting his eyelids. Forgotten her long ago. He felt no shame. They were all adults. In the apocalypse, desire and survival instinct were equally straightforward. Su Jinwan made the first move, and he needed it. Simple as that. It had nothing to do with feelings. It was more like a transaction, a way to consolidate the group and his authority. Su Jinwan was also straightforward, unlike Lin Wei, who liked to put up a facade. Wu Jichao scratched his head awkwardly, not daring to chime in. "From now on, Su Jinwan is one of us." Once his hands were warm, Liemo announced bluntly. "One more pair of hands, one more pair of eyes. Same rules, work and follow orders." "Understood." Wang Tao immediately responded, his smile fading, slightly replaced by a more serious demeanor. "So, should we start calling her sister-in-law?" He couldn't resist another cheeky remark. Liemo shot him a glance. "Just call her by name. Don't bother with useless formalities." "Got it." Wang Tao replied, though he mused that the relationship was definitely not ordinary. Next door in 506, Su Jinwan lay on the upper bunk with an electric blanket covered by a thick quilt. The steady warmth from the low-setting electric blanket radiated from beneath her, dispelling the chill that had accumulated over many days. Her frozen, stiff limbs seemed to slowly awaken. The frostbite on her cheeks had been treated with ointment, bringing a cool, stinging sensation. But it was far better than the numb, burning pain before. She lay with eyes open, staring at the dim shadows on the ceiling. Her body still felt some discomfort. Yet in her heart, there was an eerie calm, even a sense of settled relief. She had guessed correctly. Liemo was decisive. No unnecessary words or hypocritical refusals. His actions were direct and crisp. He was not the kind of indecisive gudetwushus. Even less was he a hypocrite who put up a virtuous front. This directness, in fact, reassured her. Besides, Liam wasn't bad-looking, he was actually somewhat handsome, and she was the one who came out ahead, really. The deal was struck. She gave what she could, and in return she secured a place in this small group. And a chance to survive. Fair enough. As for the future, she dared not think too much. Surviving today, tomorrow. In days, that was victory. With electricity, warmth, and food. And this man, cold on the surface, but at least pragmatic and capable, by her side. It was infinitely better than waiting to die alone in the dark. Drowsiness mingled with exhaustion and relaxation washed over her. She closed her eyes and soon fell into a deep sleep. It was the first sleep in days that wasn't spent trembling in fear and cold. After an unknown length of time, Su Jinwan was awakened by a familiar aroma of rice porridge. Pale gray daylight seeped through the cracks of the blocked windows, signaling morning. The dormitory was still warm. The heater radiated its residual heat silently. She moved her body. The frostbitten areas still ached, but her hands and feet were much more agile. She got up and found the electric kettle Liam had given her the day before. It was small, but enough to boil water for washing. She poured some purified water and heated. Carefully, she soaked a towel in the hot water and wiped her face and hands, avoiding the severe frostbitten areas. The sensation of the icy cold water turning into warm liquid nearly made her sigh in relief. After washing up, she tidied her wrinkled but still thick clothes. Taking a deep breath, she pushed open the door of 506 and walked toward 508. The door of 508 was ajar, letting out a wave of warmth and an even richer porridge aroma. She knocked, then pushed it open. Wang Tao and Wu Jiqiao were sitting around a small electric pot drinking porridge. When they saw her enter, their expressions shifted subtly. Wang Tao grinned at her. Wu Jiqiao, a little embarrassed, lowered his head and gulped down his porridge. Liam sat at a table by the wall, a bowl of porridge in front of him, holding half a compressed biscuit. He glanced up at Su Jinwan, nodded in greeting, then continued eating. Su Jinwan naturally walked over and sat down in the empty seat beside Liam. This gesture silently declared her allegiance and position. Wang Tao and Wu Jiqiao exchanged a knowing look. "How are your feet?" Liam asked, his tone casual. "Much better, I can walk." Su Jinwan replied, her voice still a bit hoarse, but stronger than the night before. She ladled herself a bowl of porridge. It was thick, and it seemed to have some minced canned meat mixed and savory and delicious. She ate slowly, savoring the comfort. "Pack up after you finish eating." Liam set down his bowl and looked at Wang Tao and Wu Jiqiao. "We've basically finished with the 5th floor. Starting today, we'll clear the 6th floor and the ones below on the 4th. Same method: seal the windows, close the doors, collect all usable supplies, and centralize them in 507. Understood." Wang Tao immediately. "We should have done this long ago. Turn these floors into our territory." Wu Jiqiao nodded. "Yeah, more supplies, more peace of mind." Su Jinwan listened quietly, quickly finished her porridge, and took the initiative to gather the dishes. "He'll wash them." Liam didn't object. When she returned after washing up, Liam had already taken out the inner layer of the top-tier extreme cold protective gear, the quick-dry shirt, fleece jacket, and down vest, and handed them to her. "Change into these. It's still cold outside." Su Jinwan took them. The fabric felt fine and carried a new smell. Her heart stirred slightly. Without asking further, she went back to 506 to change. The clothes were large, but the warming effect was immediate. After putting them on, she even felt a bit hot. She then noticed that on the 5th floor, due to the tight ceiling and the faint residual heat from the generator running continuously, the temperature seemed to have risen significantly. Wearing these professional inner layers, she only needed to put on an ordinary down jacket outside to no longer feel the biting cold. If she dressed thicker, she might even sweat a little. This change delighted her. A relatively safe warm haven was taking shape. The 4 of them prepared their tools: axes, crowbars, hammers, ropes, and a few empty woven bags. Liam led the way, followed by Wang Tao and Wu Jiqiao, with Su Jinwan at the rear stepping out of 508. The corridor was quiet and warm. They first went up to the 6th floor. The conditions there were worse than the 5th. Some dormitory doors were wide open, revealing them. Other rooms were locked. They knocked, but no one answered. They forced the doors open. They handled all the rooms and common areas. Liam directed. Wang Tao and Wu Jiqiao did most of the heavy work. Su Jinwan helped as well, carrying cleaning and passing tools. Her movements were still a bit stiff, but she worked hard, striving to prove her worth. They sealed windows with found planks and broken cabinets, blocked the ventilation windows at both ends of the corridor, closed doors, and checked every open dormitory. Useful items, such as small appliances, unopened bottled water, scattered snacks, thick quilts, and even some books and tools, were all gathered, packed into woven bags, and temporarily stacked at the stairwell on the 6th floor. Then came the 4th floor. The same procedure. In some dormitories on the 4th floor, they found many frozen bodies. Silently, they moved the corpses to corners, covered them with found sheets, and continued working. This wasn't the first time. There had been plenty of bodies on the 5th floor. The atmosphere was heavy, but no one stopped. In the face of survival, many emotions had to be suppressed. The work was grueling and tedious, but conducted in relatively comfortable temperatures. It was far more pleasant than struggling against the bitter cold before. During breaks, Wang Tao would crack a few jokes to lighten the mood. Wu Jichao was quiet but diligent in his work. Su Jinwan gradually adapted to the rhythm. Though tired, she felt fulfilled. Bags of supplies were carried back to the 5th floor and piled into 500 food, daily necessities, tools, clothing. The variety slowly grew. Liemo silently inventoried them, mentally planning which could be duplicated as seeds and which could be used directly. He could even surreptitiously take some items from his space and mix them into the collected supplies. After all, he was the one doing the inventory. Besides, no one would scrutinize. By the afternoon, the initial clearing and sealing of the 6th and 4th floors were complete. Although not as tight as the 5th floor, it at least greatly reduced drafts. A foundation was laid for potentially expanding their activity range in the future. The 4 returned to 508, all drenched in sweat. Su Jinwan boiled more hot water for everyone to wash up briefly. For such water, they no longer used purified water. With the blizzard outside, they could easily collect snow melted over fire and get a large bucket. Drinking hot water, looking at the growing pile of supplies in 507 and the increasingly secure layer beneath their feet. A sense of weary fulfillment grew in everyone's heart. They were no longer individuals struggling helplessly in the dark. They were a small group with a base and a clear goal. Outside the window, the blizzard raged on. But inside, the light remained steady and warmth spread. Liemo gazed at the leaden sky outside, then at the 3 resting beside him. The first pillar of foundation had been driven deeper. Next, he would use these basics: duplicate, expand, attract more people, establish a greater order. And first, he needed more seeds and a more reasonable pretext to release the vast stockpile of supplies in his system space. The items piled in 507, along with the unexplored corners of the entire dormitory building, would serve as his best cover. The grand auditorium had turned into a frozen cavern of deathly silence. The interior had become nearly indistinguishable from the outdoors. A thin layer of ice coated the floor, mingled with stains and unidentifiable frozen. Most figures huddled in corners or clung together motionless. Their skin bore hues of bruised purple or ashen gray, long since stiffened. Those still alive clung to their last breath, staring vacantly at the icicle-festooned ceiling above their throats, emitting raspy bellows like inhalation. They awaited the final moment. Zhao Peng and his remaining 5 cronies occupied a relatively sheltered alcove near the back of the stage. Here they had piled their last scavenged possessions: a few empty water bottles, torn cookie wrappers, and several relatively intact thick coats stripped from the dead. Their food and drink had been completely exhausted yesterday. Hunger gnawed at their stomachs like a dull knife, while the cold incessantly devoured their dwindling body heat. Despair thickened like layers of ice. Lin Wei curled up at Zhao Peng's feet, wrapped in a filthy down jacket stripped from a female corpse. Her face had long lost its former radiance, replaced only by frostbitten bruises and numbed exhaustion. Over the past 2 days, Zhao Peng had vented his frustration from being thwarted by Liemo, his fear of the future, and the twisted pleasure of controlling life and death. All of it was taken out on her. Verbal humiliation was the least of it. A physical abuse had become routine. Lin Wei dared not resist, nor even cry out. She could clearly feel the shift in Zhao Peng's attitude towards her, from his former cautious ingratiation to this undisguised domination and trampling. And she could only endure it, because if she left Zhao Peng's group, she would immediately become like the corpses around her. Zhao Peng spat the spittle freezing into ice crystals midair. His face was ashen, his eyes sunken, but his ferocity had only intensified. He was like a beast cornered to the brink. Beside him, a male student named Lu Chong, one of the troublemakers who had followed Zhao Peng, was rubbing his nearly numb hands. His voice trembled. Peng Gu, it's minus 70 degrees outside. Going out is a death sentence too. You saw how cowardly Zhang Hai was. Staying here is just waiting to die. Zhao Peng growled, his eyes bloodshot. Liemo, that bastard must be comfortable. He has food, drink, and thick clothes. As for Xiao Wu and the others. His voice faltered as he mentioned the 3 who had been hacked to death. Deep in his eyes flickered a fear he himself was reluctant to admit. Zhao Peng was good at bullying, but real bloodshed with axes. That Liemo was too ruthless, but now fear was useless. If we don't fight, we'll all rot here together. Zhao Peng scanned his 5 equally gaunt, terrified followers, and Lin Wei shivering at it. He tried to make his voice sound compelling. The dormitory isn't far. We'll charge over, grab Liemo's supplies, and we'll survive. His room must be warm. Think of hot food, think of not freezing. Xiao Wu and the others can't have died for nothing. This revenge must be taken. There are so many of us, why fear one man? His words were like a shot of adrenaline, igniting a desperate, survival-driven ferocity in the other's eyes. Yes, staying here meant certain death. Fighting might offer a glimmer of hope. No matter how strong Liemo was, he was just one man. But clothes. Another boy looked at his own thin cotton jacket stripped from a relatively fresh corpse. It still left his teeth chattering. Were more layers. Zhao Peng stood up, his gaze sweeping fiercely over the bodies that had just expired, their flesh still retaining some warmth. Strip them. Strip everything wearable. Put it all on. The order made Lin Wei nauseous, but she clenched her jaw and remained silent. The instinct to survive overpowered everything else. The group, including Lin Wei, began to mechanically obey. They approached the bodies where warmth hadn't fully dissipated, and even those who still drew a faint breath. Suppressing their fear and disgust, they peeled off the victims' sweaters, cotton pants, scarves, and gloves. Layer after layer was put on. Though bloated and filthy, at least the thickness increased. Just then a boy who had been taking turns watching near the main gate came scrambling back, his face alight with disbelief and excitement, his voice a suppressed shout. Penggu, the wind. The wind seems to have stopped. The wind outside has stopped. Zhao Peng shuddered. He rushed to the broken gate and peered outside. Indeed, the howling, unending gale had subsided significantly. Only weak currents remained, swirling snowflakes. The sky was still leaden gray, but visibility had improved. The blurred outlines of distant buildings were discernible. The temperature hadn't risen. But without the wind, the wind chill effect that instantly stole all body heat was greatly diminished. Heaven helps me. Zhao Peng rejoiced, slamming his fist against the icy doorframe. The wind stopping meant the risk of frostbite during the trip was much lower. They could conserve energy and move faster. Quick. Is everyone dressed? Once you're ready, we leave immediately. Head to the dormitory. Finally, Mo. Zhao Peng turned, his voice a hoarse command, his eyes burning with a desperate flame. Meanwhile, on the other side of the campus, in the area between the cafeteria and the school infirmary, a stark contrast to the deathly stillness of the dormitory and auditorium, a tense but orderly operation was still underway. A path about 2 meters wide, clearly swept repeatedly, connected the cafeteria to the second floor of the infirmary. The road was scattered with de-icing salt and sand. Though icy and hard, it was at least free of thick ice, allowing for cautious passage. The 3-story building housing the cafeteria and infirmary was an old-school structure, relatively sturdy. Its doors and windows had been reinforced as much as possible. On the second floor, several large connecting rooms had been converted into temporary living quarters and a command center. Dozens of students, under the direction of a few remaining teachers and staff, worked busily and silently at their respective tasks. After the wind stopped, they cleared fresh snow from the pathways and used simple tools to further seal window cracks. Others were moving supplies. They all wore thick, dark blue parkas and clumsy but warm anti-slip boots. These were from the school warehouse's stockpile of military training supplies and spare staff equipment. Several school leaders, the head of security, the infirmary director, and 2 relatively composed counselors were gathered in a makeshift office on the second floor, discussing with grim expressions. Still no contact with the auditorium. The vice principal rubbed his temples, his voice hoarse and weary. The security chief shook his head. All radios are. We tried to send someone close, but the distance was too great, the temperature too low. The person we sent barely made it back. Now we can only confirm. The situation there is very bad. What about the dormitory area? Any signs of students organizing themselves? Another leader asked. There are sporadic signs of students returning to dorms, but no organization. Most dormitory buildings are likely lost. The counselor's tone was heavy. Their own ability to maintain basic operations was due to several key factors. First, their relatively central location and slightly better building insulation. The cafeteria and infirmary were adjacent, and the old building had thick walls. Second, the rapid stockpiling and retrieval of supplies at the onset of the disaster. In the early days of the temperature drop, several experienced staff and teachers forcibly opened the cafeteria, warehouse, and the small store. They managed to retrieve large quantities of rice flour, canned goods, bottled water, and crucially dozens of liquefied natural gas tanks. These were the same tanks used for cooking in the cafeteria. The tanks were carefully stored in an insulated room, becoming a precious source of heating and cooking fuel. Third, they had organized a core team of personnel. Initially, those stranded in the cafeteria and infirmary included some staff along with dozens of students who had been active nearby or failed to return to their dorm. After the initial panic, several leaders quickly stepped forward, rallying the group under the banner of waiting for rescue and collective survival. They established a simple division of labor and discipline. Water was a major problem. All outdoor pipes had frozen and burst. Their solution was to collect snow melt and boil it in large soup pots using the gas stoves. The boiled water was stored in insulated containers and rationed. The gas tanks ensured a continuous flame. For warmth, besides distributing stored clothing, they converted the cafeteria hall and several large rooms into central heating points. Simple stoves made from iron buckets burned small amounts of gas, or available wood like dismantled tables and chairs. Though it couldn't make the rooms warm, it kept the temperature around -20 or 30 degrees Celsius, preventing immediate hypothermia. They had cleared a simple path from the cafeteria to the infirmary, and they insisted on daily sweeping and maintenance, ensuring basic access to their core area. But immense challenges remained. Supplies, especially food and fuel, were dwindling fast. Morale was low. Hope for rescue eroded with each passing day of relentless cold and silence. They were completely cut off from the outside world. Phones, internet, radios, all were dead. They were trapped on an icy island. More importantly, they knew that other parts of the campus, especially the auditorium and dormitories, held countless students whose fate was unknown. We must send someone to check the auditorium again. The infirmary director sighed. At least, we need to know if there are any survivors and how bad things are. If there are survivors, maybe we can bring some back. How? It's so cold and the distance is far. The security chief frowned. Wait for the next lull in the wind. Like today? The vice principal looked at the somewhat calmer snowstorm outside and made up his mind. Organize a capable team. Give them the best gear, some emergency medicine, and a small amount of high-calorie food. No more than 3 to 5 people. Their mission isn't rescue, it's reconnaissance. Assess the situation and return immediately. The others were silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement. It was the only feasible plan for now. Meanwhile, in the direction of the dormitories unseen by them, Zhao Peng's group, wrapped in multiple layers of clothing stripped from the dead, moved like a pack of bloated, ragged hyenas. They braved the still bitter cold but windless air, stumbling away from the human ice house that was the auditorium, trudging painfully towards dormitory 508, 5th floor, their perceived haven of survival and the lair of their enemy. Zhao Peng and his group stumbled to the base of the dormitory building. All of them were severely chilled. Though the wind had ceased, the temperature of -70°C penetrated the ill-fitting, unprofessional layers of clothing they had stripped from corpses. The cold gnawed into their bones. They stomped their feet and breathed into their hands incessantly. Their faces and bare wrists were long, numb, and devoid of, but in the next moment their gazes were riveted by the window on the 5th floor. Light. A steady, warm, white light shone through that window. Amid the pitch-black cluster of buildings, that glimmer was like a lighthouse in the dead of night. Clear. Dazzling. Carrying an intoxicating allure. Holy shit. They actually have electricity, stammered a boy, his eyes bursting with shock, envy, and greed. Zhao Peng stared fixedly at that light, his chest heaving violently. Not from cold, but from a searing rage and humiliation. They had struggled like rats in the auditorium, nearly coming to blows over a moldy biscuit. In the end, they had to strip clothes from the dead. They were likely not far from cannibalism. Yet Liemo, that bastard, was holed up in the dorm enjoying electricity. With electricity came possible heating, hot water. Everything they dared not even dream of. Damn it. Just as I thought. That bastard hoarded who knows how much stuff in advance. And he can generate power. Zhao Peng hissed through clenched teeth. His Xiao Wu and the others must have been killed by that treacherous dog too. If we don't take him down today and seize his supplies, we'll all die out here. His words ignited the madness in those around him. The craving for warmth, the hunger for food, the terror of death, and the hatred fanned by Zhao Peng overwhelmed their fear of Liemo. Let's go. Upstairs. Fuck him up. Lu Chong roared, eyes bloodshot. Zhao Peng took the lead, charging into the dark doorway of the dormitory. The others followed with howls. 5th floor, room 508. Liemo leaned back in a chair by the door, resting his eyes. The low hum of the generator was the background. The heater radiated steady warmth. Su Jinwan was fast asleep in room 506, while Wang Tao and Wu Jichao were snoring on the inner bunks. Suddenly, Li Mo's ears twitched. It wasn't the sound of the blizzard. It was the chaotic, heavy, urgent footsteps coming from below. Closer and closer, ascending the stairs. And there were many of them. He snapped, his eyes open, devoid of sleepiness, only ice-cold calm. He grabbed the fire axe beside him and barked, "Get up. Someone's here." Wang Tao and Wu Jichao jolted awake. Half asleep, they saw Liemo already standing by the door with the axe. Their expressions changed, and they scrambled out of bed. They also seized their own axes, hearts pounding wildly. "Jinwan, stay in the room. Lock the door. Don't come out." Liemo called toward room 506, his voice low but clear. A rustling sound came from room 506, followed by a brief reply. Liemo signaled Wang Tao and Wu Jichao to stand behind him on either side. Then he yanked open the door of room 508. Almost at the same instant, from the stairwell, Zhao Peng, leading his dozen or so bloated, ferocious-looking followers, rushed onto the 5th floor landing. Under the dim emergency lights of the corridor, they came face to face. Zhao Peng immediately spotted Liemo, standing at the door of 508, axe in hand, expressionless. And behind him, Wang Tao and Wu Jichao, tense, but also armed with weapons. When enemies meet, their eyes burn with hatred. Not to mention the warm light and the faint smell of food spilling from the door behind Liemo. It was like a resounding slap across Zhao Peng's hypersensitive nerves. "Liemo, I'll fucking kill you today." Zhao Peng panted, his voice hoarse. His face quivered with rage, his eyes bloodshot and filled with murderous intent. He tried to embolden himself and those behind him. "Get him. Kill them. Everything inside is ours." The dozen or so men behind him hesitated, intimidated by the sight of Limeau's trio with axes. But Zhao Peng's roar, together with thoughts of their desperate plight and the paradise so close, stirred them into a frenzy. They brandished crude weapons, sticks, bricks, even an old rubber baton snatched from the security office. They slowly advanced, forming a semicircle. Lemo's gaze swept over the motley crew. They were dressed in disheveled, bulky clothes, many with frostbitten faces and hands. Though their eyes held a vicious gleam, it was mostly bluster and fear born of hunger and cold. The blizzard outside had stopped, and this bunch had seized the opportunity. There was no need for words. He took a step forward. Just one step. But the timing was perfect. Right after Zhao Peng's shout, when the crowd was surging forward, their formation most loose, their attention drawn to Zhao Peng. Liemo moved. No superfluous motions. Like a coiled leopard, he suddenly burst forward. The fire axe in his hand, propelled by his charge, aimed straight at the nearest boy who was brandishing a brick with a somewhat dazed expression. That boy never expected Liemo to strike first, and so fast. He instinctively tried to raise his arm to block, but his heavy clothes and frozen body slowed his reaction. Thud! The axe blade slammed into the junction of his shoulder and neck. It wasn't a cut, more like a smashing blow. The dull sound of bones breaking echoed eerily in the silent corridor. The boy didn't even have time to scream. He crumpled like a puppet with its strings cut. The brick slipped from his hand, rolling away. Blood splattered instantly, painting a shocking red on the cold floor and wall. One strike, one kill. Fierce. Violent. No hesitation. The entire corridor fell into dead silence. Zhao Peng's roar was caught in his The followers behind him who had been shouting had their ferocity instantly frozen, replaced by sheer terror and disbelief. They stared at the spreading pool of blood and the twitching corpse on the ground, then at Liemo, who held a dripping axe, his eyes frighteningly calm. A chill shot up from the soles of their feet to the crowns of their heads, making them shiver more than the external cold. Kill. He killed someone. He really killed. This wasn't a fight, it was murder. They had brawled before, maybe drawn a little blood, but never had they witnessed such a cold-blooded, wordless killing. In that instant of shock and hesitation, Liemo, without pausing, used his forward momentum and their stupor to lunge again. He swung the axe horizontally, forcing the front men to recoil and panic, further disrupting their formation. His target was clear: Zhao Peng, who was positioned slightly behind the crowd. When Zhao Peng saw Liemo charging like a god of death, and especially when those icy, emotionless eyes locked onto him, the courage he had mustered from numerical superiority evaporated instantly. In its place came the same terror he had felt when Xiao Wu died. He let out a strange shriek and ducked sideways, hiding behind a tall follower. Block him. Block him now. Zhao Peng's voice turned shrill. The boy, used as a shield, turned pale, his stick trembling in his hand. At that moment, Wang Tao and Wu Jichao, who had been hesitant and fearful at the door of 508, watched Liemo cut down one man, and then charge fearlessly into the enemy crowd. That indomitable, outnumbered, undaunted ferocity rushed like hot blood to their heads. Afraid. Of course they were still afraid. But they were more afraid of what would happen to them if Liemo fell. Just look at the wolfish hunger in Zhao Peng's gang's eyes. Fuck it. Let's fight. Wang Tao's eyes reddened, and his usual bluster mixed with the desperation of a cornered man exploded forth. He let out a roar and charged with his axe, targeting an opponent who had fallen behind in the retreat. Wu Jichao's lips trembled, but seeing Wang Tao rush out, and Limeo's figure weaving through the crowd, as if entering an empty space, a surge of heat, he gritted his teeth. He shouted to bolster his courage and followed with his axe. Though his movements were clumsy, his spirit had changed. Limeo's fierce assault broke the enemy's formation. The sudden addition of Wang Tao and Wu Jichao threw Zhao Peng's group into complete panic. They had come relying on their numbers and the madness of desperation. But at heart they were still a bunch of students who had never experienced real life-and-death combat. Faced with a ruthless killer like Liemo and two other students fighting with red eyes, the morale of that rabble collapsed instantly. Run! Run! Someone shouted, turning and bolting for the stairs. Once one ran, others followed. Fear spread like a plague. Outside was cold, but death came slowly. In this corridor people were gone in the blink of an eye. Their fierceness and greed from moments ago crumbled before death. Zhao Peng swept along, and the rout scrambled down the stairs. His earlier arrogance was gone, replaced by sheer terror and disgrace. He didn't even dare to look back. Yet the rout lasted only a few brief seconds. As they scrambled and tumbled to the stairwell landing between the 4th and 5th floors, believing they might momentarily escape the god of death wielding his axe. Heavy footsteps like a death knell pursued them rapidly from the stairway above. Liemo had no intention of letting them go. To spare a tiger is to court disaster, especially in a life-and-death environment like this. Any shred of mercy could bury oneself. He remembered the bloody lessons of his past life all too well. His speed was astonishing. The heavy clothing seemed not to hinder the power and agility he now. In mere breaths, he had caught up to the rear of the fleeing crowd. The last boy, hearing the wind behind him, turned back in terror. All he saw was an axe blade stained with dark crimson rapidly enlarging in the dim light. No. The scream was cut short. The axe cleaved fiercely into the back of his neck, nearly severing his head. The corpse pitched forward, tumbling down the stairs and knocking over the two in front. Split up. Split. Someone shrieked, trying to dart into the fourth-floor corpse. Liam-O arrived like a shadow. Without pausing, he used his downward momentum to sweep the axe horizontally. Another boy attempting to turn was struck hard in the ribs by the axe's flat side. The sound of shattering bones was distinct. The man screamed and crumpled. Liam-O followed up with a kick, sending him tumbling down the stairs, crashing into a pile of others. The stairwell instantly became a bloody slaughterhouse. Screams, wails, the crunch of bones, and the dull thuds of bodies hitting walls and floor mingled together. Liam-O's figure flashed within the cramped space. His axe swings were precise and ruthless, seeking not flashiness, but only the fastest way to end his enemies' lives. Blood splattered, painting large, shocking crimson blossoms on the cold walls and steps. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao were initially stunned by the relentless, merciless pursuit, but they quickly snapped out of it, roaring as they followed. They blocked the top of the stairs to prevent anyone from running back up. They didn't dare charge into the crowd to kill, like Liam-O. Instead, they used their axes more for intimidation, forcing those who slipped past Liam-O and tried to flee upward back down, or finishing them off. The broken Zhao Peng and his group had completely lost their will to resist. Only the instinct to survive drove them to scurry like headless flies. But in the narrow stairwell, facing a god of death who utterly dominated them in speed, strength, and ruthlessness, escape became a luxury. One by one, figures fell amidst screams. The smell of blood was thick and inescapable, assaulting the nostrils, mixed with the stench of voided bowels. Zhao Peng jostled in the crowd, stumbled downwards, his face streaked with tears, and snot, his pants long since wet, cold, and sticky. He heard the screams of his companions behind him growing closer and fewer. Boundless fear drowned him like ice water. He dared not look back, desperately trying to grab the person in front, only to find them collapsing too. Finally, he tripped over a corpse. He fell heavily onto the cold landing of the fourth floor. Struggling to get up, he looked up to see Liam-O walking down the stairs step by step, carrying the still-dripping axe. His boots made sticky, squelching sounds on the blood-soaked steps. A few droplets of blood were splattered on Liam-O's face, but his gaze was terrifyingly calm, like an ancient bottomless well reflecting not a single ripple. Behind him, Wang Tao and Wu Jichao followed, standing on the stairs, pale-faced, their hands gripping their axes, trembling slightly. They looked upon the hellish scene before them. On the stairs lay at least 7 or 8 corpses strewn haphazardly. Some still twitched slightly, blood gushed, severed limbs, and broken arms shocking to behold. The only ones still alive were Zhao Peng, collapsed on the landing, and 2 other boys huddled in a corner, scared out of their wits, unable even to cry. Zhao Peng watched Liam-O approach, that icy gaze falling upon him. His last mental barrier shattered completely. He scrambled backward on all fours until his back hit the cold wall, with no escape left. Don't kill me. Liam-O, brother-mo, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Zhao Peng wailed, his voice shrill and distorted, filled with unprecedented humility and fear. I shouldn't have opposed you before. I shouldn't have coveted your things. It's all my fault. Spare me. Spare my worthless life. As he spoke, he struggled to his knees, ignoring the cold and the blood on the floor, and kowtowed to Liam-O with a thud. His forehead hit the hard ground, quickly turning red and swollen. I'll be your beast of burden. I know I was wrong. Please, don't kill me. My family is rich. When I get out, I'll give you all our money. The house, the car, I'll give you everything. Liam-O stopped in front of him, the axe hanging by his side, blood droplets slowly falling along the blade. He looked at Zhao Peng, who was kowtowing frantically, tears and snot streaming, a far cry from his former arrogance and tyranny. His face showed no expression. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao watched from the stairs, their hearts pounding, throats dry. They had never seen Zhao Peng so pitiful and wretched. Nor had they ever felt such a dense aura of death. Wu Jichao's legs were trembling, his stomach churning. Zhao Peng. Liam-O finally spoke, his voice low and even. Before you die, let me teach you a lesson. Zhao Peng jerked his head up, his face a mess of blood, snot, and tears. A flicker of last hope ignited in his eyes, as if grasping at a lifeline. Speak. Speak. I'm listening. He'll remember. Liam-O looked down at him, enunciating each word clearly and coldly. At a time like this, begging is useless. Tears are even more useless. The only thing that matters is the weapon in your hand and the guts to use it. Unfortunately, you have neither. The hope in Zhao Peng's eyes was extinguished, instantly replaced by utter despair and defeat. He opened his mouth to say something more. Liam-O gave him no further chance. His arm rose, and the axe traced a clean, decisive arc. Thud. The blade precisely cleaved into the side of Zhao Peng's neck, severing the carotid artery and trachea. Zhao Peng's body stiffened abruptly, his eyes widening in disbelief. A gurgling, leaking sound came from his throat, then he collapsed limply to the side. Blood gushed out like a fountain, quickly pooling beneath him. Liam-O didn't even glance at Zhao Peng's corpse. His gaze shifted to the 2 terrified boys Those 2 boys were already petrified with fear. When they saw Liam-O looking their way, one fainted outright, while the other let out a short strangled cry, like a chicken with its neck wrung. His pants were wet again, his whole body trembling like leaves in the autumn wind. Liamo walked over, axe in hand. No, please. The remaining boy's lips quivered, tears and snot covering his face, unable to utter a single coherent sentence. Liamo didn't hesitate. 2 swift chops. The stairwell fell completely silent. Liamo stood amidst the pool of blood and corpses, slowly exhaling a puff of white breath. He flicked the blood off his axe. He turned to look at Wang Tao and Wu Jichao above on the stairs. Both were as pale as sheets. Especially Wu Jichao, looking at the scattered limbs and the nauseatingly thick smell of blood, his body shook violently. Suppressed retching sounds came from it. Wang Tao was slightly better, but his face was grim and the veins on the back of his hand gripping the axe bulged. For the first time they had witnessed so closely and indirectly participated in such a one-sided bloody massacre. The impact of Liamo killing those 3 at the door earlier was far less than this. Over a dozen people turned into a pile of corpses in an instant. The visual and psychological shock far exceeded their limits. Just then a short suppressed gasp came from the 5th floor stairway entrance. Su Jinwan, leaning against the wall, stood at the edge of the 5th floor landing. Her face was whiter than the cotton-padded jacket she wore. She had heard the commotion below subside, and unable to contain her worry had quietly come out to see the situation. What met her eyes was the hellish slaughterhouse-like scene in the stairwell below. Severed limbs, corpses, dark red blood nearly flooding the steps. And Liamo standing in the blood, his axe and clothes stained with gore. Plus Wang Tao and Wu Jichao on the stairs, also stained with blood and grim face. The thick, pungent smell of blood rose up, causing her stomach to churn violently. She clapped her hand over her mouth, forcing herself not to vomit. She cast a terrified glance at Liamo, then like a frightened rabbit turned and fled back into room 506, slamming the door shut. She leaned against the door, panting heavily, her body shaking uncontrollably. Liamo saw Su Jinwan, but said nothing. He walked up the stairs, returning to Wang Tao and Wu Jichao. Brother Imo. Wang Tao's voice was a bit hoarse. Clean this up. Liamo's voice remained calm, as if he had just disposed of a pile of trash. Throw all the bodies downstairs. It's cold, they'll freeze stiff soon. The wind has only stopped temporarily, it will pick up again soon and the snow will cover them. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao exchanged glances, both seeing the difficulty in the other's eyes. But object to Liamo or raise a dissent. They dared not. The Liamo before them, who had just slaughtered over a dozen people with eyes as calm as if nothing had happened, now commanded their utmost awe. All right. Wang Tao swallowed his saliva and agreed. Wu Jichao also nodded reluctantly. Hurry up, finish, and come back to rest. With that, Liamo, carrying his axe, walked back to the 5th floor corridor, heading towards room 508. He needed to clean the axe and the blood off himself. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao watched Liamo's retreating figure, then looked at the chaotic, bloody mess on the stairs. Gritting their teeth, they began the work. They first worked together to drag the nearest corpse to the edge of the stairs, then pushed it down with force. The body tumbled down, hitting the empty cement floor below with a dull thud. 1 corpse, 2 corpses. The process was cold and mechanical. Both kept their mouths tightly shut, trying not to look at the gruesome faces and broken limbs. The smell of blood lingered. While Wang Tao and Wu Jichao began disposing of the bodies in the shadowy corner of the stairwell landing between the 3rd and 4th floors, a figure was curled up tightly. She was covering her mouth tightly with her hand, holding her breath. It was Lin Wei. She had followed Zhao Peng's group, but had deliberately lagged behind due to fear and exhaustion while going upstairs. When the sounds of fighting and screams came from the 5th floor, she was scared out of her wits. She hid here on the 3rd floor, not daring to go further up. She heard Zhao Peng's desperate pleas, the hair-raising sounds of chopping and the thuds of heavy objects rolling down the stairs. Then all fell silent. Only some dragging and dull landing sounds remained. Zhao Peng and the others. Lost. All dead. This realization made her body feel colder than the freezing weather outside. Her teeth chattered uncontrollably. Then she faintly heard Liamo's calm voice and Wang Tao and the others' responses. They were disposing of the bodies. Throwing them downstairs. Lin Wei's heart nearly leaped out of her chest. She was alone here. Zhao Peng was dead and his whole gang was wiped out. What should she do now? Go back to the main hall. That's a dead end. Stay here. What would Liamo do to her? She came with Zhao Peng. Although she did nothing, would Liamo believe that? Thinking of Liamo's merciless killing and the fierce demeanor of Wang Tao and Wu Jichao, boundless terror seized her. Lin Wei, like a frightened little beast, scrambled and stumbled into an empty dormitory on the 3rd floor, its door left ajar. She gently closed the door behind her, afraid to make a sound by locking it. Then she curled up on a dusty upper bunk against the wall, wrapping herself tightly in the thickest blanket she could find, leaving only a pair of terrified eyes staring intently at the door. From downstairs there came the occasional muffled thud, the sound of bodies being thrown. Each sound made her body tremble violently. She bit her lip hard, stifling any sound, even suppressing her breath to the faintest. Her mind was filled with the screams and pleas she had barely heard earlier, and Li Mo's terrifyingly calm tone. Zhao Peng was dead, and all his vicious henchmen were dead too. Killed by Li Mo as easily as chopping vegetables. That Li Mo who was usually silent and whom she had never even deigned to glance at turned out to be so ruthless. She dared not imagine what would happen if she were discovered. Coming with Zhao Peng. That label alone would be enough to kill her 100 times. Cold and fear intertwined, making her tremble like a leaf in the wind. Tears streamed silently down her face as regret and despair consumed her. If only she had known. If only she had known. 5th floor. In dormitory 506, Su Jinwan was leaning over the washbasin, dry heaving again. Her stomach was empty, nothing left to bring up. Tears blurred her vision. The bloody, horrifying scene from the stairwell was branded into her mind like a hot iron. It wasn't that she had never seen a dead body before. In the past few days from the girls' dormitory, she had seen stiff corpses from a distance. But such a close-up slaughterhouse-like carnage. The splattering blood, the severed limbs. And Li Mo's calm eyes standing in the pool of blood. The impact was too overwhelming. Earlier to survive she had offered herself willingly. She thought Li Mo was cold, but at least pragmatic. But now, this was no longer coldness. It was an almost inhuman indifference to life. She felt a shudder originating from the depths of her soul. After cleaning the axe and most of the bloodstains on himself, Li Mo returned to room 508. Seeing Su Xinyuan's pale face and terrified eyes, he said nothing and offered no explanation. It was unnecessary. If she could accept it, she stayed. If not, she was free to leave. In the apocalypse, a soft heart and unnecessary sympathy were luxuries. His recent killing was not only to eliminate threats, but also to set a rule and a bottom line for Wang Tao, Wu Jichao, and even Su Jinwan. Drawn with soon, Wang Tao and Wu Jichao returned, their bodies tired and still somewhat weak. Their faces were still pale, but compared to the deathly white earlier, there was a numb calmness. They repeatedly scrubbed their hands and faces with snow they had found. The icy cold water sobered them up considerably. Seeing Li Mo sitting there picking up the fire axe that had killed over a dozen people and wiping it carefully with a cloth. The blade was already covered in fine nicks and rolled edges. Blood had seeped into the metal's grain, difficult to clean completely. After continuous high-intensity chopping of bone and muscle, even this good quality axe had become dull. The edge was no longer sharp. Li Mo looked at the axe casually, leaned it back against the wall with no regret on his face. Dull was dull. There were still over 990 brand new sharp ones in his space. When used up, he could continue to replicate them. He would never lack weapons. He looked up at Wang Tao and Wu Jichao, who had washed their hands and were still somewhat silent. Both of them unconsciously straightened up when they met his gaze, their eyes filled with awe, even a trace of barely noticeable fear. After that scene, Li Mo's image in their hearts was completely overturned. He was no longer the foresight roommate, but a decisive leader who controlled their life and death. At the same time, a wave of relief surged in their hearts. They were fortunate to be on Li Mo's side. Put on thick clothes and get ready. Li Mo's voice broke the silence. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao were both startled. Going out again, right after killing and disposing of the bodies. To the main hall. Li Mo continued. The main hall. Wang Tao was surprised. What for? Aren't Zhao Peng and his men all? To see if there are any surviving students. Li Mo's tone was calm. If there are any alive, try to bring them back. These words stirred complex emotions in Wang Tao, Wu Jichao, and Su Jinwan. Just now he had mercilessly slaughtered Zhao Peng's gang. Now he said he wanted to save people. The contrast. But upon reflection, it seemed understandable. Killing Zhao Peng was because they were a clear, aggressive threat. The students in the main hall, at least before this, were harmless, even victims. Rescuing them was both an act of basic humanity and an opportunity to expand their own group's strength. Of course, the premise was that those rescued were valuable and willing to obey. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao exchanged glances, seeing agreement in each other's eyes. They were certainly willing to save people. It made them feel they still retained a bit of humanity, rather than being pure killers. Su Jinwan watched the house. Li Mo arranged. Lock the door and pay attention to any sounds. Su Jinwan replied softly, her voice still trembled. Li Mo said nothing more and began to prepare. In front of Wang Tao and Wu Jichao, he walked to the pile of supplies in room 507 and took out 3 sets of extreme cold protective undergarments, as complete as the one he had given Su Jinwan. He also took out 3 new outdoor backpacks and started packing them. Unopened frostbite cream and anti-inflammatory medicine. Several packs of high-calorie compressed biscuits and chocolate. Several small gas canisters and mini stoves fully charged. And even 3 brand new fire axes still smelling of oil. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao stared wide-eyed as Li Mo, like a magician, pulled out so many professional brand-new items from that supply pile. But they didn't ask. After what had just happened, their threshold for accepting any unusual aspects of Li Mo had risen significantly. Mo Ge was just formidable. He was well-prepared and unfathomable. Why ask so many questions? Just follow him and do the job. The three quickly changed into the professional thermal undergarments, put on their shell jackets, and were fully armed. The wind had stopped. It was indeed a good time to go out. Without extra words, Li Mo led with Wang Tao and Wu Jichao following closely. The three left, stepping on the notiate frozen bloodstains, and descended the stairs. Passing the third floor, Li Mo didn't pause even for a moment, nor did he glance into the corridor. Lin Wei, hiding in a room, heard the steady footsteps passing by and nearly had a heart attack. She covered her mouth tightly, not daring to breathe. Leaving the dormitory building. Although the wind had stopped, the -70°C low temperature was still like a solid wall striking their face shields. There was no wind. The felt temperature was indeed a bit higher, but it was still extremely cold. The three quickened their pace, heading toward the main hall. Along the way there was utter silence. Only the crunching sound of their footsteps on the hard snow crust. Occasionally they saw frozen corpses in the snow maintaining various postures of struggle or curling up. Soon the gray outline of the main hall appeared before them. The door was wide open like a giant mouth devouring life. The moment they stepped inside, even through the face shield, a heavy, indescribable stench of death, excrement, and some slowly decaying substance hit them. The light was dim, with only the pale daylight filtering through broken windows high above, barely outlining the interior. Dense crowds of people. Some sitting, some lying, some huddled together, some curled up alone. Filling every corner of the hall. The vast majority were motionless, their skin dark blue, covered with frost. Clearly they had been dead for a long time. Most wore thin clothes. Many were only in autumn-clothes, sweaters, or even short-sleeved t-shirts. They had no ability to withstand the sudden drop in temperature. Thick clothing had long been monopolized, snatched, or stripped off by Zhao Peng's gang. Silence. Deathly silence. Not even a moan could be heard. Li Mo stood at the entrance, scanning this human hell. He raised his voice and called out, "Is anyone still alive?" The sound echoed in the empty dead hall, hitting the cold walls, eliciting no response. "Search separately, look carefully," Li Mo ordered, his tone as calm as if inspecting a warehouse. The three split up, stepping on the cold, hard ground, carefully avoiding the corpses on the floor, and began searching. Most were already stiff to the touch. Some still had their eyes open, staring blankly upward, their gaze empty. Many had frozen to death. They had lost their vital signs in despair and extreme cold. Others had wounds, killed in the earlier chaos by trampling or beating. Wang Tao endured the discomfort. This scene was indeed much better than the corridor earlier. He crouched down to check a figure curled up in a corner, covered with a few sheets of newspaper. His hand touched cold, stiff skin. He shook his head and stood up to continue. Wu Jichao was the same. After checking several, all were corpses. Just as Li Mo reached the area near the back of the stage, where Zhao Peng's gang had been stationed, he paused. There were some empty boxes and debris piled up. In the gap between the boxes and the wall, a mass seemed to move slightly. Very faint, almost imperceptible. Li Mo walked over and used his foot to push aside an empty cardboard box in front. In the gap, 3 students were curled up. 2 boys and 1 girl, all looked probably freshmen. They were covered with several layers of dirty, thin jackets and torn blankets scavenged from others, huddled tightly together, trying to share the meager body heat. Their faces were frozen purple, lips cracked, eyes tightly shut. Their breathing was so faint it was almost imperceptible, but they were indeed alive. Li Mo crouched down and checked. All 3 had severe frostbite on their hands and feet. The girl was in the worst condition, her consciousness seemingly blurred. But her chest still rose and fell very faintly. They had survived partly by luck, finding this relatively sheltered corner partially hidden by debris, and they had huddled together early for warmth. On the other hand, it was probably because they were relatively inside and hadn't been targeted by Zhao Peng's gang. They still had a few thin but layered inner garments. More importantly, they might have entered a state of extremely low metabolism, like hibernation, reducing energy. Here, there are still survivors, Li Mo called out. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao immediately ran over. Seeing there were survivors, their spirits lifted. Li Mo didn't hide anything. Right in front of Wang Tao and Wu Jichao, he pulled thick emergency blankets from his backpack, made of aluminum foil, excellent for insulation. He quickly wrapped the 3 survivors. Then he took out frostbite cream and applied it to their severe frostbitten areas exposed. Then he took out a mini gas stove, lit it, placed it nearby, and carefully provided a direct heat source. Next, he took out a thermos with hot water, boiled before leaving, and carefully fed a little warm water to the boy, who was slightly more conscious, using the bottle cap. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao quickly helped, imitating Li Mo's actions, wrapping the other 2 with emergency blankets and assisting in feeding water. The hot water and nearby heat source seemed to revive a glimmer of life in the 3 dying individuals. The boy let out a faint gasp and his eyelids moved. The other 2 also twitched slightly. "Can you carry them?" Li Mo asked. Wang Tao tried. "Very light, should be fine. Carry 1 each, be careful, steady movements." Li Mo put away the stove and carried the girl in the worst condition. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao each carried a boy on their backs. The 3 of them, carrying 3 barely alive survivors, left this ice cave filled with death As he walked out of the main hall, Liamo looked back at the dense silent bodies. This was all he could do. At least 3 were saved. Returning to the 5th floor. The warmth of the dormitory gave the 3 survivors who had just crawled out of an icy hell a surreal sense of unreality. Liamo settled them on the relatively spacious floor mats in room 506, which were laid with thick quilts and emergency blankets. Several heaters and small sun lamps were moved over to concentrate the heat source. Su Jinwan, following Liamo's earlier instructions, had used a small electric pot to cook a pot of very thin but steaming rice porridge with some canned meat minced into it. The professional emergency blankets locked in their residual body heat. The nearby heaters continuously radiated warmth, and the warm rice porridge was carefully The cooling sensation of the frostbite ointment and the effects of the anti-inflammatory medicine began to take hold. The first to regain some consciousness was the boy in slightly better condition. His name was Zhou Yu, a freshman in the mechanical engineering department. Blinking dazedly, he first saw the steady glow of the LED light above him, then the unfamiliar yet concerned faces surrounding him, and the aroma of food permeating the air. Rescue. Has rescue arrived? His cracked lips parted, his voice hoarse and barely audible, yet a fierce glimmer of hope burst from his eyes. He's awake. He's awake. Wang Tao sighed in relief and quickly fed him another sip of warm water. Soon after, the other 2 also regained consciousness one after another. The girl was Chun Shi from the College of Liberal Arts. The other boy was Sun Haoran in the same department as Zhou Yu. Their reactions upon waking were similar to Zhou Yu's, first struck by the light and warmth, then a surge of ecstatic joy at surviving a desperate situation. They thought official rescue had finally arrived, but soon they realized something was amiss. This was a dormitory room, sparsely furnished. Outside the window, it was still pitch dark night, with faint reflections of ice and snow. No uniforms or insignia of any rescue personnel were in sight. Only 4 young people who also appeared to be students. And the boy sitting not far away wiping a brand new fire axe carried an unsettling calm and a faint ominous aura. They weren't certain but instinctively felt a chill. Hope, like a punctured balloon, quickly deflated. Their hearts sank to the bottom. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao tried their best to explain the situation gently. This was not an official rescue point, just a small refuge spontaneously organized by a few survivors. The electricity was generated by themselves. The food was also previously stored and scavenged. After listening, Zhou Yu and the other 2 exchanged glances, their joy fading into bewilderment and disappointment. Not official. How long could this last? But regardless, this place was 1,000 times better than the auditorium. There was light, warmth, and food. They were still alive. Thank you. Thank you for saving us. Chun Zai's voice was weak but sincere. Her frostbitten cheeks were still red and swollen, but her eyes had brightened a little. You're lucky to have survived. Wu Jichao sighed. Over at the auditorium, we saw hardly anyone left. Zhou Yu's eyes dimmed, and he rasped. We hid in the crevice of the pile of junk behind the stage, huddled together early on, and didn't dare make a sound. Later we heard chaos outside, sounds of fighting and looting. Then it got colder and colder, quieter and quieter. He shivered. The memory was clear. Sun Haoran added, we thought we wouldn't make it. At that moment, Zhou Yu seemed to remember something and struggled to sit up a little. Looking at Wang Tao and Wu Jichao, his tone was urgent. Oh, on our way to the auditorium to gather, we saw school officials. They were moving things toward the cafeteria, rice and flour, and cases of bottled water. And it seemed the school clinic had people too. Over there. Is there an organization? Rescue. This caught Wang Tao and Wu Jichao off guard, and they instinctively exchanged a glance. The school authorities still had an organization. Over at the cafeteria and the clinic. Are you sure? Did you see them organizing the transport? Wang Tao, absolutely. Zhou Yu nodded firmly. There were several people who looked like teachers giving orders, and some students helping out. They were all wearing thick uniform clothes like military training uniforms. The stuff was moved from the convenience store warehouse and the cafeteria kitchen up to the 2nd floor of the cafeteria. It seemed pretty orderly. Sun Haoran also nodded. We thought there would be a unified arrangement soon, so we followed the crowd to the auditorium. If only we'd known. He trailed off, but the implication was clear. If they had known there was an organization there, maybe they should have gone to the cafeteria. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao's minds began to race. If the school really had set up a base at the cafeteria, with organization supplies and possibly medical care, wouldn't that be better than holing up in the dormitory? After all, it had an official background, sounded more legit, more promising. Wait a moment. Wang Tao said to Zhou Yu and the others, then signaled Wu Jichao to step out. At the door of room 507, Wang Tao lowered his voice. Xiao Wu, what do you think? The school sighed. Wu Jichao hesitated. If there really is an organization with supplies and a doctor, that would definitely be a good thing. Our place is decent too, but there are only a few of us, and things will run out eventually. And Brother Liamo, he trailed off, recalling Liamo's decisive and ruthless demeanor, feeling conflicted. I think so too. Wang Tao nodded. But we need to ask Brother Mo about this. When they returned, they found Li Mo had already come over and was standing at the door, having apparently overheard part of their conversation. Brother Mo, Wang Tao said directly. Zhou Yu and the others said they saw the school authorities organizing at the cafeteria, moving supplies, and the school clinic seemed to have people too. Should we go check it out, or try to contact them? Li Mo's gaze swept over Zhou Yu and the other two's hopeful, yet anxious faces, then at the faint wavering in Wang Tao and Wu Jichao's eyes. His expression remained impassive. Of course he knew the situation at the cafeteria. In his past life, he was lucky enough to be found by a reconnaissance squad sent by the school when he was near death in the auditorium and was taken back to the cafeteria base. Their order was maintained for a short time in the early days. Rations were distributed, basic medical care was provided, and they even attempted to clear pathways. However, the school side does have an organization. Li Mo spoke, his voice steady, but carrying an undeniable certainty. But it's fragile. He walked into the room, picked up a cup of hot water, and drank slowly, continuing. Their numbers are limited, and their supplies are only enough for their own few dozen people for a short-term consumption. Their warmth relies on burning dismantled furniture and limited natural gas canisters. Once the fuel runs out or external supply scavenging fails, they'll collapse immediately. They have no ability to continuously obtain energy and food, nor the experience and preparation to cope with long-term extreme cold. The so-called order is just a tree without roots. Looks fine, but falls at a push. Zhou Yu and the others were stunned. She couldn't help but ask softly then. What about rescue? Isn't the government caring about us anymore? Li Mo looked at her. They will, but when and how they reach here is unknown. Counting on others is not as good as counting on yourself. Wang Tao frowned. But Brother Mo, they do have a doctor and more people. If we merge, wouldn't our strength be greater? Merge? Li Mo's lips curled into a faint cold smile. Who merges with whom? Who listens to whom? Bring in their inefficient rationing system. Let us hand over our supplies, let them distribute uniformly, and then wait to eat through our reserves. He put down the cup, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. I'm not saying they're bad. It's already commendable that they managed to organize some people under those circumstances, but their model is one of waiting for rescue, a model of consuming stockpiles. And us. He pointed at the floor beneath his feet, then toward the direction of the faint hum of the generator next door. We are self-sustaining. We have electricity, the potential for continuous supply acquisition, and a more flexible way of survival. Joining them would be tying our own hands. He paused, recalling fragments of vague memories from his past life. The school later did try to send people out to look for airdropped supplies, but without professional cold weather gear and experience, the casualties were heavy. They didn't get much from the airdrops either. Internally, due to supply shortages and wrong decisions, they quickly fell into chaos and disputes. Moreover, Li Mo concluded, his tone resolute. I dare say they won't last as long as we will. Soon they will face insurmountable difficulties. At that point, it won't be us going to them, but they, who may have to come begging. That statement was absolute, even arrogant. But coupled with Li Mo's consistently accurate predictions and the warm, seemingly well-stocked dormitory before them, it somehow carried a convincing force. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao fell silent. Upon careful thought, what Li Mo said made sense. Here, though few, everything was under Li Mo's control, efficient and direct. Over there, who knew what would happen? Moreover, they had developed a deep-rooted dependence on and reverence for Li Mo. The school had led so many people to the auditorium to die. Could that so-called effective organization be trusted? Zhou Yu, Sun Haoran, and Chun, she listened. They had just escaped from a desperate collective still haunted by the state of seeming order, yet actual chaos and fragility. The boy named Li Mo, though sparing with words, spoke with clarity and immense confidence. In comparison, it seemed, staying here was more reliable. At least here there was electricity, a continuous heat source, and food. And a leader who seemed to know what to do. Then, Zhou Yu looked at Li Mo, asking cautiously, heal your injuries. If you're willing to stay, work, and follow the rules, there's a place for you. Li Mo said succinctly. If not, when you can walk, decide where to go. The wind isn't blowing outside now, so it won't hinder you. He didn't force them, but gave a clear choice. The three exchanged glances and saw the same decision in each other's eyes. Stay? They had to stay. Compared to the unknown and seemingly unoptimistic school organization, this dormitory with electricity and warmth was clearly, we're willing to stay. Zhou Yu spoke for the three. Well, obey and work hard. Li Mo nodded, saying no more. He glanced at the still dark sky outside. The organization at the cafeteria in his past life hadn't lasted a month. In this life with him as a variable, perhaps the trajectory of history would be different. But regardless, he would follow his own plan, first firmly establish a foothold in this dormitory building and build his own survival system. In the early morning, the system refreshed. Li Mo sank his consciousness into the space and quickly completed the day's 3 duplications. Cigarettes, frozen apples, portable butane gas stoves with matching small gas canisters, each at 1,000 units. Cigarettes and apples were consumables and luxuries, while the gas stoves were crucial decentralized heat sources and cooking tools more flexible and energy efficient than relying on generators. After finishing these tasks, he gathered everyone in dormitory 507. This place had now become a temporary supply depot and meeting room. Wang Tao, Wu Jichao, Su Jinwan, Zhou Sun Haoran, and Chen Qian stood together. Though their expressions varied, especially the newcomers who still appeared weak, all eyes were fixed on Li Mo. Today's mission: thoroughly clear the lower 3 floors, seal every breach, and turn this entire building into our fortress. Li Mo got straight to the point. 3rd floor, 2nd floor, 1st floor. Move all usable supplies here. Close what can be closed, seal what can't. Block the ventilation windows at both ends of the corridors with anything we can find. He assigned tasks. Wang Tao, Zhou Yu, and Sun Haoran, being stronger, were responsible for the main dismantling and heavy lifting. Wu Jichao, meticulous, took Chen Qian to search and sort scattered supplies. Su Jinwan, nearly recovered from her injuries, handled logistics support, such as cooking and washing. Li Mo coordinated overall and handled the most critical reinforcement work. No one raised any objections. After the rescue at the auditorium and a night's rest, especially seeing the large stockpile in dormitory 507 and the steadily running heating equipment, the newcomers Zhou Yu and the other two had quickly accepted Li Mo's leadership. Survive, follow the capable. That was the simplest truth at this moment. They started with the 3rd floor. Yesterday was only a rough inspection, and today was a thorough sweep. Most dormitory doors were wide open, a scene of chaos. They searched room by room, moving useful items to the corridor for central collection. Progress was swift, and soon they encountered an unexpected situation. While clearing a dormitory on the east side of the 3rd floor, Wang Tao pushed open a half-closed door, and a foul cold air rushed out. As he stepped inside, his foot kicked something soft, nearly tripping him. "Hey!" Wang Tao looked down and was startled. In the corner on a lower bunk, a filthy quilt was wrapped around something that was trembling slightly. A pale, swollen face covered with tear tracks and frostbite emerged. It was Lin Wei. She seemed semi-conscious, eyes half open and unfocused, lips blue and cracked, body shaking uncontrollably. Even Wang Tao's entrance didn't provoke much reaction. She instinctively curled deeper into the quilt, letting out a whimper like a small animal. "Brother Mo, come quick," Wang Tao called out to the corridor. Li Mo came over, saw Lin Wei's condition, and frowned slightly. He crouched down and examined her. Severe hypothermia, frostbite, dehydration, extreme weakness. She had survived this long only thanks to the quilt and the relatively sheltered room. And perhaps the last shred of will to live. Still breathing. Li Mo stood up. "Is that Lin Wei?" Wang Tao recognized her too, his expression complex. He had shared a dorm with Li Mo and knew about Li Mo's former feelings for Lin Wei, and also the harsh words. "Yeah." Li Mo replied, his face calm. "Carry her up. Hand her to Su Jinwan to take care of." "What? Save her?" Wang Tao was surprised. He thought Li Mo would leave Lin Wei to die given what had happened before. One more person, one more pair of hands. Li Mo's tone was flat, as if evaluating a tool. "She came with Zhao Peng, but didn't go up, which means she hasn't completely lost her conscience. Or maybe she's just she can be useful." Wang Tao understood. It wasn't about old feelings, just pure practicality. He said no more, called Zhou Yu, and together they carefully wrapped Lin Wei in the quilt and carried her up to the 5th floor, handing her over to Su Jinwan. Su Jinwan was stunned when she saw Lin Wei, especially after recognizing her. Her eyes flickered with subtle emotion. After all, Lin Wei's reputation as the department beauty was well known on campus. But she didn't ask questions. Following Li Mo's instructions, she and Chen Qian changed Lin Wei into dry thermal underwear, wrapped her in an electric blanket, and fed her some warm water. They treated the frostbite on her face and hands. Li Mo didn't spare Lin Wei another glance, continuing to direct the cleanup. The 3rd floor was cleared, and the harvest, some leftover snacks, half a case of bottled water, a few thick coats. Then they began sealing. Bedboards, broken cabinets, even discarded suitcases were used to block the broken windows at both ends of the corridors. Li Mo used found nails and wire to reinforce them simply. Next was the 2nd floor. Same procedure. There were more bodies here, the atmosphere heavier. But they had grown somewhat numb, silently moving the remains to corners, covering them with sheets, and continuing their work. The harvest was richer than on the 3rd floor, perhaps because the students on the 2nd floor had evacuated more hastily. Finally, the 1st floor. The 1st floor was the coldest and most chaotic. The lobby was empty, the security office door open, everything inside tossed around. Li Mo focused on reinforcing the main entrance. The dormitory's front door was a pair of glass-paneled metal doors. The glass had long since shattered. Only the empty metal frames remained, letting the cold draft pour in unhindered. Li Mo directed Wang Tao and Zhou Yu to bring down the 2 thickest and most intact wooden bedboards from upstairs. Matching the door frame, they nailed one layer on the inside and one on the outside using a hammer and long nails found on site. That wasn't enough. He also had them fetch 2 thick cotton quilts abandoned by students. They soaked the quilts in water, which quickly froze solid and tightly bound them to the outer layer of the wooden door with wire. The frozen cotton quilts formed an extra layer of insulation and cushioning. The main door didn't need to be completely sealed, but it had to fit snugly when closed and be difficult to force open from outside. Liam checked the lock and hinges, applied some lubricant found in a dormitory to ensure smooth operation. Finally, he placed 2 heavy iron bed frames diagonally against the door from the inside, creating a second safety measure. After all this, the wind and cold entering through the first floor entrance were greatly reduced. Though still cold, it was no longer an unprotected death passage. The cleanup work lasted most of the day. Everyone was exhausted, but morale was high, working in relative warmth and hope. The material gains were enormous. When Wu Jichao and Chun Qian moved the last batch of items to dormitory 507 for sorting, even Liam raised an eyebrow slightly. Just instant noodles alone of various brands totaled 70 or 80 packs. Next were self-heating rice and various hot pot meals, over 20 boxes. There were also sausages, canned luncheon meat, several large bags of them. Biscuits, chocolate, Snickers bars, and other snacks filled several plastic bags. Nuts, chips, and the like were also plentiful. And the most delightful surprise, in a male dormitory, they found a cardboard box. Inside, neatly arranged, were hundreds of individual seasoning packets taken from various instant foods. Salt, sugar, MSG soy sauce packets, vinegar packets, chili powder, and even a few small bottles of cooking oil. This was a treasure in the apocalypse. Such a habit of hoarding seasoning packets was truly precious. Also beverages. A case of unopened beer, 3 bottles of liquor, one of them Wuliangye, the other 2 yellow cap Fingio. Daily necessities and tools were abundant too. Lighters, loose and in packs, dozens of them. Power banks, various sizes, over 20 of them, though all drained of charge, but they could be resources if charged later. A pile of data cables and plugs. USB desk lamps, rechargeable mini fans, a dozen or so. Toothpaste, toothbrushes, soap, shampoo, trash bags, toilet paper, facial wipes. These everyday consumables, when gathered, amounted to a considerable quantity, enough to last the current population for a long time. Later, they also found 2 simple screwdriver and plier sets, including a few practical books like Wilderness Survival Manual, Basic Electrical Engineering, and Family Medical Encyclopedia, which Liam specifically set aside. Also a few decks of playing cards, a chess set, and several Rubik's Cubes. Thick clothes and blankets, though mostly taken by their original owners, still yielded some space. Finally, bottled water and various drinks. Another 30 to 40 bottles collected, some unopened, some half-drunk. These items would keep Liam's duplication going. Looking at the swiftly accumulating and neatly categorized supplies in dormitory 507, everyone felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment, and these inconspicuous items, readily available in normal times, were now each a guarantee of survival, a tangible embodiment of hope. Wang Tao picked up a pack of salt, weighed it in his hand, and grinned. This stuff is more practical than gold. Wu Jichao fiddled with a small USB lamp that still worked, a smile spreading across his face. Zhou Yu and the other 2 were dazzled. They had just crawled out of hellish hunger and cold, and now felt like they had fallen into a treasure trove. Su Jinwan fed Lin Wei some sugar salt water, watching the busy figures moving supplies in the corridor and the growing pile in dormitory 507. Thinking of Liam calmly arranging everything, the complex feelings in her heart gradually gave way to a sense of steadiness. No matter what Liam was, what secrets he had, how many people he had killed, at least he was leading everyone along a visible path to survival. Liam stood at the door of dormitory 507, looking at the room full of supplies. The prototype of a fortress was taking shape. The material foundation had been further solidified. Next was how to use the system to turn these supplies and this building into a truly sustainable survival base, and to deal with the coming external variables, such as the airdrops that could appear at any time, and the eyes from the cafeteria, which would eventually notice this place. He glanced out the window. The sky was still overcast, but the wind had indeed stopped. In the week that followed, time in the dormitory seemed both stretched and compressed. Repetitive labor, study, and the quiet accumulation of supplies formed the fortification work never ceased. Instead, it grew more meticulous. Under Liam's command, the group used collected timber not only to seal all non-essential windows, but also to meticulously nail wooden planks over the windows of the 5th floor dormitories, the only floor with electricity, from the inside, blocking and concealing them completely. Only tiny observation holes were left. The light was entirely locked within the building. From the outside, the dormitory looked no different from the other lifeless structures, low-key and hidden. The outer layer of the frozen quilt-stuffed main entrance on the 1st floor was reinforced with thin iron sheets stripped from discarded desks and chairs, enhancing defense and ceiling. The barricades in the corridors on each floor were also reinforced a second time. The entire building gradually became an airtight, icy fortress, yet inside, a fragile warmth and vitality were maintained. Liam used this relatively stable period to begin systematic duplication and training. With 3 duplication opportunities each day, he no longer used them for single items. Instead, he categorized the numerous but limited supplies in room 507, selecting samples to package and duplicate. The first batch basic survival kits. Each contained 5 gene of vacuum-sealed rice, 2 packs of salt, 1 pack of sugar, 5 compressed biscuits, a small bottle of multivitamins, a pack of disinfecting wipes, and a roll of bandages. 1,000 copies were made. The second batch fuel and tool sets. Each included a full butane gas stove kit, a multi-purpose folding knife, a high-intensity flashlight, a box of windproof matches, and a small coil of paracord. The third batch warmth and medicine. Each set contained a set of thick thermal underwear, a pair of wool socks, a box of frostbite ointment, a strip of ibuprofen, a strip of antibiotics, and a bottle of iodine. And so on. Cigarettes, apples, instant noodles, sausages, chocolate, nuts, toothpaste, toothbrushes, trash bags, bottled water. All important consumable supplies were duplicated by Lee-Mo in the form of combination packs or standardized units. In the system space, the previously relatively empty area was quickly filled with neatly stacked supply units. 21 different material combinations formed a vast and orderly three-dimensional warehouse. This meant that whenever Lee-Mo wished, he could instantly produce a variety of supplies sufficient to sustain a small community for the long term. A sense of security had never been so tangible. At the same time, training proceeded methodically. Every afternoon in the relatively warm room 507, now a common room equipped with a high-power heater, Lee-Mo would gather everyone. Without wasting words, he directly imparted the hard-earned lessons from his past life. In extreme cold, hypothermia kills faster than hunger. Sweat is your enemy. Our base layers must be quick-dry. He picked up a new set of thermal underwear explaining the importance of layering and avoiding excessive sweating. The early signs of frostbite are numbness and tingling. Once detected, rewarm immediately, but never use direct fire or hot water. He demonstrated how to use body heat or lukewarm cloth to wrap frostbitten areas and how to apply frostbite ointment. For wound care, the first priority is if clean water isn't available, use boiled and cooled water. Infection now means death. He briefly demonstrated cleaning, debridement, and bandaging, emphasizing the concept of asepsis as much as possible under extreme conditions. Check the generator daily for oil, fuel, and filters. For simple troubleshooting, if it won't start, check the spark plug and fuel line first. He took Wang Tao and Zhou Yu to the adjacent equipment room, the washroom, for hands-on teaching. Alert rules at all times. Someone must secretly guard the main entrance. Patrol the corridors at regular intervals at night. Report any unusual sounds or lights. Do not act alone. He created a simple shift schedule. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao studied diligently, even taking notes. Zhou Yu and Sun Haoran, with their engineering backgrounds, quickly grasped the mechanical parts. Su Jinwan and Chun, she paid extra attention to medical and logistics aspects. Even Lin Wei, who had recovered somewhat, sat quietly in a corner. Her gaze was complex, but her former arrogance was gone. Only cautious hard work remained. She knew this was her only value for staying. The training was tedious, but necessary. These lessons subtly reinforced Lee-Mo's authority and increased the overall survival chances of this small group. They were no longer a scattered crowd, but a survival unit bound by shared knowledge and discipline. In stark contrast to the quiet, efficient development within the dormitory was the cafeteria and school clinic stronghold. Vice Principal Zheng Guodong hadn't shaved in days, his face etched with exhaustion and anxiety. In the temporary command room, the atmosphere was oppressive. A hand-drawn campus map lay on the table with the cafeteria, clinic, and the barely maintained passage circled. Reduce today's rations by another 10%, Zheng Guodong said hoarsely. The rice stock will only last the current personnel 20 days. Even less for the compressed biscuits. We have only 7 gas canisters left. They must be prioritized for boiling water and minimal heating in key areas at night. The seated heads of security, logistics, and the clinic all wore grim expressions. This isn't the first reduction. Each person's share is already pitifully small, barely preventing starvation. Another cut. How are the students? Zheng Guodong asked. Relatively stable, but there are definitely complaints. Mainly the cold and the lack of hope, a counselor responsible for student management said softly. Hope. The word stung everyone present. They had initially relied on stocks and organization to establish some order, giving people hope. But now stocks were visibly dwindling, and the outside world remained silent. 2 more people from the passage maintenance team got frostbite today. The security chief, shoveling snow and spreading de-icer even just to maintain this 100-meter stretch is a risk every time without proper gear. Their best equipment was the stock of winter military training uniforms, which offered limited warmth. In the -70-degree outdoors, half an hour was the limit. Hands and feet would inevitably go numb. Zheng Guodong had tried sending small teams to explore the nearest teaching buildings and convenience stores, hoping to find overlooked supplies. The results were disheartening. The teaching buildings yielded nothing but frozen corpses and broken furniture. The convenience store had long been emptied, including what they had scavenged themselves. Only empty shelves remained. The exploration teams returned almost all injured. Casualties were severe, but gains were minimal. Medicines, especially frostbite ointment and anti-inflammatories, were consumed rapidly. He had even tried to investigate the auditorium, a massive weight on his mind. But on a relatively windless day, he sent out the strongest five-man team, wearing double-layered military training uniforms. After they reached a distance where the auditorium's outline was barely visible, the team leader reported hoarsely over the radio that members were showing severe signs of frostbite. They couldn't proceed and requested to return. Zheng Guodong could only grit his teeth and order a retreat. The auditorium became an unreachable graveyard. How many people were still alive inside? Or perhaps there were none. He dared not think. Passivity gripped this temporary command. They were like travelers trapped on a cracking ice floe, the ice beneath slowly melting, powerless to leap to safer ground. Just then the technician in charge of the old military radio, purchased years ago for flood drills, stumbled in, his face flushed with rare excitement. "It's working. Just now, I received a very weak signal. A repeating broadcast." Everyone stood up abruptly. "What is it? What does it say?" Zheng Guodong demanded urgently. The technician gasped, trying to repeat. "It's the automatic loop of the city emergency broadcast. It says, due to the extreme cold wave, the nation is organizing airdrops of relief supplies. Drop zones prioritize city landmarks, open squares, and prominent areas like university sports fields. It calls on survivors to watch for aerial signals under safe conditions and organize collection efforts. But it warns, the weather is severe, drop points may have significant deviations, and the specific batch and time of the airdrops are not confirmed." The news was like a stone thrown into stagnant water, stirring up huge ripples. Airdrops. Relief supplies. The command room was instantly filled with excitement. Airdrops. Finally some news. The university sports field. Our sports field. But deviation. With such bad weather, can the planes deliver accurately? Organize collection. With our current manpower and equipment. Zheng Guodong forcibly suppressed his excitement, his hands on the table, his gaze sweeping over everyone. "This is our greatest hope. Perhaps our only chance." He pointed to the sports field on the map, about 400 meters from the cafeteria, separated by several buildings and an open area. "We must be prepared. Once we spot any sign of an airdrop, we must retrieve the supplies at all costs." His voice was resolute, but deep in his eyes lurked the powerlessness and fear of the heavy casualties that at all costs might entail. They had hope, but the path to it was strewn with icy thorns and the shadow of death. And the cards in their hands were so thin. Meanwhile, in the completely darkened fifth-floor dormitory, Li Mo finished today's equipment maintenance class. He walked to the boarded-up window and peered through the narrow observation hole at the pitch-black campus outside. The wind seemed to pick up a little swirling snowflakes. The news of the airdrop. He vaguely remembered it from his past life. This time he was better prepared. What the cafeteria side saw as a lifeline was for him another opportunity to test his team, acquire additional resources, and further widen the gap with competitors. All he needed to do was wait and ensure his team was in optimal condition. In the early hours, the system refreshed. Li Mo silently rose, slipped on his coat, and walked out of room 508 to the adjacent supply room. The stacked supplies were sharply outlined in the faint glow of the emergency light. He sank his consciousness into the system, swiftly completing the day's 3 replication tasks. This time he selected high-energy protein bars, mixed flavors, small water purification tablets, 100 pack, and a shovel found in the duty room, 1,000 units each. Protein bars were an excellent emergency energy supplement. Purification tablets expanded water source options. The shovel served as a multipurpose tool. The spatial matrix of supplies welcomed new members. As he finished tallying the newly added inventory, the ajar door of room 507 was gently pushed open. It was Lin Wei. She wore the thermal underwear Li Mo had provided, wrapped in an old down jacket, her complexion much improved since being rescued. Her frostbite had receded, but she remained pale and gaunt. Seeing Li Mo standing before the piled supplies, her body stiffened. Panic and fear flickered in her eyes. She instinctively stepped back half a pace, fingers twisting the hem of her clothes. Li Mo merely glanced at her, his gaze calm and unruffled, then lowered his head to continue inspecting the instructions for a box of purification tablets, as if she were nothing more than an inconsequential shadow. Lin Wei's throat moved as if to speak, but no words escaped. The bloodshed in the stairwell that day, Li Mo's ruthless killing of Zhao Peng, and her own past insults and neglect toward him weighed on her heart like heavy stones. She dared not meet Li Mo's eyes, only lowered her head and murmured softly, "I am going to the restroom." Then, as if fleeing, she sidled past Li Mo and darted into the public restroom at the end of the corridor. Li Mo paid no heed. After finishing his tally, he took several samples of each of the 3 newly replicated items, mixed them into the corresponding supply piles in room 507, and marked them. As he was about to leave, the door to room 507 was pushed open again. This time it was Su Jinwan. She seemed just awakened, her hair slightly tousled, wearing the same thermal underwear as Li Mo with one of his old shirts over it looking a bit oversized. Seeing Li Mo, a gentle smile spread across her face. She stepped and closed the door softly behind her and approached him, her voice low. Still awake? I'm sorting some things. Li Mo set down the entrenching tool. You haven't rested much these past few days. Su Jinwan, noticing the faint shadows under his eyes, reached out and lightly touched his arm with her fingertips. Let me massage you. Li Mo said nothing, a silent agreement. He sat down on a stacked rice sack. Su Jinwan moved behind him, her fingers kneading his shoulders and neck with just the right pressure. Her technique wasn't professional, but it was attentive. The enclosed room 507 was very quiet, broken only by their soft breathing and the rustle of fabric. The air carried a mix of grain-sealed food and faint dust, along with a trace of Su Jinyuan's clean soap scent. Her breathing quickened slightly, and she drew closer. Li Mo raised a hand grasping her restless wrist and turned his head to look at her in the dim light against his firm chest. Her breathing quickened slightly, and she drew closer. Li Mo raised a hand grasping her restless wrist and turned his head to look at her in the dim light. Su Jinyuan's cheeks flushed, her eyes carrying a clear invitation and a hint of deference. She understood her position within this group and her greatest value: to cling to the strong, offer emotional and physical value in exchange for protection and relatively favorable treatment. This was the path she had chosen, and she walked it with increasing ease. Li Mo did not refuse. He needed relaxation, and this was a way to reinforce their bond and compliance. He released her hand, and Su Jinwan, taking the cue, grew more proactive. After using the restroom, Lin Wei splashed cold water on her face, trying to sober herself and wash away her inner dread. She lingered for a while before dragging her feet back. Passing room 507, she heard faint noises from within. Not voices, but the rustle of fabric and stifled breaths. And the soft thud of bodies hitting rice sacks. Her feet froze to the spot, her face instantly burning red, her heart pounding wildly. She wasn't naive, she immediately understood what was happening inside. It was Li Mo and Su Jinwan. A storm of complex emotions seized her. Shame, embarrassment, but more than that, an ineffable bitterness, regret, and a hint of jealousy. Su Jinwan, that seemingly gentle and quiet girl, could be so unflinchingly intimate with that decisive, icy Li Mo. While she, Lin Wei, once the department belle pursued by many boys, now lacked even the courage to meet Li Mo's gaze, hiding like a mouse, surviving on others' charity and shelter. She recalled her past harsh words to Li Mo, her indifferent disregard for his plight, while clinging to Zhao Peng's side. Her face burned as if lashed by an invisible whip. Now Li Mo was the sole source of light and warmth in this frozen hell. The absolute ruler of this small kingdom. Su Jinwan had seized the opportunity, earning his acceptance even in this form. And what about her? She clenched her fists, nails digging deep into her palms, feeling no pain. Shame and a twisted longing intertwined in her heart. She too wanted, no, she needed, this acceptance, a foothold in this safe, warm refuge to survive. She dared not listen further, fleeing back to room 506, climbing into her upper bunk, pulling the covers over her head, her body trembling uncontrollably, not from cold, but from the intense emotional shock. After an unknown time, perhaps half an hour, perhaps more, the dormitory door creaked open and Su Jinwan tiptoed in. Her face still bore traces of fading flush, her breath uneven, but it was hard to see in the dark. Lin Wei, hearing the sound, abruptly threw off the covers. Su Jinwan, startled, saw it was Lin Wei in the faint snowlight from the window, and sighed in relief, whispering, "Still awake?" Lin Wei didn't answer. In the darkness, her eyes were bright, fixed intently on Su Jinwan. Uncomfortable under the gaze, Su Jinwan moved to her own bed, preparing to undress and lie down. You? Lin Wei suddenly spoke, her voice dry and hoarse. With him? How was it? Su Jinwan froze, turning back in shock to look at Lin Wei. She hadn't expected Lin Wei to ask so directly. And had she been listening all along? Her face flushed, but she quickly steadied herself. In this precarious place, concealment seemed absurd. Su Jinwan thought for a moment, then spoke truthfully, very direct, no nonsense. When there's a need, he does it, and then each goes their own way. But he doesn't force or torment. Lin Wei was silent for a moment, then asked, "You aren't you? He kills." Su Jinwan sat on the edge of the bed, her voice very soft, scared of course, but more afraid of death, of cold, of hunger. He killed, but he also saved people, including you and me. He brings electricity, warmth, and food here. Following him, at least we know how to survive. She paused, then added, "And he keeps his promises, has rules." In the dark, Lin Wei's breathing was audible. After a while, her voice dropped lower, tinged with a barely perceptible sob and self-mockery. "I was very bad to him before. I said many hurtful things. Now, I don't know what to do. I want to stay too. To be like you. But Su Jinwan understood. She had observed silently over the past few days, sensing a rift between Lin Wei and Li Mo. Lin Wei acted like a mouse before a cat whenever she saw him. Now it was confirmed. "You want to make amends?" Su Jinwan asked. Lin Weiss' voice was faint, uncertain, and humble. Su Jinwan pondered. An ally was better than a potential rival or enemy. And if Lin Wei could truly integrate, it would benefit the group. I can talk to him for you, Su Jinwan said. He's very straightforward. If it's a yes, it's a yes. If it's a no, it's a no. He won't beat around the bush unless. He really despises you. Lin Weiss' heart leaped. Then, well, I don't know what happened between you two specifically, Su Jinwan said honestly. But he saved you, treated your injuries, and let you stay. That means at least he doesn't want you dead. The rest is up to you. Lin Wei said nothing more, lying back down, staring at the bunk above her, mind in turmoil. Su Xinyuan's words offered a faint glimmer of hope, but more than that, anxiety. Meanwhile, in room 507, Li Mo straightened his slightly disheveled. He checked the generator's fuel, inspected the barricades on the 5th floor, and confirmed everything was in order before returning to room 508. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao were sound asleep, their snores steady. Li Mo lay back on his bed, pulled up the covers, and closed his eyes. His body felt a post-exhaustion relaxation, but his mind remained habitually alert. Just as his consciousness was about to drift into a light sleep, a faint, yet penetrating hum came from the sky, muffled by thick clouds and swirling snow. It wasn't the wind. It was an engine, an aircraft engine. Li Mo's eyes snapped open, a sharp glint in the darkness. He sat up silently, listening intently. The hum grew nearer, clearer, strikingly out of place in the dead, frozen world. It didn't linger, seeming to sweep over the city, searching for a drop zone, or had it already dropped something? It had come. Li Mo's heart beat steadily and strongly. He quietly got out of bed, walked to the window, and peered through the gaps in the boards into the pitch-black sky, where only wind and snow howled. What was meant to come would always arrive. The drone of an airplane approached from afar, circling high overhead for a moment before the low, powerful roar of the engine tore through the eternal howl of wind and snow. It was so distinct it made one's heart tremble. Then the sound gradually faded, disappearing into the northwestern sky, leaving only a deeper silence and the accelerated heartbeats of the crowd. Li Mo stood by the window, his gaze seemingly piercing through the thick wooden planks, the boundless darkness, and the blizzard outside following the vanishing sound. He could see nothing. The wind, snow, and low-hanging clouds completely obscured his vision. It was impossible to tell if the plane had dropped anything, or even to determine its exact model or altitude. But based on fragments of his past life memories, he could roughly piece together some clues. The first pass of the plane usually meant just reconnaissance and initial confirmation. There were still many trapped survivor outposts in this frozen city. Some key departments might still be operational. Airdrops would not target just one point. The dropping party needed to assess weather visibility and any possible ground signal feedback. For instance, some outposts might attempt to signal using reflectors or firelight. The first time was often just a look. The real first batch of supplies, according to his vague memories, would be dropped when the plane's roar echoed for the third time. The interval wouldn't be too long, probably within a day or two, because rescue operations also had a sense of urgency in a short window. As for their specific university area, the airdrop's landing point in his past life had sparked some discussion. It wasn't the most anticipated open school playground, but rather a small hill between the campuses. This small hill had a special location. It sat at the junction of several universities, including Li Mo's and 2 neighboring colleges. Not very high, but relatively open. With no tall buildings blocking it, it was a distinct landmark on the snowy plain. From above, it might be easier to identify and locate than a specific school's playground. And it was fairer. In theory, all the schools could try to reach it. But theory and reality were vastly different. That small hill was over a kilometer in a straight line from Li Mo's dormitory building. The path would cross frozen campus roads and abandoned buildings and finally climb a snow-covered slope. At -70 degrees, without professional cold weather gear or transportation, this route was nothing short of a death march. In his past life, the school authorities from the cafeteria outpost had attempted it. The result was predictable. People wearing winter military training uniforms set out on a relatively windless day. Before they had even covered half the distance, severe frostbite forced them to turn back with heavy non-combat casualties and empty hands. Li Mo, then just a lowly pawn stuck in the cafeteria waiting for distribution, never knew who ended up with that batch of supplies. It might have been another survivor group that was better prepared or luckier. Or perhaps no one got it, and it was eventually buried by the wind and snow. But this life was different. Li Mo possessed top-tier extreme cold protective gear. He had ample backup energy experience traversing snowy terrain and a clear memory of the target time and location. He didn't need to drag the whole airdrop crate back. That would be too conspicuous, too heavy, and required organization. He only needed to reach the vicinity of that small hill ahead of time, conceal himself, and wait for the airdrop. Then once safe, touch the crate. Just touching it would unlock the catalog in his system, allowing him to replicate 1,000 identical crates. The supplies inside, whether more professional polar cold weather suits, high-energy military rations, medicine, fuel, or possible tools and equipment, would become a huge boost to his faction's development. Moreover, this method was secretive and carried minimal risk. Just as he was pondering this, he heard rustling sounds and lowered voices behind him. Mo. Was that a plane just now? Wang Tao sat up, rubbing his eyes, his voice carrying the hoarseness of just waking and an incredulous. Wu Jichao also woke up, perking his ears. I heard it too. That was definitely an airplane engine. Could it be? Rescue is here. Calm motion came from next door in 506 and 509. Zhou Yu, Sun Haoran, and Chun Shi were all startled awake. Su Jinwan and Lin Wei also came out, gathering at the door of 508, their faces a mix of doubt and hope. It was a plane. Mo turned around, facing the faces illuminated by the dim emergency light, and acknowledged this. Really? Wang Tao nearly jumped up. Is there going to be an airdrop? Right at our school. Not necessarily on our school playground. Mo poured cold water, but his tone, that was just a flyover. It might not have dropped anything. Even if it did, the drop zone is large, and the landing point is uncertain. Then, what do we do? Just wait. Wu Jichao asked. Wait, but also prepare. Mo said. If there really is an airdrop, and it's nearby, someone will definitely try to grab it. It might be the cafeteria side or other survivors. What we need to do is not rush out first and become the target. He walked to the door of 507 and gestured for everyone to follow. They crowded into the room filled with supplies. The light from the heater eased the atmosphere a little. Mo spread out a slightly yellowed campus map, found in some dormitory, with student pencil drawings still on it. He pointed to the dormitory building, then moved his finger to the blank area, representing the junction of several schools. Finally, he stopped at a small hill, symbol marked on it. If I were the dropping party, I wouldn't choose inside a specific school. It would cause contention, accidental injuries, and might not be fair. Mo analyzed. They'd more likely choose a relatively neutral, open, and easily identifiable landmark from the air. For example here, Suewei Slope. Zhou Yu leaned in for a look. I know that place. It's a small park. Lots of people go there in summer, but it's deserted in winter. It's not close to us, though. Would have to cross most of the campus. It's not close. Mo nodded. And there's no shelter along the way. Completely open ground, so the wind will be stronger and colder. Without professional gear, you'd get frostbite before you even get there. The group looked at the distance on the map, then thought about the temperature outside. The excitement that had just risen was mostly doused. Wang Tao scratched his head then. What about the cafeteria side? They must have heard it too. Mo said. They'll try. But with their equipment, the chance of success is extremely low and the cost will be high. Su Jinwan asked softly, so we're not going. We are going. Mo's answer surprised some. But not now, and not by charging him like they will. He looked around at everyone, his gaze calm. We need more accurate intelligence, a better opportunity, and more thorough preparation. Over the next 2 days, everyone stays alert. Meanwhile, Wang Tao and Zhou Yu, you're in charge of rechecking all our cold weather gear to make sure it's intact. Wu Jichao takes Sun Haoran and Chun Shi to continue inventorying and familiarizing ourselves with our existing supplies, especially high-energy food and Lin Wei. Mo's gaze turned to Lin Wei, who had been keeping her head down and being inconspicuous. You and Su Jinwan will take care of logistics. Prepare some portable readitoate rations and hot water. Lin Wei looked up sharply, seemingly surprised that Mo had directly assigned her a task. She paused for a moment, then quickly nodded. Okay. Su Jinwan also glanced at Lin Wei and gave her a slight nod. As for me, Mo said finally, they'll keep an eye on outside activity. Everyone remember, if the plane came once, it may come a second and third time. Stay alert, but don't act on your own. Follow arrangements. His instructions were clear and focused, neither blindly optimistic nor passively waiting, giving everyone a sense of foundation. The group dispersed to their tasks. But the ripples caused by the airplane engine did not settle. Everyone carried the matter in their hearts, working absent-mindedly, occasionally tilting their ears toward the window, hoping to hear that sound of hope again. Mo returned to the window of 508 and looked out again into the dark, blizzardy world. He sorted through the vague sense of timing from his past life. First, reconnaissance. Second, confirmation, or possibly a small trial drop. Third time, the official first batch of supplies. He needed to seize the opportunity of the third time. And Vice Principal Zheng Guodong from the cafeteria side was probably at this moment staring at a map and his dwindling supply list, anxiously planning how to organize his ill-equipped team to gamble on that faint hope. Mo touched the cold radio scanner in his pocket, then glanced in the direction of 507. There lay the vast supplies he had replicated, the team members who had undergone preliminary training in the relatively stable outpost. On the second floor of the canteen stronghold, the atmosphere in the temporary command room had transformed entirely from its earlier oppressive despair. Though the cold persisted, every face was flushed with an unhealthy, feverish glow, their eyes burning with an unsettling intensity. An airplane. They had truly heard the roar of aircraft engines. This was no hallucination. That's a Y9. It's definitely the engine sound of a Y9. I've seen photos in military magazines and heard simulated audio. A former military enthusiast among the students trembled with excitement as he pressed against the window, though he could see nothing. He seemed to trace the silhouette of that steel eagle through the sound alone. Only military transport planes could operate in such weather. The nation hasn't abandoned us. A physics teacher adjusted his glasses, striving to maintain judging by the sound direction and faint Doppler effect, the flight altitude is low and speed slow, likely conducting low-altitude reconnaissance or seeking a drop wind. Deploying AY-9 suggests that at least the theater-level emergency command system is still operational, perhaps even higher. The situation in the city is certainly more complex than we imagine, but the core departments must still be holding on. The security chief clenched his fist. The police-armed police station troops. They must be organizing rescue. The airdrop is the signal. These analyses, regardless of how speculative, acted like a potent stimulant injected into this crumbling stronghold. Hope, tangible, real hope. He forcibly suppressed his surging emotions and spoke in as steady a voice as possible. Everyone quiet down. The plane's arrival is good news, but this... He forcibly suppressed his surging emotions and spoke in as steady a voice as possible. Everyone quiet down. The plane's arrival is good news, but this is only the beginning. He pointed at the map. On the first pass, no drop was seen. It's likely just reconnaissance confirming if survivors are active in this area. The actual drop will probably happen on the second or even third pass. So what do we do? Just wait here. A young teacher urged anxiously. Of course not. Zheng Guodong's eyes sharpened. We must prepare. Assemble the strongest and most cold-resistant personnel. Check all available cold weather clothing. Concentrate the best food as rations for the operation. Once signs of an airdrop appear, set out immediately. At all costs, retrieve those supplies. But the clinic director's face showed concern. Our frostbite medicine is nearly gone. Going out is too risky. Last time we explored the teaching building. No buts. Zheng Guodong cut him off, his voice carrying an unwavering resolve. This is our only chance. If we miss this, there may never be another. How many more days can our supplies last? How much longer can morale hold? We must take a gamble. He scanned the room, his gaze passing over every face. Some excited, some worried, some resolute. I know there are risks. People may get hurt, even sacrifice themselves. But this is for the survival of the majority. To not disappoint the nation's rescue, right? Let's fight. We can't just wait to die here. Vice Principal, give the order. The crowd surged with fervor. Hope in the depths of despair ignited the courage to risk everything. Soon a list of 20 assault team members was drawn up, mainly robust physical education students, former outdoor club participants, and a few sturdy maintenance workers and security personnel. They were gathered and issued the thickest clothing available, typically 2 or even 3 layers of winter military training uniforms worn together, supplemented with scarves, woolen hats, and work gloves found on hand. Each was allotted a day's worth of high-calorie rations, mainly compressed biscuits and chocolate, along with a small bottle of melted snow water. Zheng Guodong personally gave a stirring pep talk, painting a vivid picture of how, after retrieving the airdrop supplies, they would feast, receive better medical care, and hold out until final rescue arrived. The assault members were fired up, eager and confident, as if victory and supplies were within easy reach. They had no professional snow boots, only ordinary insulated boots, or even sneakers. No face masks or goggles, only scarves to wrap around their faces as best they could. No sustained heat source, relying solely on a cup of hot water before departure and sheer physical endurance. But they had faith, organization, and the determination of a last stand. The entire canteen stronghold mobilized, preparing for the impending expedition. Hope and a sense of solemn tragedy intertwined. In stark contrast to the fervent, tragic preparations at the canteen stronghold, the atmosphere on the 5th floor of the dormitory building was more composed and pragmatic, even somewhat oppressively subdued. Limo's training had entered a new phase, precautions for long-distance travel. In room 507, the heater was turned to maximum, casting a bright light. Everyone was present, including Lin Wei. Limo stood at the front holding a small notebook filled with key points from his past life experience, with the campus map spread. Long-distance travel is not a stroll. Limo cut straight to the point, his voice low but cutting through the heater's faint hum. At -70 degrees, every step away from a relatively sealed warm building is a risk. Hypothermia, frostbite, getting lost, encountering accidents, or other survivors. Any oversight can be fatal. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the group. So those who go out must know clearly what to do, how to do it, and how to handle problems. What I'm teaching today, everyone must remember. Whether you go this time or not, it will be useful later. First, pre-departure preparations. Limo began listing points one by one. Soon Limo finished speaking, picked up his thermos for a drink, and looked at the group. Everyone understand. Understood. Wang Tao and the others replied in unison, their voices muffled in the confined space. Understanding alone isn't enough. Limo closed his notebook. You need practice to build muscle memory. Next group simulations. Wang Tao and Zhou Yu 1 group. Simulate leading the way and covering the rear. Wu Jichao and Sun Haoran simulate handling a team member with fraud. Su Xinyuang and Chun Shi simulate emergency bandaging. Lin Wei, he looked at the quiet Lin Wei. You observe and record their mistakes during the simulation. Lin Wei paused then nodded firmly. Okay. The training shifted from theory to practice. The corridor had limited space, but they simulated as best they could, using desks and chairs as obstacles, quilts as wounded individuals, and brooms as probing poles. Li Mo watched coldly from the side, pointing out errors from time to time. Wang Tao, you're leading too fast without considering Zhou Yes stride behind. Wu Jichao, you can't use hot water directly for rewarming. Use cloth soaked in warm water. Su Xinyuang, the tourniquet position is wrong. It needs to be closer to the upper artery of the wound. His voice was calm but stern, each correction tightening the hearts of those involved, who then improved more earnestly. The atmosphere was tense and focused. This kind of thorough, almost tedious preparation stood in stark contrast to the passionate oath-taking at the canteen. One side was meticulously honing tools and skills, the other was overdrawing on faith and flesh and blood. The training lasted the entire afternoon. By the end, everyone was somewhat tired, but their eyes were steadier. They now understood how dangerous the outside was and how to face it. The unknown fear was partially dispelled by concrete knowledge and step-by-step plans. When and where the airdrop will come remains uncertain. Li Mo concluded, but as long as we are prepared, no matter when the opportunity arises or where it lands, we will have the capability and a greater chance to seize it. Yes. The group responded in unison, their voices lacking superficial excitement, but filled with a heavy, grounded confidence. They held their breath. Not the reckless bloodlust of a blind charge, but a calm resilience forged through calculation, training, and arming themselves. At dawn, the system had just refreshed. Li Mo completed his daily replication. High-energy beef jerky 500G packs, solid alcohol, fuel blocks 1 case, and small charging panels 1,000 units each. Beef jerky was a source of high-quality protein and fat. Fuel blocks could supplement gas stoves or serve as emergency heat sources. Charging panels provided the possibility of obtaining weak electricity outdoors. Though efficiency was questionable in extreme cold, it was better to be prepared. He had just placed the samples in their corresponding positions at 507 when the low, powerful roar echoed from the distant sky once more. The second time, Li Mo immediately walked to the observation port and listened intently. The engine sound seemed clearer than before, with a lower flight altitude and a longer circling duration. He could even faintly hear some mechanical operation, a subtle noise distinct from the engine. It might be the opening of a hatch or the preparation of a dropping mechanism. Fragments of memories from his past life surged up. The second airdrop was usually a small-scale probing precision delivery. The target was not just the landmarks on the outskirts of the university town. It would also attempt to drop directly into relatively open areas inside major campuses, such as the playground. This was both a test of delivery accuracy and a preliminary assessment and feeding of the ground survivors' organizational capabilities. The amount of supplies dropped would not be large, perhaps only 1 or 2 boxes with basic contents. High-calorie food, essential medicines, a small amount of fuel, enough to sustain life and encourage, but not to truly solve problems. He could almost picture the scene at the cafeteria stronghold. Zheng Guodong must have jumped up the moment the aircraft appeared, excitedly ordering the already prepared assault team to set out immediately for the most likely drop point on campus, the main playground. They would be full of hope, perhaps even finding 1 or 2 orange and white airdrop boxes on the field. That meager amount of supplies was a drop in the bucket for the large cafeteria stronghold, but it would be enough to lift their spirits and reinforce their belief in their choices and the correctness of the authorities. Li Mo didn't need to compete for those. His target was the third drop on that small hill. That was the real feast. He turned to look at Wang Tao, Wu Jichao, and the others who had gathered upon hearing the sound. After days of continuous theoretical training and limited indoor simulations, along with a few short-distance low-risk combat drills deliberately arranged by Li Mo, such as walking in the snow and covert observation within 100 meters of the dormitory building, everyone's spirit was completely different from a week ago. Wang Tao improved the fastest. He had a solid physical foundation, and his boldness was gradually He performed steadily in several drills, understanding and executing Li Mo's instructions well. Wu Jichao, though physically weaker, was meticulous and cautious, excelling in material inventory and route memorization. Zhou Yu and Sun Haoran had good theoretical learning and Hansen abilities, picking up equipment quickly. Su Jinwan and Qin Xian were becoming increasingly reliable in logistics and first aid. Even Lin Wei, through silent observation and diligent completion of tasks assigned by Li Mo, had improved in complexion and spirit. The panic in her eyes had diminished, replaced by focus. The second one, Li Mo said to the group in a calm tone. The people at the cafeteria should have already set out for the playground. Wang Tao's eyes lit up. Then we're not grabbing this one. Li Mo shook his head. Let them go. Our target is bigger and farther. We need to wait for the third. He walked to the map and pointed again at the small hill. If my judgment is correct, the real drop point is here. The distance is far, the road is hard, competition will be less, but the harvest will be much greater. Everyone's eyes focused on the daunting distance marked on the map. So Liamo looked at Wang Tao and Wu Jichao. At that time, Wang Tao and Wu Jichao. The three of us will go. Wang Tao nodded firmly, an eager expression on his face. Wu Jichao, though a little nervous, straightened his back. Zhou Yu and Sun Haoran showed a hint of envy in their eyes, but raised no objections. They knew their physical strength and experience were insufficient for such a long, high-risk mission. Su Xinyuan's lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she only looked at Liamo with concern. Chun Qian murmured, "You all must be careful." Lin Wei kept her head down, unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. Liamo's choice was made after careful consideration. Going alone. In -70 degrees with unpredictable snowstorms and complex terrain, a long-distance outdoor trek was too risky. In case of an accident, a fall, severe frostbite, encountering other survivors, being isolated meant certain death. 3 people could support each other, take turns leading and covering the rear, and discuss responses when encountering situations offering much higher fault tolerance. Wang Tao's bravery and Wu Jichao's meticulousness complemented each other perfectly. But bringing people meant that his plan to replicate the airdrop box required a reasonable explanation. Dragging the entire airdrop box back, unrealistic. Even if it wasn't large, moving it in deep snow was extremely difficult. It would require a lot of manpower and time, create too much noise and risk exposure. It could also cause injuries during transport. Their small shelter, though stocked with medicines copied from the system and some scavenged items, and Liamo's knowledge of basic was limited to treating frostbite, simple wound cleaning, and splinting fractures. If someone broke a leg, suffered internal injuries, or needed complex surgery and postoperative care, he was powerless. The lack of a professional doctor was one of their biggest weaknesses besides supplies, so they couldn't risk forcefully moving it. Then how to explain obtaining the contents of the airdrop box? Liamo quickly considered several possibilities in his mind. Plan A: open the box on site and take only the most urgently needed portable items, such as medicines, high-energy food, and small tools. Then claim the box was too large and heavy to move, or fear of attracting others by the commotion, so they took only part and hid or buried the rest. They could say they marked the spot for later retrieval. This explanation was reasonable, but meant abandoning most of the supplies, especially any professional equipment that might be present. Plan B claimed they found the airdrop box, but it was damaged or already looted, and they only picked up some scattered supplies. This would explain whatever they brought back, but greatly diminish the value and make them look unlucky. Plan C: handle it vaguely without detailed explanation. Upon return, just say they got the goods, glossing over the specifics. Relying on his increasingly solid authority, he could make Wang Tao and Wu Jichao refrain from probing or form an unspoken understanding. This required extremely high trust and authority, as well as sufficient discretion from Wang Tao and Wu Jichao. Liamo leaned toward a variant of Plan C. He didn't need to explain in detail how he obtained it, he only needed to show the results. He could give Wang Tao and Wu Jichao some hints and groundwork in advance. This time out, the goal is to touch the airdrop box and confirm its contents. Liamo looked at Wang Tao and Wu Jichao and said slowly, "As for how to bring it back, I have a way. It doesn't necessarily require moving the whole box. What you need to do is ensure we can reach the destination safely, return safely, and keep watch while I handle things." His tone was calm, but carried an unshakable. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao exchanged glances, seeing confusion in each other's eyes, but more than that, faith in Liamo's consistent miraculous abilities. "Brother Imo, you really have a way to get the stuff without moving the box?" Wang Tao couldn't help asking out of curiosity. Liamo didn't elaborate. "Just follow my orders when the time comes. Remember, our top priority is safety, then supplies. Under any circumstances, preserving ourselves comes first." "Got it." Wang Tao nodded. Though still curious, he chose to trust. Wu Jichao also responded seriously. Liamo said no more. He began the final pre-departure checks. 3 sets of top-tier extreme cold protective gear were taken out again, each seam, zipper, and evenness of down filling carefully inspected. Spare hand warmers, first aid kits, high-energy food, hot water tools, weapons. Each item was counted and packed. He deliberately stuffed a power bank into his... Maybe it wouldn't be needed, but what if the airdrop box contained equipment requiring electricity? The aircraft's engine roar outside had long faded, and the wind and snow seemed to have intensified. The team sent out from the cafeteria might now be struggling through the snow on the playground, or perhaps already ecstatically discovering that meager scrap of hope. Meanwhile, Liamo and his team were making the final, most composed preparations for a much farther more dangerous, but potentially far more rewarding hunt. Going without companions was not an option. Bringing companions required explanation. Liamo chose to bridge this logical hurdle with authority and vagueness. He bet on Wang Tao and Wu Jichao's loyalty and their restraint from asking too many questions. He bet on the invincible image he had built. As long as they successfully touched the airdrop box, all problems would be solved. The vast supplies replicated from the system would render any subtle logical doubts insignificant. Now they only waited for the third engine roar to tear through the frozen sky.